And we are live. Hello, everyone. Glad that you all can show up. I am going to talk about the new news about the Titan ship. And also, I'm going to talk about some additional things about the Titanic, different theories and stuff like that. And I'm also going to go live tomorrow night around the same time. And I am also going to talk about these same things for different people that may miss this one. I'll talk about it again, but people could always see the rerun. All right. Hello. Now we will start. And first, I'm going to start off by reading an article. There's a lot of different topics about this. So basically, they have recovered the Titan submarine after a very long time, and different speculations have happened all over YouTube. Many people have had theories and things about what's going on, and finally they were able to salvage it, which a lot of people are surprised about, because some people have told us that the underwater ship was gone. Some people were saying about how the underwater ship, the people vaporized, and now they're saying there were bodies that were found. And they're pretty big pieces. And I'm going to see what's going on. Alright. Okay. Get everything together. Alright. So now I'm going to go to the article page. I was just getting different things together. And now I'm going to read this, and we're going to watch some videos also. Some news coverage about it. Alright. So, the Titanic sub update. OceanGate still advertising the Titan trips after human remains recovered from the wreckage. So this particular article is talking about how the Titan, which is the sub from the company, the OceanGate, which is the company that owns it, is now still going out and talking about doing more underwater dives, which I think is absolutely absurd, because there is a big flaw in these machines, and I think that it's absolutely crazy that without the proper authority from the people that know about building submarines, it's absolutely crazy that they're still trying to push this. There's nothing wrong if they could do it correctly, but they're not doing it correctly. It's absolutely crazy. Hello chat, hello Sarah and Stranded Lifeforms. Glad that you all can make it. Alright, so I'm going to read through some of this article, and then we're going to go to some videos. Alright. The company that operated the doomed submersible that imploded in the depths of the Atlantic Ocean is still advertising expeditions to the Titanic wreckage. And on its website, and reports emerged last week that the OceanGate Expeditions closed its doors indefinitely after its CEO Stockton Rush, British billionaire Hamish Harding, French diving expert P.H. Nargeolet, and the rest of the people, like the Dawoods, that died in the wreck. So, what do you all think how OceanGate is still trying to advertise for people to go down into these wrecks? OceanGate still is trying to get people to go on these things without any proper regulations or anything. But more than 10 days after the tragedy, and a week after it was confirmed, the OceanGate website still features available dates for 2 separate 8-day expeditions. And also, they still feature the available dates for the separate 8-day next year. So it's going to be next year. And if they do it, I hope that they make sure they're doing it right this time and not going to cause an explosion with another submersible. The company's future is now uncertain, as industry experts have told the New York Post. that all planned expeditions to the Titanic have been called off. The Independent has reached out to OceanGate for a comment, and it comes as a presumed human remains have been discovered. Now, these human remains, chat, it could be bones, it could be tissue, it could be jelly, it could be mush, it could be a whole body, but the crustaceans and things probably ate them. So they're not really too sure what they are. They're not really telling us. And right, SC Wolverines, they're gonna ride in a model. It's absolutely absurd. And I think that's cool that all y'all are here. Shout out to every single one of you. And I think that it's really important before they do any more expeditions that their submersibles are accurately tested. And the remains we brought back to the U.S. and analyzed a part of the wider international investigation into what went wrong during the catastrophic voyage to Titanic shipwreck. So that is basically what's going on here, that OceanGate is still calling for dives in the ocean, but not to the Titanic itself. Alright. So, I'm going to go to this one. So, this is the news coverage about the OceanGate Titan remains being found. And yes, Sarah, I'm sure it's very difficult to have a regulation on this because it's international waters. No one owns this territory. It's the Wild West. It's a frontier in the ocean. As we like to have, talk about aliens in space, as we've talked about here. Another thing that is extremely important is the ocean and the depths. That, and right here on our own planet, that is basically what we need to explore, and they will probably introduce some kind of regulation. They have to do something, and everybody's talking about doing something. And I have no problem with people exploring, taking risks. I've done that. That's how this channel was here. And that's important to do that, and sometimes risks, bad things can happen. But if risks can be done properly, and there's a way that other people have gone down there, like James Cameron and the other people, they went down there, and there's a way to do this properly, and you don't do it properly, it's absolutely absurd. And the Daewoods trusted OceanGate. The father and son that died, they really were convinced that it was the right thing to do. So that is the thing. It's an unnecessary loss of life. And I hope everybody's having a nice Thursday in America evening, and maybe in other places another day, hypothetically on the West, like Japan and Australia and those places. Yeah, but I hope everybody's having a good evening. And that's good, y'all feeling good. And now I'm going to play the news coverage about the presumed human remains from the Titan. And I'm going to play a couple of these and react to them.
We're learning now from the United States Coast Guard about that Titan submersible that catastrophically imploded, as the Coast Guard now says they have recovered, quote, presumed human remains from the seafloor in the area of that doomed submersible. I want to put up some video from earlier today here on Live Now from Fox as they salvaged some pieces of this from the ocean floor there off the North Atlantic. According to the U.S. Coast Guard, they received debris and evidence recovered from the seafloor at the site of that Titan submersible. After consultation with the international partners, investigative agencies, the Marine Board of Investigation intends to transport the evidence aboard a U.S. Coast Guard cutter to a port in the United States where they will be able to facilitate analysis and testing. United States medical professionals will conduct a formal analysis of presumed human remains that have been carefully recovered.
Yeah, and I just think it's incredible that they found this thing, because they were saying it was in pieces. Some people on YouTube were saying, and I didn't make a comment, I don't think I made a comment about this, about what exactly happened to the bodies, because people were saying how when the air came in and compressed, it incinerated them like the sun. Like, it was as hot as the sun. This is a cold part of the ocean. You're underwater. I mean, it's more likely the thing just kind of crumbled. And the people went through some bad things. So yeah, this is pretty incredible that finally we're getting more of the truth. And I don't think we're gonna know every single thing. We're gonna know it as the weeks roll on.
Within the wreckage at the site of the incident, they said in a statement, the chair of the...
You see, that's the front part. That's the front part of the water heater, tin can submersible, and that was the biggest problem to this thing. Was that the front part, and it was not spherical. It wasn't really constructed correctly. And you're going to hear some people say how the NASA had something to do with the construction, but it did some consulting, but it wasn't involved like they claim. All right.
BI, the Marine Board of Investigation, said, quote, I am grateful for the coordinated international and interagency support to recover and preserve this vital evidence at extreme offshore distances and depths. The evidence will provide investigators from several international jurisdictions with critical insight into the cause of this tragedy.
Yes. And thank you, Sarah. Thank you. And for telling me that. And also, yes, Meta did say that. Yes, he did. He sure did, Sarah. And he knew what he was talking about, and I've studied about this myself when I was young. And yes, Meta did say that. Shout out to him. And just it's unfortunate that Rush didn't see it. You know, I mean, he seemed like there was some, you know, he had a lot of potential. It's like the Titanic had potential. Like Titanic could have survived. Like there's something called the Costa Concordia, which is this other ocean liner recently that struck a reef, I think in the Mediterranean when they played My Heart Will Go On, and the captain ran away like a coward. The Titanic would have survived that with no damage, and it would have kept on going. The Titanic was very well built, but it was not invincible, and they didn't pilot it correctly. Just like the Titan, though, it wasn't made right. You know, it wasn't, you know, just in Rush himself, and the idea has a lot of potential if it's done correctly. Like Titanic, Titanic could have been around in World War One, fighting the Germans. It could have been in, you know, because its sister ships were involved in World War One. It's like it could have had a longer life, but when the pride before the fall, as the Bible says. Now I'm going to read chat. And yeah, saw a video of a tanker being imploded on purpose to show what implosion looks like. It was like a person crushing a pop can with, yep, exactly. You know, and I've done experiments before with soda cans. So I've put a soda can under water and it just crumples at some point. It crinkles. And I also kind of constructed a submarine type thing out of a Coke can. And also did like a sinking ship, like the Titanic sinking. And I could play that later. It's somewhere deep in my channel. And right, it's the wrong shape, Sarah. And they rush. Yes. What? Rush. Yes. The launches. Yes. I agree. Alright.
There is still a substantial amount of work to be done to understand the factors that led to the catastrophic loss.
These are some really big pieces. These are very gargantuan, Titanic-sized pieces
of the Titan and help ensure a similar.
Look at that. You know, look at that thing. You know, all because like what they were saying on YouTube. There's a lot of people on YouTube, all over YouTube. People were trying to get quick to get the story in, and everybody was making a video about this. Every single person on Earth, and I did some videos about some of this as well to report what's going on. There's nothing wrong with reporting this and making videos about it. But I just would like to get more and more info as time goes on, because these people don't always say everything. And yeah, do y'all have any thoughts about these giant pieces that are coming up? Did you think these pieces would be this big, or did you all think that they would be smaller? Like, I'd like to know y'all thoughts of what the salvaging of the wreck would be like. If y'all have any.
tragedy does not occur again. Of course, this as they remains, the presumed human remains recovered within the wreckage of the submersible. They said in that release they will use medical professionals to analyze the remains. Also on Wednesday, huge...
Yeah, that's the bottom part. Yeah, it's pretty big pieces.
Of the submersible were hoisted into a Canadian pier, as visualized here on your screen, as you can see them bringing this back some hundreds of miles off the coast as they were touring the Titanic. It went missing more than a week ago, and the 5 people aboard were killed during this incident. Of course, a catastrophic implosion taking place there.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. I didn't really know what to think. And I'm not, like, to being, like, the self-righteous one here or anything, but, like, or think that, like, I know it all. I just didn't know what to think. I thought the pieces, from what they were saying, would be smaller. But then again, I was statistically thinking there was a chance maybe there are bigger pieces and it's totally different than what we thought. In Stranded Lifeform, you and I have discussed a lot of things about this in my comment section, and all of you have. And Stranded Lifeform, wait, you were saying about the banging noises underwater, they could have been them. That could have been them. There could be, in my opinion, possibly, maybe there's truth that something went wrong, and they knew it, they're trying to signal something, and then it exploded. It could have had to do with them. But yes. Yeah, exactly. But what they did was they went with the robotics that they had that went down to the Titanic. So it's 1,600 feet from the Titanic. So what they did was they just took the same things they used to go down there, and they just picked it up and brought it back up. But yeah, it's incredible that anything was brought back from this. Absolutely. Absolutely, chat. Shout out to y'all as always.
But now the Coast Guard saying presumed human remains found near the wreckage there of the Titan sub. We want to take you out to some breaking news that we're...
Yeah, so... basically, I'm going through different reports. I think they're interesting. Okay. So... okay. We don't know. Like, they're saying it's an implosion. I'm sure they know it is what it is or what it isn't. But they're quite sure it imploded. But they're not really, like, we don't know for sure. Yeah, because I think that, in my opinion, it's like, who knows? I mean, maybe it lost control and it crashed. And there's also a theory that it leaked. It was leaking, and they're trying to come back up. And it had to be terrifying. It was likely that they knew what was going on. Like, they all told us that they had a painless death. In the comments section, they were talking about how they have a painless death. They vaporized instantly and turned to goo. It was just, I didn't believe way for sure, but yeah, it was just, it crumpled, and they probably knew something was going to happen, and then it happened. Right. And also, I'm going to go through more of these things. I'm going to go through this other one, which is kind of like the same thing. I just, this is another one I want to show.
We are following some breaking news at the moment. The U.S. Coast Guard has just said presumed human remains were recovered from the Titan submersible wreckage. News Nation's Evan Lambert is following the latest. Evan, this just dropped from the Coast Guard. What do we know here?
Yeah, Blake, so we got this update from the Coast Guard about 25 minutes ago. As you said, quote, presumed human...
Yeah, y'all could say anything. I understand y'all, and thanks for clarifying that, but I know y'all not being sarcastic. Ask any question. Any question's okay. It's all good. And yeah, I agree, it could have lost control. They could have lost the remote control and it crashed. Because these are really big pieces, and they found human remains. And this is what they were saying, like, the comments were saying how they we're gonna run out of oxygen, and they're stuck down there. And then they said, "Oh, we knew that on Sunday that they died." Like they're just saying, "Okay, there's a final day that we know because they lost. They're gonna lose oxygen." So when that day came, they're like, "Oh yeah, they died Sunday." It's just shady. I wish they could just tell the truth.
They say were found among some of the wreckage of the Titan submersible. We had seen.
Yeah, just these are some big pieces. Yeah, true. True. Now, I think with the team searching, I wonder how that would work, because I think all the teams were like they had the people from Canada and the U.S., the two navies, and if it was an unofficial team, I wonder what unofficial team it would have been from that. But that's interesting. It's very possible. I do think that was a possibility, but I wonder who they were. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I do too. SC Wolverines. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And now there's a dispute that the mother was saying the 19-year-old wanted to go, and the aunt's saying that he didn't want to go. And they're like, now there's like a big debate about what did the kid want to go or not.
Pictures of the submersible wreckage today in Canada, offloaded onto shore in Newfoundland, Canada, and now we know, according to the Coast Guard, that human remains were among some of that wreckage. I want to put up the statement, the relevant portion of the statement from the Coast Guard. It says, in part, quote, "United States medical professionals will conduct a formal analysis of presumed human remains that have been carefully recovered within the wreckage at the site of the incident." And we do have some of the pictures of the pieces of wreckage offloaded today from a ship in Canada. You can see what appears to be the nose cone, the front of the submersible that surrounds the area that would have been the porthole, also a twisted piece of the hull and some wires, potentially maybe the controls or portion of the controls of that submersible. But again, really just within the last 20 to 30 minutes, some information that families likely have been waiting on, that human remains were discovered. We had heard from the Coast Guard that they would be especially careful in trying to find that wreckage, to be aware of any remains that were to be found. But we now know that the remains, along with the evidence, will be transported on a U.S. Coast Guard cutter from Canada.
The biggest problem with this thing was the front part. That was the biggest problem with it.
To the U.S. to be part of this investigation. It's also likely that officials will try to identify the remains. No information about to whom those remains belong, but obviously families likely were waiting for some amount of information regarding their loved ones and any remains that could be recovered. The Coast Guard saying that they did so today. Blake.
Wow, incredible. All right, Evan Lambert live for us in Washington. Evan, thank you.
Thank you for watching.
All right, now this is next thing I'm going to play is it's about the 19-year-old and his father. It's one of the family members are talking about it, and I'm going to play that one right now, and I'll react to it. And I have more I'm going to play from the different people.
Hi, it's me, Jennifer Lopez, Chief Celebration.
Now, to deal with real loss.
Oh, it's Cuomo, isn't it? He's still doing. I'll play this and see how this goes, but this is nothing political.
We just lived together with this submarine. This is an interesting insight. Two of the victims were the Pakistani businessman and his 19-year-old son, right? Shahzada and Suleiman Dawood. Father-son, special bond. And last Sunday, on Father's Day, they joined three other men on what was supposed to be the trip of a lifetime, and it wound up being the last of their lives.
All right, chat. So, I'll answer y'all's questions. So, SC Wolverine says, no way it was an implosion. It might have been weakened at the joints or something. When I think of an implosion, I think of an explosion, but inward. I agree, I see Wolverines. That makes sense. And not to be gruesome, stranded life form says. But the remains, was it full body or parts? Okay, so they're not really telling us. Since they were saying it's human remains, I think it could be some skeletons. It could be some corpse thing, which I think probably the crustaceans would have eaten it. It could be some unrecognized corpse parts. Be some hand. It could be some spine, because the spine is more, the spine could last longer. So it could be just goo, something like that. Because, yeah, they would be totally decomposed. And, yes, Sarah, amen. Now we'll see what Cuomo has to say about all this.
Now, there are all these questions, right? They're not just among us. They are among the families of people who were on that sub. According to the father's older sister, okay, so his son's aunt, right? Suleiman was afraid, the kid. And his aunt, Asma Dawood, joins us now. I am very sorry for your loss. I'm very sorry to meet you this way. But I know it's important to you to tell the story. And what do you want people to know?
I want, first of all, to thank everyone that has been there for our family throughout this horrible experience. I want to say thank you to all the people that went out there for the rescue efforts, for the time they put in, for the effort they put in, for all the people that stayed up and watched the news and worried. Thanks to those, because my brother, Shahzada, and his son, Suleiman, are actually heroes. They went down there for, as you said, an adventure of a lifetime, for knowledge, for bonding, to have something special in their lives.
Right, and this is very, sad that this happened, and the loss that she has to deal with. And it's not them, it's what's his name? It's Rush. He misled so many people. That's what I'm uncertain about him. And Rush, the CEO, kept on trying to convince James Cameron to go on it, and James Cameron was like, he wasn't interested. He wasn't interested. Right. Okay, I am into dark things, stranded life form, and I am interested in dark topics, and I could be, into morbid things. So it's not going to creep me out at all. You could ask all the questions you want about anything morbid. Ask me anything. It won't bother me. And yes, they are heroes and explorers, Shout out to them. Now we'll continue.
And it's just heartbreaking, but I have to say, deserved. My brother and his son are heroes, and that's how I think they should be remembered.
You will remember them for taking the chance that they did, and you recognize that they knew that they were taking a chance, that there was danger. And you say that your nephew was aware that this was scary.
Well, my nephew was a normal human being at 19 who had to go down that kind of tunnel and get into that kind of environment would obviously be scared. That's pretty normal. So yeah, he was scared, as any 19-year-old would be. What's different about him to Sean is...
That's a cute cat, And with me personally, I I just wouldn't want to do something where I would get myself killed. Now, there's risks. I don't mind taking a risk as long as it's done properly. But Rush didn't do it properly. The CEO. That's the thing. Not with the kid. He was fine. And his father. That was fine. They're heroes. They're good explorers. But I'm just the CEO guy that didn't build a submarine right. The submersible right. That's who I have a problem with. You know, he should have had it constructed by professionals. Yeah, I agree, Essie Wolverines. This is you could see it in her eyes, in her face. You know, it's very heartbreaking, and I can't even imagine the heartbreak that she's going through.
That he was just phenomenally trusting. He was the most kind, innocent, caring person. And
yeah, I agree. He's a cool dude. I could tell by looking at him.
He went on this in the same spirit that all the other people got on this submersible with. And he trusted everybody else because he was the youngest there. And that, unfortunately, was not the way things worked out. Because,
and I'll say, like, P.J. Nargelet, he knew James Cameron, and he went to Titanic before, and he dived a lot of times, and he was in the French Navy, and the British guy, he went with Elon Musk's Tesla thing, not the Tesla thing, but the SpaceX. The other guy went to space with Bezos. So these people knew what they were doing. Right. Not Rush, but the other people that went on board, like, they were very experienced. Oh, I guess I don't really mention them much anymore, SC Wolverines. But you have 17. Interesting. I have a half. I don't know. My dad could have had more kids that we don't know about, but I have a known half sister. She lives in Australia, and she's older than I am, from another mother. That before my time, my dad was with another lady from India. Because India and England, like, they were... India is like a state of England, but then India broke off, like Ireland did. And so, which her mom's ancestors were, like, loyalists to England, so they went over to England. And then, like, so, yeah, she's half India, but she looks like me. With the eyes and everything. And, yeah, so I do have a half-sister, Natalie. She's in Australia. Shout out to her. And she gave good info to me during ABL about what's the things that are going on in Australia during the lockdown. Yeah, so I have one known half-sister, and I probably have more. My dad probably had more kids we don't know about. Right. Yeah, that's a big family. There's many Wolverines. Yes. I see. Yeah. I'm interested in family histories and stuff. I like that. And, I have relatives from Canada, from Nova Scotia, from where, close to the Titanic wreckage. They're like British, like Scottish and French. And because, the French kind of went away from France at some point. Some of them did. And, I'm related to different things in England and stuff. But yeah, so... it's cool having siblings. Yeah. You're welcome, SC Wolverines. Y'all could ask and talk about anything y'all want. Even if it's off topic. If it's gruesome. If it's out of whack. I'm the guy to talk to. So. And. Also. Well, I was technically an only child in a way because I was raised by myself. I never met my sister in person because she was in another country. And my mom was pregnant in England, and then she came here and had me. So I was, like, known in England, but I was born in America. So I'm like an only child, but I'm technically not. Yeah. And my dad has a lot of personal issues, but I have nothing against him. He wasn't in my life, no. He chose not to. I never met him in person. and she wasn't really aware. Wasn't around him much either because he had issues. Yeah, but shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. And this Titan tragedy really brings the importance of family. And, like, you never know what tomorrow brings. And take risks, like, and live each day as it were your last. But I would recommend make sure that the risks are, like, that it's not rush building the submarine. It's kind of a joke, but you get what I mean. And another thing, some of the worst things happen. But some of the God can bring great things out of some of the worst things. Like the Titanic, like it was a kind of a small community of people like myself and others. But now all over YouTube is obsessing about the Titanic. And Titanic is being remembered. The Titan is being remembered. So I think that this ship, like something possibly good that came from this, is that the Titanic is being more well known because of the Titanic movie. It's like a renaissance of Titanic, and people know to be confident, take risks, and risk can lead to failure, and that's fine. But don't be too cocky like Rush or the captain of Titanic or Mr. Ismay. So I'll tell you a story about Titanic. So Mr. Ismay wanted the captain to push hard in an ice field to get to New York on Tuesday night to surprise everybody, like they said in the movie. And the captain said how he didn't want to do it until their run in, but they did it and they caused a problem. And in the captain's defense, sort of, if the Titanic directly hit something, it would have hit 2 flood compartments, but it would have caused a lot of problems. It wouldn't have sunk it, but he still shouldn't have done that. But they were trying to miss the iceberg, and it caused a big problem. Hey, Anthony, glad you showed up. Glad you came over. Nice to see you. But yeah, so and with my own life, where my friend and I talk about aliens and stuff, and I did a YouTube channel, and he kind of was around for a little while, a couple years ago, and then he did things in college, and I went through my old girlfriend had issues with her family, was kind of strict, and then it didn't work out, and I was really motivated after that to keep pursuing the YouTube and keep going to ABL Live and stuff, and here we are. So bad things can happen, but failure is a great teacher. And a mistake is only a mistake if you keep repeating it. So if you learn it and move forward, that's fine. And sometimes bad things can happen and tragedies happen, but God can bring great things out of it, as I said. All right. Yeah, hello, chat. Yeah, it's a whole weird story. They brought back the whole Titanic story with it. Yes? And I'm glad you're here, Anthony. I'm really glad you came on board the spaceship. And now I'll continue reacting.
My brother Shizada also trusted Ocean Quest. He also trusted that they knew what they were doing. He also trusted the words about 35 years of safety. He also trusted they knew what they were talking about. He also trusted that they were going on something that was a viable adventure. Come on. If there was any knowledge of any risk at all, he would not have put his child on there. That's a normal parental instinct.
See Rush, and I'm going to play the other video I have over here in the million tabs I have open, that I did a video about this, and y'all remember about and people that are watching this in the future or watching right now that didn't see it. So there was another father and son, and they were asked to go on this thing, and they were like, the son was saying how it didn't look safe, and he encouraged his dad to not go with him, if they were not going to go, and Rush kept pressuring the dude and his father over and over again to go on the thing. So Rush was very good at trying to convince people stuff, and Rush, I'm not hating on him at all. I admire people that think different and want to explore and innovate, okay? I just have a problem that he was too prideful or convinced that his thing was not built correctly when the experts and everybody was saying it was cracking and it wasn't working right. Everybody said that. Yes, so in the Titanic movie, there is a scene where they had the violin scene. And the great, yeah, this is this couple that you see right here. Let's see. This couple right here, you see on the screen that were in the Near My God City scene, her great grandparents were them. So that's another way Rush is connected to it through his wife. All right. Now we're gonna go back to the video, and I will find it. Okay, here we go.
You know, if there is any danger, you don't expose your child to it. And my brother was a superb father. He was an excellent father.
Yeah, SC Wolverines, the waivers say death 3 times. Yeah, I agree. I just don't like, and I have like a talent and an interest in submersibles and submarines and ships since I was a kid. I could just look at it and tell. Like, carbon fiber is just not made for that. And the interior cabin was not designed for that pressure. And people are saying it was cracking when they went to the Bahamas in 2019. Went to Titanic 3 times. And James Cameron said in a video I'll play that the 7th time it might crack. Right, the black and white photo that you saw was the real couple. Yes, that's true. I could go back to that for a moment. Right here. This is a better one, because it shows both of them. There we go. Yeah, the black and white picture is the real couple. Yes. May they rest in peace. So we're gonna go. Nope.
I want to start.
Nope. No. Here we go.
They went on this. The Titan went down in international waters because they knew that it was not authorized, that all the protocols had not been followed. But surely you can't blame someone for either Shalada or Suleiman. Suleiman, in Suleiman's case, his dad. In Shalada's case, Ocean Quest. You can't blame people for trusting other people.
Okay, so like, I think that basically with these people, like, what do you all think about I'm not against the father or the son, but I mean, I really think if you're going to take your son there, you got to make sure that it was done correctly. It's, you know, the kid lost his life over this. I'm not against taking risks, but this could have been dealt with differently. Like, you know, and like they're saying, look at Cuomo. Yeah, look at Cuomo. Yeah, but yeah, so yes, I agree, Sarah. I'm not against people having expeditions, but people didn't do it right. But I have nothing against the father and the son at all. I'm against Rush. That's who I'm against. They BS'd these people. Alright? I'm not against the father and son, but I just wish that it could have been more investigation into Rush and what they were doing. But it's not the people's fault. Rush was not evil, but like a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Ocean Quest's owner himself was on there. So you can't blame people for trusting what other people say to them.
My eyelashes have grown significantly. I'm really loving how dark and defined my eyebrows look.
What we can do is blame the fact that...
Yeah, exactly, Stranded Life Form. You see, he preyed on, not preyed on people, he wasn't like a murderer, but like, depends how you look at it, but, so basically with Rush, the people may have not have been enthusiasts enough to look at the technical stuff about the Titanic and how these machines work, and there's nothing wrong with that. Everybody has their own talents, and things that they do good at and they're interested in. And yeah, the dude, like, basically, probably, yeah, he told them that the cracking was normal, but they weren't normal. And the people just didn't know that it wasn't normal. Yeah, I totally, think that shady foul play was going on, and they really believed that it was the right thing to do. Yeah, totally. Right.
The problems were not highlighted. What we can do is blame the fact that the employee who brought it up, that there were issues with it in 2018, was absolutely not listened to and basically kind of silenced and got rid of. That's what we should blame. We should blame the whole idea of a corporation just using something for its profit and covering information
Facts.
about safety. I mean, come on, a father and son were going on that. They should have been made aware of the safety issues that were there. For example, it has a carbon fiber
Facts.
body.
Preach. This lady preaches. All right. Facts. Yeah, like the company, Rush, and his company. I just, yeah, it's just terrible what Rush and his company did. But I totally, no hate on the father and son, no hate on them, but this Rush and his company, yeah, I totally agree with her 100%. Y'all could say y'all thoughts about it too. Do you all think that OceanGate was covering up stuff for profit? Do you think that Rush was being nefarious? Y'all could say below.
Carbon fiber, that's like putting a glass submarine down at those pressures.
Exactly. Amen. She's absolutely on 200% correct. That it's, it's like a suicide mission, but most people may not be aware of those things.
Surely.
Oh. Hey, Dark Meta. What's up, dude?
Have been looked at. I mean, this was the third mission. 2 missions had worked. This one didn't. But even a stopped clock gives the right time twice a day. 2 missions is nothing. How can commercial people, it be a commercial enterprise when the checks haven't been carried out? People do this in trust. When you and I get on a plane, we do it in trust. We don't expect the pilot to come out and give us a long story about it.
Stockton Rush wasn't in that position, right? He was pushing the limits. That was part of the sell, was that this was about...
I'm not laughing at the situation. I'm just laughing at Cuomo.
The risk. This was about the danger. This was about pushing the frontiers. And I totally understand and appreciate your analysis, and not just because of where your heart is, but because of where your head is. Everything you're saying is reasonable. But of course, as you mentioned...
Yeah, shout out to Dark Meta. Glad you're here, bro.
And is true. Stockton Rush was on it as well. So it's hard to believe that he was selling something that he didn't believe. The question is, was it reasonable for him to believe it? And I know these questions are going to be pursued because I know we're going to keep pursuing them. And I believe that the lives that were lost deserve that as part of their legacy. It should be a legacy of the truth of the situation that took those lives. So we will stay on it. And Asma, I'm very sorry to meet you in this situation, but I appreciate your eloquence and your emotions. And I wish the family the best in using each other to get through this.
Well said. Very well said, Cuomo. He's making some sense now. So, right, Trinity Life Form. There was remember, Ragnar Lothbrok was a Viking from the Viking series, and he said power corrupts the worst, and it corrupts the best and attracts the worst. In my opinion, I think money could be a great tool for freedom, financial gain, to get a what's it called? A red bicycle, things like that, or a TV or whatever. I think money could be a good tool. Like, I use my money properly, but some people may become a little bit carried away, and there's nothing wrong with being as wealthy as you can possibly get, but you gotta also use your head too, and look out for other people. Both are good, because he drank his own Kool-Aid, I think, as James Cameron said. We're about to look at what he had to say in a moment, but I'm gonna read y'all's chats in a moment. But yeah, so basically, he drank his own Kool-Aid rush, and he just was in denial about it. I remember James Cameron was like, he was not interested. That's hysterical. All right, let's see what chat says. Yeah, Sarah says, I don't get why Rush didn't even want to care for his own life. That self-assurance has fooled him into false belief. Yeah, like, we know a lot of, false, like, in religion. There's, like, different religions that come up and things, and people get convinced, and they drink their Kool-Aid. It's kind of same logic. Yeah, same logic. And Cuomo looks like he has a stick lodged in his arse, yes. And yes, SE Wolverines. And he says hello and run by monkeys banging on the typewriters. Yeah, Dark Meta, amen. Yeah, I know, Anthony, right. What is that? And money, it has his country in shambles. Good people turn their heads for pensions and other things. And drinking. Right. And right. So, yeah, Chad, I agree. Let's play this last part.
Thank you so much. If I may say one thing about Suleiman, he was the most trusting, amazing teenager, unlike teenagers normally. He had no attitude. He had nothing but a heart of gold. And even in his very untimely, very early demise, he brought the whole world together. And that, for me, it's not a surprise because, and of course I'm biased, I'm his aunt, but I do speak not just from the heart, but from the head too, because I too have been watching every moment of media and everything that's reported.
Yeah, he seems like he was like a cool dude, like myself. Yeah, he didn't seem like the other people of these days. It's an unfortunate loss of life. Yeah, God bless her, amen. God bless her and the family. In Jesus' name, amen. They've been going through so much. I really have condolences for her and the family about this. Very good interview. Let's see what else they have to say.
Of course.
And I may have progressive multiple sclerosis, which means my central nervous system is riddled with holes and I'm perhaps, neurally compromised. However, I have got a degree from the University of Oxford. I have got a doctorate, so I have been able to apply my mind to this, as compromised as it is. And of course, my heart is engaged with this. There's no way of disengaging. But I think that the whole world would agree with me that everybody on Titan engaged everybody's hearts and minds.
In chat, I see what y'all are talking about. I'm going to address that in a minute about him wanting to kill himself.
Hey, thank you for watching. Please go to newsnationnow.com.
I chose Wix for my business because
from Fox, the investigation.
I'm going to go to the James Cameron one, because I played the James Cameron thing, but he goes in more depth about it. He's going to talk some more about it. Let's see. this is the one. Alright, so let's see what chat says. So, yeah, so that's an interesting perspective that he subconsciously wanted to kill himself or die and bring the people down with him. That's possible. Yeah, that could be very possible. Because I wouldn't understand why he would ignore all those warnings and just do it. Homo como. Yeah, so a dark meta, they found the sub. And they found body parts from it. Let's see if this is the one I want to play.
Movie director James Cameron regrets not sounding the alarm about the ill-fated submersible. Aside from directing the blockbuster hit Titanic, Cameron is also a deep-sea expert.
I wish I'd spoken up, but I assumed somebody was smarter than me, because I'd never experimented with that technology, but it just sounded bad on its face because we make pressure hulls out of contiguous material: steel, titanium, ceramic, acrylic. And so you can model it, you can do finite element analysis of it, and you understand the yield properties, you understand the number of cycles that it can take. But you can't do that with a composite material because it's two dissimilar materials.
With a tragic ending in the search for a missing submersible after debris from the vessel was found on the ocean floor, an unmanned deep-sea robot discovered the wreckage of the Titan a few hundred meters from the sunken bow of the Titanic, which it had set out to explore. The U.S. Coast Guard confirms all 5 people on board are dead after the catastrophic implosion. They included British billionaire Hamish Harding.
Well, that's very interesting, dark meta. I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, so that's good that he was able to stop the shooter. That's very good. It's good for people to bear arms. It's good for people to do that, because if you don't bear arms, and defend yourself, you can't defend yourself or other people. Yeah, I totally agree, and that's good that the guy did that. Yeah, there's this other thing of James Cameron I'm trying to see. Here, I think this is the one. This is the one I want to play. This one.
With Fiverr, you can hire top.
What it was doing. I think that's pretty clear. I wish I had been more vocal about that, but I think I was unaware that they weren't certified because I wasn't really studying it. I wasn't really interested. Stockton Rush asked me if I wanted to go out there and dive this season. I wasn't interested. This father and son on Father's Day, paid $500,000 to go down in this thing. Holy crap. It's just tragic, and it's horrific, and it's unnecessary. And by the way, it's not lost on me as somebody who studied the meaning of Titanic.
Yeah, I agree, Dark Meta. And it's good that he stopped the shooting. And yeah, criminals are going to get the guns anyway. So that's why it's good to bear arms in self-defense. I think that's why, it's right to do that. And yeah, the media's going to be quiet about that. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I totally agree. And yeah, because it's like the media is, has a lot of corruption in it. I'm glad you pointed it out. Thanks, Meta.
It's greater meaning to us, historically and societally, that it's about warnings that were ignored. That ship's lying at the bottom of the ocean, not because of the nature of its steel or the nature of its compartments, but just because of bad seamanship. The captain was warned. There were icebergs ahead. It was a moonless night, and he plowed ahead for whatever reason. I think there was some greed. There was some glory in it. He had to boot up his rear from J. Bruce Ismay to get into New York on time or early, so they'd have a headline, which I show in the film, And here we are again, and at the same place. You know, now there's one wreck lying next to the other wreck for the same damn reason. Search, search, search. 4 days of search. They're searching everywhere. They were running around with their hair on fire. The subway.
Yeah, and you see, like, people that are so interested in headlines, and in our modern age, people are so interested. You know, they want the biggest thing. They want the trendiest thing, and it could lead to destruction. Yeah.
Right where it was. It was literally on the seafloor below its last known position, which is the first place you look in a search is the last known position.
Exactly. Like, they should have looked at the last known position. Right? They should have just went down there and went right where it was supposed to be on the ocean floor. That's exactly what I said. I would go down there with James Cameron. Yeah. Like, I would trust them. That they would know what they're doing. I agree, Anthony.
You don't go running around all over the landscape with planes and trains and automobiles searching, right? It was right where it was when it imploded, and I knew that's where they were going to find it. So you search, first place you look is the last known position. That's where it is. So there was ultimately never a search. And that ROV was only in the water for about 3 hours before they found it. So what does that mean? They went to the last known position, they looked on the sonar, they saw a clump that was never there before, they drove over to it, and there it was. Pretty much that simple, right? So, you know, all of this has just been people running around, waving their arms.
Yeah, it would be creepy as to Wolverines. It sure would be. And also, exactly. And, yeah, the impatience. You know, and like me, like I tell myself, like all great things take time. No great thing is created suddenly, you know, and I don't want to fall into error. And I wouldn't want to be like Rush. So that's why, like, I agree with Chat on that. It's best to use that kind of thinking.
Their hair on fire for 4 days straight. And I just feel terrible for what the families must have been going through during that time. And that then goes back to why the authorities chose to not say what they knew. Begs a question now, doesn't it?
Yeah, why do you think they didn't?
I do not want to speculate.
Jim,
well, I can speculate all day long, but I am not going to say it out loud. Look, Monday morning when I first found...
I wonder what he was speculating. I think I know. I think Chat knows too.
About the incident, got on a whole bunch of calls and emails. It's a small community. Within an hour and a half, I had the following information. They were on descent. They were at 3,500 feet. They lost comms and tracking. The last one being the critical one. Because the transponder that's used to track a sub during descent and on the bottom is a fully autonomous system. It's in its own pressure housing, and it has its own battery power. So for them to lose comms and tracking at the same time, sub was gone. There was no question in my mind. For days, I tried to run other scenarios that could account for it. I could come up with nothing. So the next thing I did was contacted a few more people and managed to track down, there are acoustic networks around. Some are research, some are intelligence. We got confirmation within an hour that there had been a loud bang at the same time that the sub was, that comms were lost.
I'm going to go read the chats. Right. Yeah, Stranded Lifeform says, plus the carbon fiber construction. This sub should have been a one and done. Carbon fiber isn't made for repeated use in those pressures. Exactly, Stranded Lifeform. It's clear that it was not designed for that, and for what they're using it for, because of wear and tear. And it's absolutely just, crazy, because like the interior part was not designed for that, and yeah, Exactly, you're absolutely correct. Right, why didn't they start... They didn't start looking at the last known location. Right, I know, because they should have just went right down there. And they could have found it. And the banging noise, Sarah, I think she said, people were hearing like a banging noise, consistent banging noises underwater, and they weren't too sure what that was. It wasn't like one boom. The U.S. sonar picked up on it, but there was also some kind of like banging that was going on, like someone knocking. There was a Twilight Zone episode where they heard a banging noise underwater, and it was a submarine. And everybody was wondering what was going on. I saw it on the 4th of July one year before a summer camp at school. And it was a nice 4th of July. And then there was banging, and they went there, and there was like the ghosts of the people there. So the banging, it could have had to do with the submersible before it imploded. And hello, Latina, glad you're here. So SE Wolverines is extremely creepy. You're absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Alright.
A loud bang on the hydrophones. Loss of transducer or transponder. Loss of comms. I knew what happened. Sub imploded. I sent email.
I like creepiness too. I'm eccentric. Like, I like dark stuff too. Like, I don't mind dark stuff. The creepy things are alright. I love Halloween.
Right. To everybody I know, I said, we've lost some friends. The sub has imploded. It's on the bottom in pieces right now. I sent that out Monday morning. We never expected to see a scenario like this. You know, we may go into hazardous environments like hydrothermal vents, or even to a wreck like Titanic or Bismarck or some of the other wreck sites, which are dangerous from an entanglement standpoint or a collapse, a structural collapse standpoint. But you never worry about the vehicle, the platform that you're in, you know, and you certainly don't worry about implosion. There's never been an implosion of a vehicle with people in it. And so I think this, I don't want to say it blindsided the community, because there was a lot of concern. And by the community, I mean people who operate subs and build subs for a living. There was a lot of concern about this outfit and this sub. A lot of concern, even to the extent that I wasn't involved in it because I was making Avatar 2 at the time, but a lot of them got together and wrote a letter to...
Right, and chat. Yeah, SC Wolverines. That's cool you do that. I like that stuff too. That's a cool movie. Shout out to you. You and I are very similar. Yeah, Cameron does great dives. He went down into the... let's look up the name of it. It's a trench. In the Mariana Trench. Yeah, so James Caron, he went to the Mariana Trench. And, you know, it's kind of like where, you know, I don't know if Abyssal Fish are there, but one night I went live and Rebel was here and we saw it. I'll do another one of the Abyssal Fish. And... let's see if I pronounced that right. Let's see. Mariana. It's the... yeah, it's the Mariana Trench. That's where James Caron went to. I'll put the link in there. Let's see. Alright. This is what it's called.
To Ocean Gate, and said, you have to certify. You cannot take people down. It's irresponsible, and it could lead to catastrophe. Literally, because there was a lot of concern, and by the community, I mean people who operate subs and build subs for a living. There was a lot of concern.
You see, like, the experts were saying that there was a concern about how they were doing this was totally wrong.
Concern about this outfit and this sub. A lot of concern, even to the extent that I wasn't involved in it because I was making Avatar 2 at the time, but a lot of them got together and wrote a letter to OceanGate and said, you have to certify. You cannot take people down. It's irresponsible, and it could lead to catastrophe. Literally, the word catastrophe is in the letter. And I think that letter has been made public. All those signatories have come off. But, you know, I never believed in that technology of wound carbon fiber, you know, wound filament cylindrical hull. I thought it was a horrible idea. I wish I'd spoken up, you know, but I assumed somebody was smarter than me, you know, because I'd never experimented with that technology, but it just sounded bad on its face because we make pressure hulls out of contiguous material, steel, titanium, ceramic.
He said it would lead to a catastrophe. It's absolutely right. They're absolutely correct. I mean, it led to a great catastrophe. Well, not a great, but a horrific catastrophe. And I think Edison Lighthouse. Gotta look that one up. But yeah, so yeah, and they're absolutely right, because you can't like have these people go down there. It's irresponsible to do it without being certified, because with it certified, you know, you could go down there if it's done correctly. But basically, if it's not done correctly, you know, you're gonna have a problem. Okay, that's a pop band he's talking about.
Acrylic. And so you can model it. You can do finite element analysis of it. And, you know, you understand the yield properties. You understand the number of cycles that it can take. But you can't do that with a composite material because it's two dissimilar materials, you know, sort of bonded together. And so we all knew that the danger was delamination and progressive failure over time with microscopic water ingress and fatigue, what they call cycling fatigue. And we knew that if the sub passed its pressure test, it wasn't going to fail on the first dive. It might fail on dive 7, or I don't know.
You see, you know, he was saying about how it would fail eventually. If it's dive 7, this one failed on dive 3 or 4. People are debating about that now, but yeah, so like dive 3, it fails.
I don't know what they're at, you know, but it's going to fail over time, which is insidious. You don't get that with steel or with titanium. But, you know, sometimes people get go fever, you know. And look, we celebrate innovation, right? But you shouldn't be using an experimental vehicle for paying passengers that aren't themselves deep ocean engineers.
Yeah, so what Dark Meta is talking about, he's talking about this band. There's this band, like from a long time ago, and I'll check it out. I'll listen to it later. So it's this band from London, 69, the 70s. And it's like a British band. And it seems pretty cool. I remember there was a band, although I was a little baby, there was a band in the 90s called Duran Duran. That was a really cool band. I liked them, in my opinion. If y'all heard of that, y'all could comment below. But yeah, so that's pretty good music. I like it. Let's see. That's the wrong one. Alright, Titanic. Human remains. And okay, so it's been a while since I fooled with radios. You know, I know there's FM and AM, but I don't quite recall the difference. You know, because I was more in this. I used to use radios. I don't quite remember about that. Oh, Sarah, that's cringe. That's unfortunate that they became woke. They were a really cool band. I really liked them. Now, they did a James Bond song. That's interesting. Yes, it was a Stranded Life form. It sure was. I remember, like, when I was a kid going to school, I used to listen to that on the radio at the school. And yeah, I like Hungry Like the Wolf. That's a nice one. And I remember I got these. I don't do smoking, or I don't encourage it, but I remember I got these, like, candy cigarettes around that time period. And I was, like, in some kind of studying for different things in the summer and stuff. I remember, yeah, that was a cool band. I really liked it. It's unfortunate it went woke. You know, it's probably all about the money. You know, because they didn't really seem like a woke group, but no one really seemed woke back then. Oh yeah, that's a cool time period, Dark Meta. So what I like, I listen to this song all the time. It's something called Blue Oyster Cult, Fear the Reaper. I like that song. Blue Oyster Cult, in my opinion, I think that's a cool band. And oh, I remember Tapes. I remember there was a cassette tape, and I used to put it in the radio. I mean, yeah, and I used to hear things, you know, from it. I remember those. I remember cassette tapes. They used a cassette tape to program a computer one time in the past, and CDs and DVDs. I remember that. I remember all that. But now everything's all digital. Yeah, Red Dawn. Red Dawn, that's a good movie. They made a modern version of it with North Korea and, like, Russia and China. Yeah. Yeah, Red Dawn was pretty cool. Not a it was a bad situation, it was a good movie. Yeah. And y'all comment, like, from the 80s, 70s, 90s, like, what bands did y'all like? If you could just name one, like, what band would you recommend? You know, and also, how about B-Tracks? Alright, I'm gonna look that one up. Interesting. Now, I know about records. I like records. They're pretty cool. Yeah, we had a record player. I think literally, like, right across from me, there's a record player. Yeah, I remember records from music class and stuff when I was little. Yeah, 80s. 80s. But you could be from 70s or 90s. Yeah, SC Wolverines. I also have DVDs. When I would make my scary films, my creepy films, like I make these little dark films about things, like, nothing bad. Just I made, like, horror movies and stuff. I made, like, silent films, and I would put them on DVDs and burn them on the old computer. Rush. All right. Interesting. Yeah, Pink Floyd. Oh yeah, Pink Floyd. I know about that band. I remember. I'll tell you a story. When I was in Kentucky, I was over in Kentucky with my family. Let's see. Well, that's not what I meant to say. Yeah, I remember I would listen to them. That's when I discovered it in Kentucky. I was in Kentucky. My uncle, he put the headphones on my ears, and he put the computer on, and I listened to the whole album, Dark Side of the Moon. It was great. I really enjoyed it. And I haven't listened to it in a while, but yeah, Pink Floyd's a good band, and the other bands, let's see. Let's see what the chat says. Yeah, the road again. On the road again. All right, that's pretty cool. I'll keep that in mind. It's a Willie Nelson, I think. Yeah, it says it's Willie Nelson. Yeah. Willie Nelson sings that song. Yeah, Dark Matter, that makes sense. You know, how about the 90s? That's funny. Well, not funny, but yeah, you must have really liked him, Anthony. Yes. Culture Club, right? Very cool bands. Really good information. I like the ideas. I mean, the stuff that Talking Heads. Let's see with that one. All right. Very interesting. Grunge. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, Wizard of Oz. That's pretty cool. Yeah, Latina. Unfortunately, that is a very good point. Although it's good to enjoy music and the bands, and it shows about the good time periods that were before it got woke, it could have been a distraction to some, yeah. You know, and a lot of things back then, but, you know, it's good that we learn from it and we correct that, but I think in moderation or whatever, as long as you know what's going on, it's good to listen to music in both. The Newsboys. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good band. I like them. Yeah, Latina, that makes sense. That makes sense. It was like some kind of an experiment gone wrong, and it could be a, they also have like a spiritual issue too, in my opinion. But yeah, that's a good point, Latina, about the rainbow people. Yeah, because there's a part of the brain, and like it's on men, us men are straight, it's bigger, and on the gay people, it's like smaller, and women, like it's a smaller. I have to do another one, and because I have to remember like the name of it. It's some kind of a like NH something. It's a something in the brain that's larger. All right. No, Anthony, it doesn't have to be one. You can name them as many as you want. Yeah, new kids in the block. That looks pretty cool. They all look cool. They look pretty cool. Alright. No band. Mm-hmm. Yes. Very interesting. Yeah, that's cool, chat. Boys to men. Very cool bands. Very cool bands. Yeah. Before wokeness, everything went great. You know, everything was much different. Yeah, Prince was good. Yeah, Prince was good. Yeah. Y'all can keep on putting the different stuff in chat of the different bands and stuff. I'm gonna react to this thing real quick. So this has to do with the man that turned down the trip. The father and son that turned down the trip for the Ocean Gate thing. But y'all can still talk, you know, I'll still talk about the bands and stuff in the chat. I'm just going to look at this real quick and react to it.
Any moment, we could start to see, right, the mothership of the Titan vessel, the Polar Prince, and other rescue ships returning.
Yeah, Aaron, in fact, we have been monitoring what is conducting, or it could have been prevented. Aaron?
All right, Gloria, thank you very much. And out front now, as promised, Jay Bloom and his son, Sean. Jay gave up their seats on the Titan for this trip. Another father and son did take those seats. They went on the Titan and, as we know, sadly and tragically lost their lives. So I appreciate both of you taking the time to talk to me about this. Jay, I know initially you and Sean were both very intrigued by taking a trip on the Titan, right? You're in that small group of people, right, that just have that intrepid curiosity. You were curious about it. When you first learned that the Titan was missing, and then on those days they were hoping for rescue.
Yeah, because these people, they were going to go there to the ship, but they decided not to. And, yeah, I do agree about Madonna. During Katrina, you know, right before Katrina, while we were going to Florida to evacuate, I remember we listened to Madonna. And also, yeah, Latina, I do agree, and that's interesting about St. Jude's Hospital. I was not aware of that. You know, that makes a lot of sense, and I do think that they've been tampering with DNA. And I know Anthony. I know. They're on CNN.
You're imagining like everybody else. But for you, it's different, that it could have been you down there, right? Gasping for air. Then you find out it imploded. And you keep seeing images of the father and son who did take your seats. What went through your mind?
Well, it's a very surreal experience in the beginning. You know you're supposed to be on that. We had the opportunity to be on that sub, and you see all this. It's everywhere we looked. And the most haunting thing about it is when you look at the news and open my laptop, on social media, on television. It was everywhere, and they'd show pictures of the people who lost their lives, and all I could see when I saw that father and son was myself and my son. That could have been us in that picture.
And Sean, I mean, obviously, the other young man there, he was 19, you're 20, right? I mean, it is eerie, the parallels. What did you first think when you learned what happened?
When when the news initially broke, before the news initially broke, when we were considering actually going on the submarine ourselves, one of the safety concerns I had before getting on.
Have y'all heard of System of a Down? That's something I remember I was playing Guitar Hero. What was this, a Wii game? That was something that I played on a game with my friend down the street when I was young. Those are really cool. Those are really cool ones. Really cool bands. I like y'all keep on doing that. And yeah, because these people were going to go on it, but the Sun was saying about how the Titan was just not really constructed right, and it was weird, and Rush kept on trying to peer pressure them to get on it. And Rush came on an airplane he made himself. So, that's basically, it must be, they dodged a bullet, literally. Yeah, Stephen Wolf. Yeah, Dark Meta. I remember the 2000s. I remember when I was little, I saw a lot of cool movies from Disney in the 2000s. I remember when I was a kid in the 2000s, I used to see Hey Arnold. I don't know if y'all knew about that. There's this thing called Hey Arnold. And he was this cartoon. Yeah, it was pretty cool. Yeah, the 2000s, well, Hey Arnold's from like the 90s. Like when I was coming up, the 2000s were a lot like the 90s in the beginning part. Then it got more 2000s like. But yeah, no, I remember a lot of the cartoons like Ren and Stimpy and the music and stuff. I'm very familiar with it. Things weren't woke back then. Things were so much better back than they are now. It's just the world is just like 1920s. It just got all crazy. And Ted Nugget, it's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, because I think that was, yeah, that makes sense, Dark Meta. Yeah, I like System of a Down. It was cool stuff. I remember actually during the Titanic when I would go through these different phases of studying the Titanic throughout time, and I would study it one time I was listening to a lot of System of a Down, and I listened to a lot of kind of eccentric things when I was young, but it's no big deal. I liked a lot of metal at some point, and rock and stuff, and because of New Orleans and stuff, although I'm not into ghetto rap, I've listened to hip-hop stuff, and I've listened to Eminem and things, but I like all kind of music, but yeah, I like the bands and different things like that, and yeah, I like metal, a lot of stuff, yes, and yeah, Beavis and Butthead, I only saw parts of it, and I saw King of the Hill a lot, and yeah, there was the same people from Beavis and Butthead, and I didn't really see much of that. There was another one, I don't know if I remember the name of it. It was a duck, a cartoon of a duck, and he went to like a school, a public school, and he had like a dad and it was a duck. I don't know if y'all have to look it up after I review this. And yeah, but guys, you can keep on talking about this. I like hearing this. I like this conversation we're having. All right.
It's literally about the structural integrity of the submarine. Before we got on, I saw a video of Stockton explaining how the submarine worked with the remote and everything like that, and I saw a lot of red flags with it, and it was only meant for 5 people, and I just didn't think that it could survive, going that low into the ocean. So ultimately, I ended up warning my dad about it, and he ended up agreeing with me. And when we tried.
And I'll say about this, the young man was very, not saying the other people weren't smart, the young man was very wise to see the errors of this, and it's interesting to see their interview about it. Yeah, Howard the Duck. I think that was it. Oh, yeah, Sarah, Smash Mouth. That was a good one. I remember in 2008, I was at that summer camp in New Orleans. I'm not, like, oh, yeah, wait. But basically, yeah, I remember at the summer camp, there's a lot of different time periods in one. It was like 2008, 7, 9. Yeah, I remember Smash Mouth from there. And also, yeah, that duck was hysterical. So I remember with in SC Wolverines, I like things in the 80s too. Yeah, so basically with that in Cat Dog, I remember, okay, so back to when I was in Kentucky. I was over there and it was like nighttime, really late, and I was watching Cat Dog, and with my mom and my aunt, and we were hanging out. And yeah, I remember Cat Dog, especially when I was a kid. Good times. Now, yeah, I remember on Boomerang. This is a subsidiary of Cartoon Network, and they have a lot of those old cartoons. I haven't watched that in ages, but yeah, they have some old stuff on there. Yes, that's a good one. Yeah, Duck Dynasty was interesting. Oh, that's really cool, Dark Meta, that you got to hang out with those bands. That's really cool. Yeah, that's really cool. I like that you experienced that. Yeah, with the pumpkins. Yeah, Smashing Pumpkins. That sounds pretty cool. That sounds pretty cool. And I also liked Viking stuff, Viking themed metal and things like that, because I'm related to that. I'm related to many different European groups, but yeah, I'm related to. I like the Viking stuff. That's interesting, Dark Meta. That's pretty cool. Right. I remember a lot of Disney movies, and they were like cartoons, where they were drawn out. I really enjoy those cartoons. Those like those movies. Those that was beautiful artwork. Now everything's all silly looking. I don't mind the animation stuff, but I do like the old stuff too. Yeah, that's cool, Dark Meta, and you're very talented, and and it's very cool you got to see that stuff. Yes, SE Wolverines. I'm part Swedish from a couple of different bloodlines on both sides. They raided England, and I'm connected to the different names. Yeah, Dark Meta, you met Svengoolie too. Very based. Yeah, Dark Meta, you're talented like myself with music. And I'm glad that I came across you and the others. And also, yeah, Disturbed, yeah. Yeah. Blue Man Group. Right, and yeah, the Vikings, yeah, the different Viking music's cool. And I like the different stuff because they went and raided the British Isles and they went to different places. I liked it. And I like stuff from the Mediterranean too. And yeah, the Viking warriors are pretty cool. And I think they went to America and they met the Indians there. Well, that's cool, SE Wolverines. I'm glad you got to experience that. I'm from my mom's side is German. It's kind of similar to Sweden, so I had some taste of it. But basically, like, I'm also Swedish from other lines too, from a long, long, long time ago. And yeah, oh, he knew Chester. I love Linkin Park. That was a great band. So like the Transformers before it went woke. I like Transformers, and I liked what I've done. And my sister, Dark Meta, she loves Chester and Linkin Park. I think she had his name tattooed. Yeah, she had it tattooed to her arm, I think, because she likes tattoos. And yeah, shout out to Chester. You know, that was terrible that he did that. I remember I told my grandma about Chester, and then she like subconsciously named the cat Chester later on. Yeah, I remember my friend that I used to watch Transformers with down the street, my black friend. We used to jump on the trampoline and we watched Transformers and stuff when it came out. And I remember, like, he told me, he's like, Chester died. I'm like, oh, Chester. And I'm thinking it can't be. And he was like, yeah, the dude from Linkin Park. Yeah. So yeah, Chester. I mean, not Chester. Yeah, Dark Meta. That's a very cool story. Very cool experiences. I'm glad that you're sharing it with us. And as I said, I like records. I think records are pretty cool. Like the records you put on a record player and the different things like that. I have all kinds of different things. And as I said, we can continue in the chat, the conversation, while I watch this.
Asked Stockton questions, he kind of, brushed it off a little bit. So it's kind of red flags from the start. And then when the story came out, on the first day, initially we thought that the first thing we thought is that the submarine imploded, because it's very difficult for a submarine of that size to get to the bottom of the ocean and not implode. But that was the first thing that went through our head, was it either imploded or it got stuck under the Titanic on the first day.
Right, and I know, you had these concerns. Jay, what's interesting is you had an exchange with Stockton Rush in April. He says, quote, have space on mission 1 and 2 last minute. Price is $150 per person. You reply, I'll check my schedule and see if I can make it work. 3 days later, he says, any luck? And at one point...
This is an example of when Rush was trying to hustle the people to go on. And the dude, knew enough about these things to see that it wasn't going to work right. And... yeah, Kid Rock is cool. And... yeah, Dark Meta, his voice was one of a kind. Yes. Very, very good at singing. Yeah. There was a, remember there's an Irish band that's a modern one. It's called, I think, Dropkick Murphys. Have y'all heard of that one? Yeah, and not implode. Right. And in this right here, he said, have space on mission 1, May 11th, 19, and on the 2nd on 2028. Last minute price is $1,500. So basically, Rush was trying to hustle him, and he was going to cut the price. Facts, Meta. Facts.
I know that he went to Vegas. He actually traveled to Vegas to see you, to try to meet with you, to close the deal. Now, Jay's sitting here talking about red flags. What about that trip raised a red flag to you? I mean, he came all the way to see you to try to get you to buy these tickets.
Yeah. Stockton, I think his heart was in the right place, and he really was passionate about his project, and he believed everything he was saying. But one of the things that concerned me was he told me he was flying in to see me, and he was landing at North Las Vegas Airport, which is an odd selection. Most people that come in privately come into either McCarran, which is now Harry Reid International, or they come into Henderson Executive. And I asked him why, and he said he was coming in on a two-seater experimental plane that he built. And I started to think about, he's coming in on a two-seater experimental plane to pitch me out to go on a 5-seater experimental sub that he built down to the ocean floor to see the Titanic. And he has a different risk appetite than I do. I'm a pilot. I have my helicopter pilot's license. I wouldn't get into an experimental aircraft.
Yeah, so exactly. He came into an airplane that he made himself. I mean, dude was very passionate, very creative. I mean, an inventor. I mean, that's great, but you got to do it right. There's a right way to do something and a wrong way to do something. And yeah, Dark Meta. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, they're a cool band. And that is interesting. I wonder what that was about. Yeah, because he wanted the plane to come in, and this guy was an experienced pilot. And he had some problems with this guy, because it's same with me. When I was a kid, I drew things. I was good with different things, with piano and stuff. But piano. So, I used to, I'm Protestant now, but when I was Catholic, for a little while, one little tiny amount of time, I was at a Catholic school for, 1 year before I went to a private school. And I learned about playing the piano. And I was good at different things. And now I play the keyboard. So, basically, yeah. They knew some things about aviation and about submarines enough to see the flaws in it, like what the other people were saying. Nothing wrong with taking risks, but there's say, if you're going to eat an elderberry plant, you got to, cook it and stuff and get the seeds out before you go and eat it, like what I did. and get, although I was okay, it had some cyanide in it, so you have to cook it and take the seeds out and look up how to do it before you eat the elderberry plant completely. So, you gotta, read the fine print before you do something. Take the risk, but make sure you do it right. All right. I wouldn't do what Rush did, but yeah, you gotta, especially with the submarines and stuff, you gotta, do it properly. And I could even tell by looking at the submarine it wasn't constructed right at all. Exactly, Anthony McQuaid. That's what I was exactly thinking. That he didn't want it to be the old white guys. And he invited James Cameron on the trip, and he didn't really want to go. He wasn't interested. But right, James Cameron would have been looking at it and like, nah, this is not going to work. He didn't want the critics to criticize it. He didn't want to criticize it. He didn't want it to be criticized. And a new theory is like, so they're in the submarine and it cracked and water was coming in and eventually it imploded. And, yeah, so it's just very suspicious. Very suspicious.
I mean, yeah. Sean, when you think about what happened here and how close you were to being on this, right? I mean, I know that you all thought about it. Did you ever convey to Stockton Rush safety concerns? I mean, I know at one point, Jay, you talked about a friend of Sean's who was worried about things like a squid hitting it, and he dismissed those concerns. But did you talk to him about some of your serious structural issues and worries that you had?
Yeah, he came out to Las Vegas in March to see me. We met a couple of times in person, but the March one...
Yeah, the white man's evil. The white man. Blame the white man. The white devil. Yeah, anybody but the white man. Anybody but James Cameron. He was like low-key roasting James Cameron. It was like low-key. Like Loki's like, I don't want the old 50-year-old white man to come on this submersible. And yeah, and that's exactly, the absurdity of this whole thing. The thought, like, Rush just, maybe he wanted to die. It's just, it's insane. It's absolutely insane.
The March trip, he came out, he actually took me through the Titanic exhibition at the Luxor, and then we had lunch after. And we talked about the expedition that he wanted to go on, and he walked me through it, and then we talked about the safety concerns. And I think he had so much passion for the project that he was blinded by it. He wasn't objective, and he didn't look at things that I saw and that others saw that were problematic because it just didn't fit his narrative.
Sean,
it's unfortunate,
All right, Anthony McQuaid, thank you for coming by. Thank you, sir. Very good chatting with you.
He had so much passion for the project that he was blinded by it. He wasn't objective, and he didn't look at things.
Exactly. The guy was blinded by it. He was just not there. Like, he was blinded by it. I totally agree.
And then we talked about the safety concerns, and I think he had so much passion for the project that he was blinded by it. He wasn't objective, and he didn't look at things that I saw and that others saw that were problematic because it just didn't fit his narrative.
Sean,
it's unfortunate,
it's tragic. And Sean, I began by saying you and your dad are the kinds of people who would consider something like this. You're already in a small group, right, of people who find this to be something that could, instill curiosity as opposed to, right? So where are you now? Has this changed how you see it? Would you ever consider doing a trip like this again now that you've seen this happen?
I mean, it's very sad and tragic that I kind of predicted this outcome. My dad was very excited to go, and he was very excited to take me because I was obsessed with the Titanic as a little kid, and I was really looking forward to doing it. But the second I saw the submarine and how it worked, like I knew that one of the first outcomes, me and my friend Simon, actually, that friend that everyone was talking about, we both knew immediately that this submarine couldn't make it to the bottom of the ocean. And it's sad that our prediction came true, but as far as us doing something like this ever again, I mean, the ocean is scarier than space. We know more about space than we do about the ocean, and it's definitely not something we're ever gonna be trying to do again. You know what I mean? Like, it just was not for us, you know.
Well, I'm
Definitely
glad
not
I'm
again.
glad you're both together and you're safe, and I know you have an appreciation for that now that you didn't have. You just, couldn't tangibly have even days ago. So thank you both very much.
All right. So basically, yeah, I totally agree that, like, what the guy was saying, that Rush was just so caught up in his delusion of his experiment, of his technology, that he could not see the obvious, that something's playing.
June 18th was a defining moment in deep-sea tourism.
I didn't know. Hold on.
It was the day...
All right. So, yeah, I totally agree that, yeah, Rush was blinded by all that stuff, and he just couldn't see the error, the flaw, in, like, what he was doing. And I think that it's good that they dodged a bullet and they didn't go on it. Yeah, and it just, you could go down a rabbit hole of what his motives were. Did he want to do it on purpose, subconsciously? You know, why did he want to bring a father and son on there? Like, he was very passionate about what he wanted to do, and he kept on, pursuing it, but he didn't use wisdom for that. And you all understand, and even y'all could see that the carbon fiber was not designed for that. That's interesting, SC Wolverines. That's an interesting experience. Right. And also, yeah, so basically the points are about this is that they found the bodies, they found some remains, whatever that means. And then they found, the wreckage, which is very big. And as time goes on, we'll discover more about it. Amen, chat. Amen. Now, after seeing this, what do y'all think about Rush? Like, do y'all think he was delusional? He wanted to die on purpose? Or he was too arrogant to see the flaws? Like, I would be interested to see, after I've showed this, what y'all's thoughts about it is. Now I'm going to look at this. I will talk about the Titanic theories. I will. Let's see what this video is about. This one is about what could have gone wrong. So this next video is about what could have gone wrong with the Titanic thing.
The Titan submarine of Ocean Gate started journey.
I can't speak. We gotta speak this language. We gotta speak the language. All right. So. All right. Let's see what chat's saying. Yeah, I like dinosaurs when I was little. I used to see things about dinosaurs. I like researching things about them. When I was a kid, I did this thing where there's this like set and you're able to excavate a dinosaur. You think it was arrogance, Sarah? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, arrogance and recklessness, giant life forms. I agree, that makes sense. Yeah, it's funny, Dark Meta. Alright. Okay. So, next, after, see, I review this, I'm going to look at the theories on, I gotta get into that now. So, something I want to talk about is about the Titanic itself. No, I did not see that, Dark Meta. I did not see that. That's something I need to see. Also, there are some theories about raising the Titanic. So, the theories of raising the Titanic goes back to when it sunk. That they wanted to get people... They wanted to get the Titanic raised in the wealthy families that had their relatives lost. They want the Titanic to be raised. And World War I and World War II caused a giant delay in raising the Titanic, and they found it way, decades later. And when they found the Titanic, let's see. Yeah, so in 1985, the Titanic was discovered. So it was much longer years later, and there's different theories about how they want to raise it. Like they want to put it in ice, and it would just kind of come up. They want to do different things like that, but it's a grave site and it's very old, and they think that it would get destroyed if it was to come back up, especially now. But there's a lot of parts of the Titanic that are still visible, like that are perfectly preserved, like the Turkish baths, and there's parts of it they can't access because of the watertight compartments that were turned on. All right, I looked that up. Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, that's a cool show. Yeah, that's very interesting, Dark Meta. Yeah, I like this. It looks pretty cool. Now, was there any movies in the 90s that y'all liked specifically? Was there anything, like a movie that you liked from that time period that stuck out to you? I'd be interested to see if y'all have any thoughts in the chat. Yeah, that sounds really cool. Dark Meta. Yes. Alright. Yeah, I think I'm going to see the Titanic theory. Let's see. Yeah, now I'm gonna look at something about the Titanic being raised to the surface, why it wasn't raised to the surface, and still continuing the conversation and chat at the same time. You're welcome, Sarah. You're welcome. I like having side conversations while we talk about this, talking about all kinds of different things, about anything. Because, like, a lot of times, like, streamers don't like that, but I like talking about various different things. Strawman. That's interesting. Before I do that, let's see that one. That one came out in '87. That's a good movie. Well, I never saw it, but it's still a good movie. But all right, and you all still keep talking about the conversation while I do this. Yeah, Jurassic Park. That was a great movie. I like that one.
Hello, friends. Absolutely everybody knows what the Titanic of all sunken ships. It's been over a century since the catastrophe, so why did nobody lift the famous liner to the surface? Well, let's try to figure it out.
Oh, I saw The Goonies later on. That was a very good movie.
Passengers survived. Many of the victims of the tragedy were rich people, so their relatives immediately wanted to raise the Titanic from the bottom. But despite having lots of money, it was impossible to carry out this operation. And it wasn't just because of the technology, which, of course, was very different in the early 20th century. The problem was the exact coordinates of the Titanic were unknown. It seems incredible. How can you lose a huge liner? But don't forget, the ship sank not in some small bay, but in the middle of the North Atlantic.
It's very interesting in this video about the concept of the Titanic being raised. You know, although it can't be done, it's very interesting that they thought of that, and I think the Titanic movie was very well done. I like the, well, obviously, I like the Titanic movie from the 90s. That was a pretty cool movie. Alright. Look up some of this stuff, y'all. Tell me.
And even considering it was a 269-meter long ship, it wasn't easy to find. In addition, during the long dive, the ship was drifting, and although the radio operators gave the exact coordinates, the Titanic could move in any direction while sinking. And also remember that the ship broke in two, which doubled the complexity of the search. People proposed different ways of lifting the ship in the case of its discovery, using a submarine equipped with electromagnets, using magnets attached to pontoons to make the ship's hull raise to the surface. But in the midst of the discussion, the First and then the Second World Wars happened, and the idea of raising the Titanic was temporarily forgotten.
Yeah, because you see, it was like around that time, during the war, and then it was forgotten.
Using a submarine equipped with electromagnets, using magnets attached to pontoons to make the ship's hull raise to the surface. But in the midst of the discussion, the First and then the Second World Wars happened, and the idea of raising the Titanic was temporarily forgotten. Then, in 1953, people started talking again about the sunken liner. At the site of the alleged location of the Titanic, a British ship-raising company made attempts to make a map of the ocean floor with the help of echoes from explosions. But again, no luck. By the way, people didn't want to raise the huge ship simply out of love for history. According to some documents, inside the Titanic, there was a collection of jewelry worth about $300 million. In addition, there was the original version of the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam and the mummy of an ancient Egyptian princess, and also many of the passengers took their...
That's very interesting. They had all that wealthy stuff on that ship, and it sunk. That would be the explanation where James Cameron got the idea of doing that. Where he got the idea of being on that with the ship, how there would be something valuable on the ship, like the heart of the ocean. Yeah, it's all that stuff just went down there, and you know, the First World War has delayed the Titanic being brought back up. Yeah, chat, and about the movies. So, those are some very good movies, and I'm gonna check out all these. And you're banned from that movie. Yeah, Hunt for Red October. That's actually the Soviet choir, the Red Army Choir did a song about that, because the Red Army Choir did music. It's like opera music. They did like communist songs and Russian traditional songs. And I remember they did a Hunt for Red October. That's a song. And they based the song off the movie, and Red October is about the revolution, but the revolution technically happened in November in our calendar, but you know, the communists took Russia. But yeah, very good movies. And I know that there's, you know, the submarine thing about the Red Dawn, and yeah, those are some pretty cool movies, and I'll definitely check them out. Okay, Latina, I will be interested to see that. Thank you. Yes. And yeah, I love that time period. It was great. Now, I was born in '98, so I was, you know, just like 1 year old But I tell you, the early 2000s were like the 90s, in my opinion. Like, I saw movies and TV shows of the 80s and 90s, and that reminded me of the very early 2000s. I remember when I was at the school, it was a lot like that. Yeah, Yellow Submarine. Now, I want to tell you something about bands. Dark Meta. My Nana in England worked in the same recording studio, and she met the Beatles, and she knew them, and she met Julie Garland in the Supremes, and a lot of people from like the past, very notorious people. And she worked at the recording studio, and I think that's really cool, and that's something you should know about. Oh, dude, I saw Ferris Bueller, like a rerun of it, and like a DVD of it. Yeah, dude, I love Ferris Bueller. That was a funny movie. Yeah, that was a good one. B Club. And I saw Ferris Bueller. I wasn't alive then, my mom saw it, but like I saw a rerun of it. It was funny. It was like, yeah, they're at school and they're like, now we're going to do something fun, and they go hit the town. That was awesome. And yeah. And Voodoo Economics. I remember that. Voodoo Economics. I had a teacher, he was a cool dude, and he talked monotone like that, but he was very logical. And he was like, right to the point. Biology teacher, and he did like basketball and stuff. Yeah, he was a cool dude. People didn't like him, but I thought he was a cool teacher. That's when I dissected a frog. Cringe warning. Cringe warning. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Shawshank Redemption is a good movie. And did you all, I don't know, I think the 80s or something, I don't know when they came out, but did y'all see Jaws? I think it was a cool movie. Oh, Nickelodeon had this big thing, SC Wolverines. He did, Nickelodeon had this thing before they went woke and everybody got stupid. They would say, like, they would pause the thing and say, like, kids at play, and, like, you would have to go outside. Like, Nickelodeon would tell you have to go outside and play. Like, I'm trying to watch SpongeBob, and the screen fades, and it says, like, kids at play. And I'll go outside. This is when I lived down the street in one of the other houses. And there's no backyard, but it was a big house, inside. And then I prayed for a bigger backyard. Katrina happened. I moved right here, and I have a bigger yard now. But yeah, so back then, now I could play outside. But I'm a kid. I mean, I'm an adult now, so I don't need to play outside. I just have a garden. But yeah, but I would do different activities and things. But yeah, I understand. Yeah. Yeah, Dark Meta. Yeah, that's funny. Oh, that sounds awesome. I like the Three Stooges. And soon for 4th of July, there's going to be a Twilight Zone marathon. If y'all have it, you'd have to check your network. That's funny, Latina. Yeah, and also, oh, I didn't know that Stranded Life Form. That's really cool. And yeah, basically, what I liked, I saw some low budget movies from the 90s that used to play on the channel. I remember I used to watch that. I don't remember the names. There's so many of them. I saw a lot of like low budget, not as well known 90s movies. They were really good. Remember there was this one where there was a lady in a trailer or like a RV and she had a parrot and the parrot got lost. And there's this other dude who played a lot of movies. I gotta look up his name. And y'all know who this is. Let's see. An actor I like, I think is pretty cool, is Brendan Fraser. I saw him in a lot of movies. Right. And now, so basically with the Titanic, there's all these different factors why they couldn't raise it because of the First World War and the Second World War and different things like that. Now I'm going to keep on playing and reacting to this.
Jewels on board, a whole underwater treasure. In 1966, Englishman Douglas Wally launched a $5 million project to find the Titanic. He wanted to somehow find the liner and then enclose it with plastic containers with water, passing an electric current through them, thus generating gases that would raise the ship. And if this idea seems absurd to you, then wait to hear other options to raise the Titanic. Here are a couple of examples. Freeze the hull from the inside with liquid nitrogen, forcing the liner to float to the surface like an ice cube in a glass. Waiter, there's a Titanic in my cocktail. Or fill the ship with ping pong balls. Imagine how many balls you would need. Despite the huge number of ideas, they were all useless because people simply didn't know where the ship was. Until, finally, in 1985, the deep submergence vehicle Argo started an underwater voyage and found the stern of the Titanic. Turns out the wreckage of the Titanic was scattered over an area with a radius of 1,600 meters.
Right, and as I said, I use this for fair use to review this and react to this. That's why I'm playing this. Everybody can know. And basically, you know, that's what I think. That it's interesting how they had an expedition to try to find the Titanic. You know, way in the past. And you see, finding the Titanic is like a needle in the haystack. It's very tedious to find it.
At a depth of about 3,800 meters. No wonder nobody could find it. The bow of the ship went deep into the ground under the weight of its own body. The stern was found 800 meters from the bow. The remains of the middle part of the hull were nearby, and around it, many small objects like dishes, candlesticks, and other household things were found. Despite the fact that all these things were well preserved, the ship itself was in a very poor condition. They even placed a special sign at the bow of the Titanic asking not to touch the liner.
See, this is like inside the Titanic.
Experts found that the Titanic was so damaged because of the seawater and all kinds of shellfish that any attempt to raise it would lead to the destruction of the hull. But even with the researchers out of the picture, the ship is slowly decaying. One reason is the tourist excursions to the ship. Sadly, people try to take home details of the Titanic. For example, the ship's bell with the mast beacon mysteriously disappeared.
Oh, wait. Let's see, I want to go over here. Fair use, fair use.
2004, an international agreement was signed to protect the Titanic disaster site, as well as its debris lying on the bottom. Later, in 2012, the ship was taken under the protection of UNESCO, and it was simply impossible to raise it. Now, the Titanic is an underwater cultural heritage, and therefore must be underwater. Logic, right? Anyway, despite all this, we would never see the Titanic on the surface. The ship is quickly collapsing under the influence of water and bacteria, which is literally devouring the metal. According to the scientists' forecasts, some parts of the ship would be destroyed in 20 to 30.
Yeah, so they think that the Titanic would be destroyed. Spaceballs. Yeah, so they think that the Titanic would be destroyed in a couple, 20, 30 years. And they've signed agreements that they cannot raise the Titanic. And that's basically, why they can't raise it up. But there's parts of it where you could still see the Turkish baths and things like that. So I think that, it's been a long time and, raise the Titanic, but there's still parts of it that are pretty sturdy. All right, let's see what she says. Yeah, it was probably supposed to be a ghost. They were trying to say it was like a ghost. And there's apparently some conspiracies about it being haunted. That's true. Yeah, I agree. I see Wolverines.
Years, and after another century, we will no longer recognize the legendary Titan.
Alright. So that's a short little video about why the Titanic can't be raised. So World War I and World War II happened, and it got delayed. It was like finding a needle in the largest haystack. It's very old, although there's still parts of it that are sturdy, and they don't really have the materials to bring it back up. You would need like a giant hook. You would need to... There's theories about them putting... I thought this was the video, but it's not the video that I want to show. But it's similar to the video I want to show. So, that they want to put pinballs, like, inside the Titanic to lift it up. And basically, in that the Titanic would just come up with the pinballs. But what happened was they would all just get crushed by the weight of it. And any attempt to get lithium and, or not lithium, but get the materials to make it into like an ice, encase it and lift it up. You see, that would be hard to do also because it's so, the water conditions are so cold it wouldn't be able to freeze it and make it into an ice cube and lift it up. So it's so deep and it's so cold, it's very difficult to get that done. So what do y'all think about the Titanic, how there's so much stuff in there that we can't see? You know, that's pretty insane. Yeah, the ice water could have preserved it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think that the ice water probably preserved it. And also read the chat, see what else that y'all are saying. That's funny, Dark Meta. Yeah, I agree, Sarah. I agree. That makes sense. Yeah. So I think that basically that the conditions probably preserved it a little bit with the Turkish baths and stuff that are there. And there's a pool in the Titanic that they're not able to fully access. You know, that's another thing that they're not able to fully see. And I think that it's very good that they were able to get the cameras down there and explore it, because it's very hard to lift it up, and it's probably just best it stays down there. I agree, staring at life form. Since it's sunk, they want to raise it, but it's like it's best it just stays there. I agree, Sarah. Thanks, Latina. Let's see. Right. I agree, chat. It's best to not do that. Oh, I will react to that in a moment. SC Wolverines, I will. I will do that in a moment after I get this done with this Titanic reaction, and then I'll go to the alien stuff. There's something I want to cover about that. Oh. I'm about to put this other thing on the screen. Alright, Stranded Lifeform. That sounds pretty cool. Alright. Alright, now I'm going to be reacting to a Titanic survivor's account.
Survived the sinking, and only a handful of those are still alive to see the pictures of the ship as it is now. One of them is Eva Hart. This was Eva with her parents just 3 weeks before they boarded the Titanic. They were on their way to a new home in Winnipeg. They never made it. But Eva survived and still carries vivid memories of that night. We reached Eva Hart at her home in Chadwell Heath near London. Miss Hart, what was your reaction? What went through your mind when you found out that the Titanic had been found?
Oh, well, of course, my immediate reaction was that I, just as it always has been, that I hope they would never raise the Titanic. Because to me, just as a very ordinary individual, it is my father's grave, and I would rather it were left untouched.
Right. That's a good point she has, because it's a grave site and it should be just kept there. That's what I think. And that's a good point why the Titanic should just stay down there.
But today's wonderful news of this tremendously scientific effort makes me realize that if that sort of skill can possibly in future do marvelous things for these matters, well then of course I accept that it probably will be done.
Your memories of that night must be very clear.
They are indeed.
Can you tell us something about what happened?
Well, you know quite well what happened. The ship struck an iceberg, and I, like all 7-year-old children, of course, was in bed and asleep. But my mother wakened me, and my father took me, went with my mother, and took me and placed me in a lifeboat, and my mother, and made no attempt to get in himself. But I really do owe the good fortune of my living to the fact that my mother had a tremendous premonition of disaster from the first time that she knew she was going in the Titanic.
Really?
And she said that to say that a ship was unsinkable, which is what the whole world was saying, to say that was flying in the face of God. And she begged of my father not to go.
Yeah, you know, saying that the Titanic is unsinkable and all that, yeah, I totally agree that that wasn't really a good idea.
But when we finally went, she said, well, I shall not go to bed at night in that ship. I shall sit up at night and I shall sleep in the daytime. And that's exactly what she did.
That's
and
remarkable.
So because she was wide awake, we got on deck in plenty of time to get into one of the all too few lifeboats. So I feel I owe my life to that premonition.
But your father did not get in the lifeboat. Why was that?
Why?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know the rule of the sea, don't you? Women and children first. No man is going to take the place of a woman or child.
And by the time the women and children were in that lifeboat, it was full.
Absolutely.
What happened then?
Yeah, because they had the conduct that the men stayed on board and the women and children went there, yeah.
Well, we rowed away from the ship as fast as we possibly could, of course. And then it was discovered that the boat that I was in was very much overcrowded. And so the boats were all called together, and people would put one in another boat and two in another boat if there was room. And in that transshipment, I got separated from my mother, which was quite terrifying.
You were separated from your mother?
I met her the next day, of course, aboard the Carpathia. She thought that I'd been dropped in the sea when I was put over the side of the boat. And I was too terrified to know what had happened. I didn't even think about it. All I knew was that she wasn't there, which was quite terrifying.
What did you see as you rowed away from the ship?
All I could see was the sinking ship. It was a terribly dark night. Starlit, but no moonlight. And this tremendous ship, which didn't sink for over 2 hours. Horrible sight.
Yeah, that was extremely traumatic for the people that had to go through this.
Dreadful sight.
Did you see the iceberg?
Yes, I did. It was the other side of the ship from where we were, but as we rowed away, and we looked back at the ship, we could see the iceberg, so to speak, behind it. That's the only way I can describe it. It was very large.
Were you old enough to know at the time what was happening to your father?
Oh, yes, of course. I was devoted to my father.
Exactly, Latina. I totally agree. Yeah, Latina, exactly. That's what they would be doing now. You're absolutely correct. People had a different conduct back then. right on, SC Wolverines. Yes.
I knew quite well I'd never see him again.
Would you like to know now who was at fault for the disaster? Would you like to know anything more about what happened, or does it matter anymore?
It doesn't matter anymore. I know what the fault was. The fault was that that ship was allowed to go to sea with too few lifeboats, and therefore those 1,513 people who died that night need not have died. And it took a disaster like that to make the Board of Trade alter their regulations, which now says, of course, that you cannot go to sea without you taking enough lifeboats for everyone. But it took a disaster like that to bring that into being.
Because nothing is unsinkable.
Absolutely.
Miss Hart, thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Latina. That was a very great interview. Yeah, Strand Lifeform, I agree. Alright, now I'm going to pull up the article that SC Wolverines is telling me about. Okay, so this article is top U.S. officials have first-hand knowledge of UFOs. Senator Marco Rubio. All right. High-ranking U.S. government officials have first-hand knowledge of a secret Pentagon crash retrieval program for UFOs. Senator Marco Rubio has claimed. Rubio, who served as a vice chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, told News Nation Monday that serious whistleblowers who have held very high clearances and high positions within our government have come forward to the panel about several incidences in recent years. Some of these people still work in government. 15-year-old Rubio told the outlet, and frankly, a lot of them are very fearful of their jobs, fearful of their clearances, fearful of their career. And some, frankly, are fearful of harm coming to them. Rubio declined to say whether he found the whistleblowers either not credible or credible, but because we have no bias to judge their story, understand some of these claims are things that are beyond sort of the realm of what any of us have ever dealt with, he added. Amen, Latina. Amen, Sarah. Amen, chat. I totally agree. Rubio's comments bolster the testimony of an Air Force veteran and former intelligence official who recently told Congress he had proof that the U.S. government had been covertly storing external aircraft for decades. These are retrieving non-human origin technical vehicles, like Latina and I were talking about. You sent it to me, Dark Meta. Okay. Alright, I didn't... Let's see. I'm gonna look this up. Well, Darkman, I don't see any email from you. Yeah, I don't see it. I'm gonna put my email in here one more time just in case there's some kind of a mix-up. Let's see. Okay, let's do this. I'm putting my email in the chat. Thanks for your patience, chat. Alright, but thank you, Dark Meta. Alright. Oh, okay, Dark Meta. I see. Now I will continue reading. And I'll check that out later, Dark Meta. I didn't know. Alright. So, Rubio's comments bolster the testimony of an Air Force veteran and a former intelligence official who recently told Congress he had proof that the U.S. government had been covertly strong extraterrestrial aircraft for decades. So, the government has been hiding these extraterrestrial crafts for a long time. These are retrieved non-human origin, as I said, and technical vehicles, they call spacecraft, if you will, non-human exotic origin vehicles that have either landed or crashed, the 36-year-old David Grush told News Nation earlier this month, Well, naturally, when you recover something that's either landed, crashed, or something, or sometimes you encounter dead pilots, and believe it or not, as fantastical as it sounds, it's true. So you can see that now they're really confirming that there's UFO craft. And it's finally good, and the SC Wolverines, thank you for sending this. It's good finally that they're exposing that. Alright. Grush said that the U.S. government even received a tip from the Vatican about a UFO, and later recovered the alien craft from Italian fascist dictator Benito Mussolini. Interesting. It's very interesting. Grush has cited his experience as an intelligence officer to back up his astounding claims, but has yet to make solid evidence public. Well, Latina, I say the stuff that I do, like about the movies and stuff, because I like to engage with you all, and you all can talk about, different things that's on y'all's minds. I'm not like, I do want to see different movies and things, and if I really wanted to get that done, I would just do that. I just wanted to engage with you all and have a conversation about movies and various topics, that's all. It was just to add something unique to the stream. Alright. Grush has cited his experience as intelligence officer to back up his astounding claims, but has yet to make solid evidence public. Yeah, this is one of the whistleblowers about the guy that saw the stuff in the sky. Rubio told News Nation that the Intelligence Committee witnesses were likely the same people Grush cited in his public remarks about the UFO program. That's cool, Sarah. That's cool. And the committee unanimously voted last week to halt the funding for government programs that study unidentified UFOs, the unidentified anomalous phenomena, or we call UFOs, without providing information about their findings. Congress or Director of National Intelligence Averil Haines, I hope I said that right. Yeah, dark matter, I'll look at that in a moment. Yeah, that's the thing that I showed and I did a video about that they saw. Grush filed a complaint with the Inspector General of the Intelligence Community over the alleged cover-up, which last year concluded that his claims were credible and urgent. According to the science, tech, and defense outlet The Debrief, his claims were apparently forwarded on the House and Senate Intelligence Committee, among others. The Department of Defense has denied the allegations, saying in a statement that Grush Task Force has not discovered any verifiable information to substate the claims that any programs regarding the possession or reverse engineering of extra materials have existed in the past or exist currently. Yeah, so that's interesting information what's going on. And they also say Grush Task Force, which was renamed the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office in 2022, also denied the allegations. Interesting. And last part, its director, Sen Kirkpatrick, said during the NASA meeting in May that over past 27 years, just 2 of the 800 UFO sightings reported to the Pentagon were possibly really UFOs, and Rubio cautioned his fellow committee members to approach the shocking claims without any prejudgment or jumping to any conclusion in one direction or another. I'm going to get your link, Dark Meta. I see what you mean, Dark Meta, but if they were peaceful explorers, you know, all they do is they seem to be just causing trouble to people. Like, people have these traumatic abductions. They have all these events that occur to them, and it just seems like it causes people more problems than good. Because people have a lot of traumatic experiences from them. Welcome, SC Wolverines. Alright, Dark Meta, I'm about to look at the link. Alright. Alright, here we go. Thanks, Dark Meta.
Till now, just hours ago, we finally got Rubio on camera, and what he said, it is big news. Senator Rubio says Grush is not the only high-level government official to come forward with these kinds of claims. There are others, he says. Let me say that again. Grush, who you saw on our air, is not the only one to come forward, according to Rubio. Others have come forward in secret to Congress. News Nation's Washington correspondent Joe Khalil just wrapped up an interview with Rubio a little while ago. He joins me live now. All right, Joe, this is quite a development. I know you've been trying to track down Rubio for quite some time. I don't think any of us expected him to say something this explosive. Break it down for us.
Yeah, it was a big deal, Brian. And so let's start off with the fact that Grush himself, self-admittedly, is a second-hand witness bringing these claims forward, right? So he is not in the rooms seeing these alleged aircraft. He's not involved with these alleged programs that exist, but he was talking to people who have seen those things. He was getting information from people who were in those programs. Well, tonight, Senator Rubio said that he, the senator, has heard from those firsthand account witnesses to some of these claims. And I tried to press him and asked him in a number of different ways. Okay, the people who are saying that they have seen these things up close and personal, spacecraft and others, you have heard from those people who've made those.
Right, and also, basically, with this, I totally agree. And it's very interesting that Rubio is finally putting this out there. You know, he's finally, you know, this is being exposed. I'm thankful for the video. Line app, I don't know what that is. I don't have that. Yeah, I see Wolverines, you do. Alright, thank you, chat. And everybody else that's watching or seen this. Thanks for the support. Alright. So, I'm going to go back real quick. I want to see a part of this. And Latina, I'm about to review that video you sent me in a moment. After this. Oh, SC Wolverines, that's, just, you know, it's, I know what you mean. That's already, it could already be in the works. Alright? Could already be in the works. That thing, that'll happen in the future. That could happen in the future, all right? I'm glad that you said that. Yeah, shout out to a new subscriber. Let's see. See if I can pronounce this. Homestead. Shout out to you. Nice that you're here in the chat or saw the channel. Alright. Now I'm going to go back and want to see something they said that really caught my attention. And thanks, SC Wolverines, for pointing that out. Sure will happen.
News Nation's Washington correspondent Joe Khalil just wrapped up an interview with Rubio a little while ago. He joins me live now. All right, Joe, this is quite a development. I know you've been trying to track down Rubio for quite some time. I don't think any of us expected him to say something this explosive. Break it down for us.
Yeah, it was a big deal, Brian. And so let's start off with the fact that Grush himself, self-admittedly, is a second-hand witness bringing these claims forward, right? So he is not in the rooms seeing these alleged aircraft. He's not involved with these alleged programs that exist, but he was talking to people who have seen those things. He was getting information from people who were in those programs. Well, tonight, Senator Rubio said that he, the senator, has heard from those first-hand account witnesses to some of these claims. And I tried to press him and asked him in a number of different ways, okay, the people who are saying that they have seen these things up close and personal, spacecraft and others, you have heard from those people who've made those claims. And here's what the Senate...
Exactly. This is a groundbreaking breakthrough right here.
Told us I'm going to play a big chunk of our exchange.
We'll say there are people that have come forward to share information with our committee over the last couple of years. I would imagine some of them are potentially some of the same people that perhaps he's referring to. I want to be very protective of these people. A lot of these people came to us even before these protections were in the law for whistleblowers to come forward.
Sorry, people who have had firsthand knowledge, who claim to have firsthand knowledge of seeing this type of thing?
Or have firsthand knowledge or firsthand claims of certain things. Some are public figures, you know, and we've heard from them in the past. Others, you know, have not shared publicly. And so we're trying to gather as much of that information as we can. And the reason why I'm being cautious, I'm not trying to be evasive, but I am trying to be protective of these people. Some of these people still work in the government. And frankly, a lot of them are very fearful of their jobs, fearful of their clearances, fearful of their career. And some, frankly, are fearful of harm coming to them.
So that category of people who have firsthand knowledge, who say they have actually seen these kinds of things.
Wow, this is amazing that this information's coming out. And I'm going to play it in a moment, Latina, after this. Thanks, Dark Meta, and everybody that's here. And if, you know, y'all, you know, like the great spaceship stream, that's great. That's awesome. I'm glad to be here with y'all. Okay.
Do you find many of them credible?
Well, I don't find them either not credible or credible because we have no basis. Understand some of these claims are things that are beyond sort of the realm of what any of us has ever dealt with. What I think we owe them is just a mature, you know, understand, listening and trying to put all these pieces together and just sort of intake the information without any prejudgment or jumping to any conclusions in one direction or another. I will say I find most of these people at some point, or maybe even currently, have held very high clearances and high positions within our government. So you do ask yourself, like, what incentive would so many people with that kind of qualification, these are serious people, have to come forward and make something up?
So Brian, not exactly saying yes or no that they're credible or not credible, but he said he doesn't see a reason for many of these people to...
I agree. I think he can get things done. And it's very certain that, like, he is listening to, like, what these people have to say. You know, why would somebody make up these things? Like, Dark Meta came on here and gave his testimony about what he experienced. And me and some of the other people that I talked to while running ads were telling me about the aliens on Pluto. And I don't know, you know, as I said, they're the ones that I'm talking about are the grays and these shape-shifting things that we're seeing, the lizard people. That's the things that I'm talking about. I don't know Like if there's something that exists in some other planet, I'm talking about these aliens that are here, which are something else probably. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, dark meta. I remember another story where a woman, she was abducted by some Greys, and she was saying about how she saw this alien child girl, and it was her own kid. So the aliens, like, they took her DNA and they made a child out of it. And she was operated without, and these people were operated without any anesthesia or anything. Yeah, they do seem very rude. I do agree, dark meta, in chat. LOL. Hilarious.
Fabricate these kinds of things and says that they are serious people. And you just heard him in high levels of the government, some of them even still working in those capacities. He did go on to say, we have to be cautious about this because we don't want to jump to any conclusion one way or another. Many of these claims, he says, are fantastical. So you just have to stick to where the facts take you. Nonetheless, I think big revelation tonight from Senator Rubio, and some pretty serious information there.
Yeah, it's just remarkable that he is saying that other whistleblowers have come forward. And what you mentioned, I think, is what really makes this interesting, that these are people with first-hand accounts. Of course, when we had the exclusive with David Grush, this was information, he's a high-level intelligence officer, but that he was hearing from other colleagues who he worked with. Now Rubio is saying that he is getting first-hand accounts from other high-level officials. I just want to remind people what David Grush told us 3 weeks ago when we had the worldwide exclusive here on News Nation about this secret government program. I want to play again for people exactly what Grush said.
When you say crash retrieval, what do you mean?
These are retrieving non-human origin technical vehicles, call it spacecraft if you will, non-human, exotic origin vehicles that have either landed or crashed.
We have spacecraft from another species.
We do.
Okay, so Rubio Joe made clear now that he has heard from other whistleblowers with first-hand accounts. Did he...
It's good that these people are finally coming out about these whistleblowers.
Say anything about David Grush? Has he spoken to David Grush? Did he say anything about Grush's credibility?
What he said was that the Inspector General has found Grush's claims to be at least worthy of more investigation, and that the Inspector General has found that Grush is a credible person. Now, the Inspector General's job in this case is to assess that. If they are credible, then they are referred to Congress. And if they are not perceived to be credible, then they don't get to take that extra step. And what Senator Rubio said, he didn't confirm.
Yeah, because it's like, who's gonna, like, people aren't just gonna make up stuff about this and lie. Like, people are just not gonna do that. I'm glad that they're finally taking these accounts seriously. Like, this YouTuber we were watching, Mudahar, showed him a little while back. He was saying about how, the aliens he didn't really think they're real, but, there's definitely something there, in my opinion.
He has heard directly from David Grush, but what he said is that the Inspector General did refer him to Congress. So that, I think, is an important admission in and of itself there. And he did say, again, that a lot of the claims that he is hearing from firsthand witnesses sort of track with what we're hearing from David Grush.
So interesting. I knew when you told me that you were going to get this interview tonight, Joe, that it was going to be revealing, because we had been waiting to hear from Marco Rubio, but I did not expect him to say that they've gotten these first-hand accounts. I mean, just unbelievable stuff. Joe, thank you so much. We appreciate your reporting today.
Thank you for watching. Go to News Nation now.
Yeah, it can be used as a distraction, dark meta. And I think that there's nothing wrong with covering these things. But at the same time, it's good to balance it out with the different, the different news. I think it's good to balance it out, yes. Now, Latina, I'm going to do this. I'll get the clip. I'm about to play something Latina sent me. Yes, SC Wolverines. I've already planned on doing that with the streams. I'm going to take parts of the streams that I did, and I'm going to chop them up and upload them as regular videos because, I think that'd be good. I agree. No, I know, Latina. There are liars. There are
And now let's
people
take up
that
the story from
are making up stuff. I definitely agree with that. But a lot of people also, because the problem was nobody would believe any of these people. So it would go back and forth between people believing it and not believing it. And I think that it's best to not be in either extreme. And some people would lie. And you could say some of your thoughts why people would lie, like they want attention or they want whatever. But I do believe that there are some instances of true events. Because if somebody really went through that and no one believes them, that's unfortunate. But yeah, I do agree with you, Latina. And people that are making this stuff up should be taken very seriously because that is not tolerated here. People making up stuff that isn't real. I agree. And good point, Strand life forms. And yeah, and people think I'm crazy. I remember, like, when I was young, I was telling some psychologist when I was in school about this stuff, and she thought it was like I was insane. When I talked about the demons and the aliens and the portals and things, yeah, they thought I was a danger. But I guess that we're all a danger. But I really believe that these things, there are real beings out there, and there needs to be exposed, and that, I'm talking about the demon aliens and the fallen angels. There could be explorers out there that are from other planets. I'm not talking about them. I don't really know much about their existence. I'm talking about these greys and these different creatures that are messing with us. But people can speculate what they are, and people, like, if they disagree if with this or that, like, people don't have to believe that. Like, most of us believe they're fallen angels, but anybody that believes in the aliens at all, they're free to come here. Because it's like everybody could come here that thinks about the aliens. Because a lot of people, we all would agree that there's some aliens out there. People that agree with it and don't agree with it. And it's good that we all come together and discuss it. That's what this whole thing's about. We talk about various topics, various things, and stuff like that. Yeah, I see Wolverines. Exactly. There you go, Dark Meta. Yes, Sarah, I do agree. And yeah, SE Wolverines, that's a good point. And that's an interesting thing. I didn't know that, and that's good that y'all do that. Yeah, that's what I always do. I always hear my friends out. Like, when my friend would talk about the aliens and stuff, I want to hear him out. I was his only friend. And, I'm glad that, we all come here and talk. Like, Dark Meta says a lot of stories and things that he had encounters with. And I like to hear what he has to say. And it makes sense to me. I think that, and let's see what Latina says. Yeah, Latina, yeah, they're the ones that are crazy. Right. Exactly, Sarah, that's a very good point. And that's a good point, Latina. I remember Georgia Peach was talking about that. Like, give people the different options. Exactly. That's a good point, Latina. And now I'm going to play this Titanic archive interview that Latina sent me. Alright. Very funny chat. Very awesome chat. All right.
Survivors of the Titanic themselves. First of all, an American passenger, Miss Edith Russell, traveling first class. Where were you just before it happened, Miss Russell?
In the library. The steward had just called out, 11:30, lights out. So I gave him a few letters to post in the morning, told him I'd pay for the stamps, picked up a book and walked forward to my stateroom, which was on the same deck, A11. And as I got in my stateroom, I switched on the electric light, and I noticed a slight jar, followed immediately by a second one, and a third one, which was quite strong enough to make me hold on to the bedpost. The boat came to a full stop. I walked forward to my window and saw a grayish-white mass drifting by, very much surprised, and decided to take my fur coat and go out on deck and see what it was all about.
Yeah, like, people really didn't fathom the situation that the ship was going to be sinking. People didn't really fathom that at first.
Well, when I got out on deck, I noticed a gentleman standing by the rail and several people in a large, again, this grayish mass. I said, what on earth is that? That? Oh, madam, that's a lifeboat. That's an iceberg. Iceberg? Gracious, I've always wanted to see one of those things since I was a child. Well, you're seeing it Corker now. There's 1/8 above the water and 7/8 below. And believe me, that's some iceberg. So, after that, we picked up bits of ice, played snowballs for a little while, and it was very, very cold. I asked one of the officers if there was any danger. He said no, and I went back to bed.
As simple as that. No danger as far as you were concerned.
No danger.
Now, what about Mr. Witter, second-class smoking room steward? What did you think the Titanic had hit, Mr. Witter?
Well, I didn't think she'd hit anything. I thought she'd dropped a blade from the propeller, you know.
How did you find out what in fact had happened?
Well, I went down to the working alleyway where my cabin is, number 7 glory hole. I was standing there talking to 2 or 3 fellas, and Carpenter came along, and I heard him say...
Yeah, and basically with this thing, it's like the people just they didn't think it could be sinking. They thought it could be something else. Let's see, chat. Okay. Okay, Dark Meta, after I review this, although, like, with the calls, I was so focused on this Titanic thing, I didn't open up the calls, like, when I could have, but I think I'll try to see after this, I'll open up the calls. I know it's very, very late in the show, but I think if you wanted to come on tonight, you could, but in the future, I'll be interested to see that in Stranded Lifeform. I know you also have called in before in Latina. This was so... You know, this was something I wanted to get out, you know, the way I wanted to focus on this. Alright. That's very interesting, Dark Meta. Very interesting. Thank you for sharing that with us, Dark Meta.
The bloody mailroom's full of water. I said, what's that ship, mailroom full of water? He said, yes. I said, well, what about those bulkhead doors forward? He said, they're not holding, Jim. Of course, then I walked into my cabin, number 7 glory hole, and I opened my box. I called everybody. I said, come along, fellas, get up, she's going down. So I opened my box, took out some matches, some cigarettes, and I said, come on, fella, get out. What the hell are you talking about? They said, get out of here. And someone threw a boot at me. I said, good night, gentlemen. Just as easy as that.
As far as they're concerned, no danger either, not at that time. Well, now, Commander Lightoller, the second officer of the Titanic, died recently, but in 1936 he broadcast his story of that night. And it left 6 compartments open to the sea. The water flowed into the first 6 compartments forward of number 4 boiler room.
You see, y'all see this? If it would have if it would have collided with the iceberg in the front part, it would have just hit 2 of the watertight bulkheads, or 3 maybe, and it wouldn't have sunk. But it would have been a lot of damaged people. So maybe the captain was like, okay, if we hit an iceberg, it's going to be all right because it could handle it. But these people were like, let's avoid the whole iceberg. When the Titanic was designed to go into something, although it would have caused catastrophic damage to people in there. It's like you're in a car accident, like in a train accident. It would have killed a lot of people anyway, but it wouldn't have sunk. But the captain shouldn't have went that fast in the darn ice field. You know, but yeah, basically, you could see how it sunk. It's like a domino effect.
And caused her bows to sink so much that the water flowed over the top of the aftermost watertight bulkhead, filled the next compartment, then overflowed again into the next one, and so on. Well, from that moment, as the captain very well realized, nothing could save
Latina. Yeah, Latina. I kind of was thinking something like that. It's like, she always wanted to see an iceberg. Yeah, Latina, you never know. Yeah, that's a good point. You never know.
Titanic, and the order was given, lower the boats. Quartermaster Rowe, who's here tonight, was a very surprised man. Where were you, Quartermaster?
I went on watch on the poop at 8 o'clock. At 10 o'clock I read the log and passed it onto the fore bridge. At 20 minutes to 12 I was pacing up and down the deck and I felt a good jar. I thought that was peculiar. I looked along the side and I saw what I thought was a windjammer, but as it came astern I saw it was an iceberg. The engine was going full speed astern then, so I pulled the log in. After that it got a bit quiet except for the blowing off of steam, and heard nothing or see nothing till I saw a lifeboat being lowered on the starboard side. I reported it to the bridge. I asked them if they knew there was a boat being lowered. They said they did, and wanted to know who I was. I said I was the after quartermaster. They asked me if I knew where the distress rockets were. I said yes. They said bring...
Yeah, so they had like firework type things in the Titanic, and they would set them up and have fireworks on the ship so people outside could be like, yo, come and save us. Because there was the California that was out there, and there was a ship that was close by, and they didn't do anything. The California. There. So James Cameron was saying how the Titanic should have backed up. It would have taken 45 minutes, and they could have went to the California boat and just sunk there. The ship, rather. Or James Cameron thought they could have put people on the iceberg.
On the bridge. When Captain Smith saw me bring him up, he told me to fire one, and fire one every 5 or 6 minutes. After about 2 or 3 minutes, he said to me, "Can you Morse?" I said, "Yes, a bit." He said, "Call that light up. Tell her where the Titanic's sinking. Please get all your boats ready." She never answered.
And that's your strange story, Quartermaster. Yeah. Just like that.
Just like that.
Now, what about a third-class passenger, Mr. Cohen? I think, Mr. Cohen, you'd had a bit of a celebration with the boys that night.
Yes, I did. We had a celebration with a glass of lemonade.
Am I supposed to believe that?
Yes, you was. So my pals do.
Did you get yourself up?
It's so interesting to see the exact details of like what's going on here and what they were doing and like thinking and seeing. Remember the dude says like he's seen some water. He's like, "Is that water?" He was like, "Whoa, this is a situation we got here." It's funny.
A lifebelt early on in the proceedings.
No, not at the time. The reason was because we thought the Titanic was unsinkable.
When did you really believe at last that she was going down?
When the boat was listing. And then I decided to find a lifeboat. I found it very quickly, and then I went towards the lifeboats. I never had a chance to get in any one of them because the order was women and children first. So as I was 11, 19, I was out of it. So I decided to find my own salvation. I went across to the davit, climbed across the davit, which was a dangerous thing at Titanic, and went down the rope about 80 feet long and went into the water, into the sea rather.
It sounds easy now, quick, doesn't it, when you tell it?
Yes, it does, but...
I bet you wouldn't like to do it now.
No, well, not with this.
I don't know whether they can see you lower down. I don't think they can, but they can imagine it.
Yes.
It's not as bad as they may think.
Yes.
Now, was that lifeboat that picked you up eventually, was it full?
No, it was about 25 people in it. The reason it was fairly empty as it was because the people on a boat never realised.
Latina. Okay, so SC Wolverines. I'll answer your question. So, yeah, one thing, meta. Yeah, I totally agree with you about Will Smith. Yeah. In Wolverines, yeah, the iceberg all over the place could have rode. Was there iceberg all over the place? People could have rode people out of the berg, came back, and there was probably so much panic. Yeah, so basically, Wolverines, what happened was with the iceberg, there are icebergs all over the place. Like they were saying, the lifeboats, there is icebergs all over the place. And yeah, and from James Cameron's studies, he concluded that they could have went on the iceberg with warm clothing.
The boat would sink, and not many people took the opportunity of going into the lifeboats.
A greater risk leaving the ship than staying
That's
aboard.
right, yes.
You gotta understand, they were convinced that the lifeboat would be, the Titanic would be its own lifeboat. And in theory, if it was piloted correctly and it, like, only 2 compartments were filled up, it wouldn't have sunk. But when you go scratch a giant gap in, like, half the ship, yeah, it's gonna sink. Like, they didn't understand. Like, Titanic, it's like, if it's piloted correctly, it would be very difficult to sink it, but Titanic was not invincible. No, they thought it was invincible. I mean, it's like, you could drop a nuclear weapon and the Titanic would still be there. It's not how it worked.
Ask Miss Russell to take up her story again, and let's jump ahead in time. The last we heard from you, Miss Russell, you were going to bed. You decided to go to bed. Now, let's go forward to the time when you were on deck and you asked Wareham, your steward, to go and find your little pig, your mascot. Would you take up from there?
I was on A deck in the lounge when Wareham came along, and I said to him, "Here, Wareham, are my trunk keys. Would you mind taking care of my trunks if I don't get back in time in the morning?" So he said, "You better go in and kiss those trunks goodbye." I said, "You don't think there's any danger, do you?"
Yeah, she wanted to see an iceberg and she wanted her trunks. I wonder what Latina's thoughts about that. That she wanted all her stuff after she saw the iceberg, or she was ready.
Why, you better go back and get my mascot. My mascot was a little pig, a music box. It had been given to me by my mother after a motor accident fatal to everybody but me in France. So he brought the little pig back. It played the matchich. After that, I was in the direct line of light with Bruce Ismay, who saw me and picked me up like a puppy and threw me down the steps. But I was wearing a sheath dress, very narrow skirt, a long fur coat, a woolen cap, some furs, evening slippers, and one thing another, thin stockings. And I went forward to the rail, looked at that very, very high rail with the lifeboat swinging way out on its davits, and I knew I never could make it, not in that skirt. So as I stood there hesitating, a sailor grabbed this little pig from under my arm and said, "Well, if you don't want to be saved, we'll save your child," and he threw the pig into the lifeboat. Well, I stood there hesitating, and as I said to a gentleman alongside, "Should I leave?" He said, "Definitely, madam." Well, I said, "Can't make it." So now, if you will just sit on my hand, this sailor and I will make a little cradle of our hands. You sit down, put your hand around my neck, and we'll toss you right into the lifeboat. And they did. First thing I did then was to hunt for the little pig. I found it, the bottom of the boat with its legs broken, but it still could play the matchich, and I played it all night long to keep the children from crying.
Thank you, Miss Russell.
Well, I like hearing these testimonies, like, you know, how they acted. You see how people acted back then, how they acted towards each other. You know, there's no race, even politics. Everybody's just getting along. Even in the Titanic sinking, like, people were just had humor to them. You know, now, I mean, oh my, if everybody would be on TikTok, they would have their cameras out, there would be the trans people in the lifeboats. Oh my, this world we live in is insane. But yeah, I'm gonna keep playing. Yeah, it's very good, interesting how these people went to the Titanic and how they had to get off of it. Yeah, Dark Medish. She's gonna throw it 66 feet over. You're good. Maybe Esme was working for the Greys secretly.
Well, meantime, the entire crew and all the officers of the Titanic were working frantically. And in the wireless room, the chief radio officer, Jack Phillips, was trying to contact nearby ships. The nearest was the Californian, but her solitary operator had gone to bed. The officer of the watch reported the Titanic's rockets and the disappearance of her lights to the captain, but no action was taken. Meantime, Phillips from the Titanic was sending out the old CQD call, the standard distress signal of those times. But then he changed to SOS the first time it had ever been used at sea. And one of the ships to pick that up was the Carpathia, the captain, Captain Rostron. Now, Harold Cottam, there he is, was the operator.
Latina, yeah, it's like compare her to like the soy boys of today, like those people. I mean, yeah, like she's more tough than them. Yeah, Latina, that cracked me up. That was very funny. All right. Yeah, pushed her in the ocean with her trunks. Alright, I got my composure back. Almost crashed the spaceship for a second. That's see what she made me do for a second. Almost crashed the spaceship.
Of the Carpathia, and he received the signal. And here he is.
Oh, then Dark Meta puts the cherry on top. Yeah, it's like this man. He was like he threw her. He's like, yeah, we're just gonna throw these people. And a Latina probably would throw her pig child in the lake too. Not in the lake, in the ocean. But yeah, interesting testimonies, and that was very cute with the little critters she had, the stuffed animal.
Sending his answer now.
Oh, actually no Morse code somewhat. So with Morse code, like SOS is ... dash ... That is SOS. And CQD was one of the distress signals. I studied some stuff. I don't remember everything about it, about Morse code. Like I saw it on the History Channel. I was very enthused with it. And like this was like wireless. Like this is how we all like communicating right now. This was the beginning of live streaming. Like people, like they had a YouTube video of the chat room of Titanic, of the other ships that were talking about the Titanic sinking. And it was like a chat room. But it was before we had all this stuff.
Now this equipment you're using now, Mr. Cottam, I understand is the same as in the Titanic, except for the buzzer that Marconi Marine supplied for the Titanic.
Yes,
is that not right?
Yes.
We've got the coil there, the tuning here, and the receiving.
Yes.
And there was the transmission, was it not?
Yes.
With the spark flying from the points when you press the buzzer.
Yes.
And here the charging and distributing apparatus.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Cottam, the Titanic called you in distress. What was your reaction?
Well, she didn't call me. I called her. About 1 o'clock in the morning, after I'd taken the press, or listened to the press, I took a batch of message for her, and with the intention of redirecting them onto her, I called her up. And the only reply I got that she'd struck ice. And I said, was it serious? And she said, yes, this is a CQD, old man. Here's the position, report it, and get here as soon as you can. So I took the position and on a scrap of paper and rushed up to the bridge with it. When I got on the bridge, I contacted the officer of the watch, and the information didn't seem as though it had sunk as fast as I thought it ought to, so I rushed down the ladder and knocked on the
captain's cabin, and as I saw a light, I rushed in. And he said, who the hell, or words to that effect. And so I said, well, the Titanic struck ice, sir, and she's in distress. I've got the position here. So he said, well, give it me, and he put a dressing gown on and went.
Yeah, I mean, this is very fascinating how these machines work. You know, and how they were texting. It's like texting. They were texting Titanic. And yes, Sarah, I do agree that would be a good idea to have. And yeah, everybody's looking like the lady, and Latina is like, yeah, I mean, I was thinking, like, when I saw this, I'm like she more masculine than like most of the like people in these days, like the soy boys and stuff. I'm just like, I'm like, the way, like, it was like, wow, like, and I agree with Latina, like, Latina and I were like thinking like the exact same thing, and she made even funnier what she said. Yeah, it's like a dark meta. It's like, I was like, they threw her. It's like they threw her, and he's like, whoosh, and Wolverine's like, whoosh. It's like, no, I heard a rumor, no joke, that when they threw her off the rail, that she's still flying, and she's circling the Earth the whole time.
So he said, will you confirm this? Go aft and confirm it if you can.
Which you did?
Yes, which I did.
And when you came back, what did he do?
When I came back, he said, well, you'd better go back and tell her that we're going to double bank all the watches on deck and below, and tell him we are
on our way.
On our way.
As fast as you could go.
Yes, as fast as you could go.
Fine, thank you, Mr. Cottam.
Yes.
Well, the Carpathia was on its way, and back on the Titanic, the last lifeboat got away round about 1:20 in the morning, and it had over 60 people on board. From the boat, they watched the ship with husbands, relations, and friends still aboard, still unable to believe that she was doomed. Commander Lightoller was less than 100 yards away on the top of an upturned boat.
As I watched, I could see her bow getting deep.
This is very inaccurate, but we'll let him play, alright?
And deeper in the water, with the foremast sticking up above the surface.
And the lady's watching this with her pet. Like, she's like looking at it, and she's like still trying to see the icebergs. Right.
Whilst her stern lifted higher and higher, till it was right out of the water.
Yeah, Titanic got the ass right up in the air. And, you know, this is not completely accurate what the guy's saying, and I'll explain why in a moment.
With the foremast sticking up above the surface, whilst her stern lifted higher and higher, till it was right out of the water. When she got to an angle of about 60 degrees, there was a sullen sort of rumbling roar, as her massive boilers all left their beds and went crashing down through the bulk's heads and everything that stood in their way. Up to that moment, she had stood out as clear with her rows of electric lights all burning. When the boilers broke away, she was, of course, plunged into absolute darkness, though her huge black outline was still perfectly distinct up against the stars and sky. Slowly, she reared up on end, till at last she was absolutely perpendicular. Then, quite quietly, but quicker and quicker, she seemed just to slide away under the surface and disappear.
So this is why that's not accurate. So, basically it went up. I don't know exactly what degree, but it didn't go as high as they thought, and it snapped and it broke, and then it went up, and it detached and then it sunk. So the dude, a lot of these people missed it. They thought it went completely underwater, but it broke up in two and then went underwater. And a stranded life form said it's like they don't all remember the same thing from traumatic events, and as time goes on, the brain tries to fill the spots in the mind that forget. I agree, chat. I agree. Yeah, it's like you tossing your kid, but they fly away. But no. It's like they still flying around, and then Peter Pan's like envious. Peter Pan's like, because Peter Pan wasn't tossed. He has to fly manually.
Boats, the survivors braced themselves for the rigors of a long night. And one of those survivors, a greaser, Mr. Walter Hurst, got there in a very strange way. What's your story, Mr. Hurst?
Well, I saw the forward part of the boat deck dip underwater, so I jumped overboard. Swim away from the ship, turned around to look at her, but down came the funnel and smashed into the water right in front of my face. I got a gush of wind and dirt through that nearly blinded me, and I felt the cap go off my head and one slipper off my foot. But it didn't take my attention off of this boat, and I see the collapsible boat washed straight over off the deck, within a few yards of me. But I managed to get onto it, and I was followed quickly by the second officer and a few others. But anyhow, she soon got filled up. There was an old man stood next to me. He was complaining all the night long about his head was so cold. Well, I took particular note of that because mine was pretty cold too. But a friend of mine, a shipmate named Lindsay, gave me a drink from a bottle. I thought I was on a good thing. I think it was whiskey or brandy. Instead of that, it was essence of peppermint. Nearly choked me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hurst.
Yeah, and that was a very interesting testimony, and thank you, Latina, for sending me that. And, yeah, I thought the lady was different. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, I know my reaction when I saw the lady. And, yeah, this man decided to gain the ability of flight. Yeah. Yeah. And I want to do something real quick before I get to that other thing. Let's see. And YouTube. No. Okay, I'm going to go here. Hopefully it's here. It's not here. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I'm there. It's not there. Alright. But I'm going to get this. And yeah, so basically, it's interesting to explain about when the Titanic broke in half. And I'm going to play this news clip really quick. Let's see, I think I found, let's see if I could get this news clip up I found. Let's see. Alright, so I'm going to play, this is a little bit off topic, but it has to do with aliens. This investigators in a second Roswell UFO debris field discovered. So this is something interesting I'm going to play. But before I get to that, I'll say, chat. Yeah, because, yeah, many people would be suing. I remember in Titanic, Jack Dawson was saying about how if he lived, he was going to send a strongly worded letter to the White Star Line about all that. And, yeah, and basically, everybody are doing bad reviews on the ship through their phone. Yeah, Latina, that's a good point. Yeah. And, yeah, if this was a current situation, it would have been chaos. It would have been woke chaos. Yeah, I totally agree. Like, it would be like when you have to start praying, and it would be absolutely insane if, like, it would be the Karens and the soy boys. Yeah, make Karens great again. Right.
With you, Don, and dive right in. What can you tell us, Don, about this second debris field, where it is in proximity to the first debris field that was found, and if there's any new information involving the second debris field?
Well, it's actually a impact site. That's in fact what we call it. The remains of a egg-shaped pod about the size of a Volkswagen Beetle, based on all the eyewitness accounts, including military and civilian, describe this location about 35 to 40 miles north of Roswell. And it's where this pod and its crew, a number of bodies, and a survivor, based on, again, first-hand testimony, were recovered back at the time of the incident.
Ben, when you go out to these sites, when you went out to this second debris field, as it's been called, I mean, what can you do now since it's been so long? How do the metal detectors work? Sort of walk us through the process when you and the other investigators go out there.
Well, it's actually been really exciting for us because I've been out now about 3 or 4 times to the site, which is near Corona. That's about 2.5 hours out.
That's very interesting. You know, that they have this sighting that just happened. I think that's very interesting. You know, very interesting info. You know, that there's another sighting now. Yeah, that's funny, Dark Meta in chat. I agree.
From Roswell, the actual, what we call the debris field. The new site, though, like Don says, is kind of the impact site, which is only about 40 minutes outside the city. And we go out there, we try to systematically, you know, see from Corona in towards town what kind of direction it may have been going, and therefore where we want to focus on the scope of the ground search. We had a backhoe, we had several people doing kind of grid searches. We don't even know if this material is metallic. So that's a big problem, right? So as we're searching anything that looks anomalous, we take that, we mark it just like you'd be, you know, doing a crime scene investigation, and then we go get it analyzed to see if anything, you know, shows up that would be not even just necessarily exotic material, but something that could have been made here but seems out of place. I mean, we're looking at every possible option right now.
Don, has anything of interest been found out there? I mean, I would have to think, if the reports are true that something crashed out there and the government was involved, I would have assumed that they would have gotten everything back then. I mean, are there still items to be found, do you think?
Well, we would not be wasting time if we didn't feel that we could make at least certain confirmations. We certainly have plans to return back to the debris field, and mainly because there were traces, elements, artifacts that were discovered for decades thereafter. And that was an area that covered almost a mile long in scope. And as a result, as any crash investigator would tell you, that there's...
Yeah, that's interesting, SC Wolverines. I didn't know that. Yeah, it's Putin's fault. Yeah, he's the one that made the lights go out. Yeah, Dark Meta. That's hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, SC Wolverines, there you go. Blame Putin and Trump. Yeah.
No way that they could possibly recover every last piece of evidence. And so with the constant wind and rain erosion, that things come to the surface. And as a result, the Air Force has been out there for decades as well. In fact, the ranchers would confirm that they have been catching Air Force officers out there, even into recent times, still searching and making sure that every last piece was recovered.
Ben, I would imagine a lot of the people who may have been witnesses back in the 40s have now passed away because it's been so long. Is there anyone still alive? I mean, is someone documenting what they said? Because obviously it's going to be more difficult to investigate now without, you know, people who survived.
Well, that's a great question. In fact, what I guess you could say kind of sold me on Roswell that something happened here was the first book that I ever read that was authored by Don here. And when I saw the number of witnesses, hundreds, both firsthand and secondhand, that came forward, I wanted to know, is there anyone still alive I could talk to? And I had the chance to interview someone who was a child at the time who handled the material. Her dad was with the fire department, brought it home. She handled it there at the kitchen table. And in a matter of time, the military police came over and actually threatened her with her life. And when she retold this story to me, she's now passed, but she was in tears, and you could see the emotion that she legitimately felt, that she thought she was going to be removed from her family and killed if she ever talked about this. So I had another witness, the son of someone, again, problem is they passed away, but they have affidavits from so many of these people whose father was part of what they call the Air War College that happened the next spring, and he was invited out to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, where we know a lot of this material went. Anyways, he handled the debris.
Wow, this is... You see, like, they don't want people knowing about this and exposing the truth. Very interesting, Sarah. Thank you. That you heard about that. All right. Thanks for telling me. Yeah, Dark Matter, that's a good point. Yeah, exactly. Wolverines, they caused the Titanic to sink. You know, they caused that whole thing to happen. I agree.
As well, and told his sons right before he passed away that he saw bodies, and one of them actually was still alive. It was not human-like, but not human, and that they were asked to kind of weigh in on what they should do with the situation. So I think when you put all these together, it makes a really good case that why would people, even though they're passed now, on their deathbeds, make these confessions to their own children, and some of them have so much emotion and traumatized by it yet, you know, today.
Thank you for watching. Go.
Yeah, that is very interesting information about the aliens, the new Roswell sighting. This is a video I made about the Titanic type sinking. Let's see. So this explains about how this is a video I did about how the Titanic sinking happens with Coke cans. Facts, Sarah. That's awesome. I added some sound effects to it. So you see how, like, it's going underwater and the other side lifts up. Like, this is the concept of a Titanic type sinking. So I did a simulation of the Lusitania and Titanic and how they kind of sunk. And, like, you see how it, like, the Coke cans, well, not the Coke cans, but the soda cans go up and it hangs in the sky like that. That simulates, like, the flight compartments overflowing. This simulates the Titanic sinking using coke cans. The stern rises up, and as you can see, it's going down from that side. No, the bucket's kind of messy. This was a long time ago, but yeah, I made a disclaimer about that earlier about the bucket. But all right, this is a very fast simulation, and it won't necessarily break in half. But I've had versions that have done that before. This is simulating the watertight compartments that overflow. So, I was a motor mouth when I said that, but just joking. But so basically, as the flood compartments overflow and they top over each other, it causes like a domino effect and the thing to go upwards. See, and the stern rises up. Now, of course, the Titanic at this point would have broken up and sunk. And I've had versions when I was young, when I used to make these things, where I would get it to break in half. But the way I have the tape, it's very tight. When I first did this, the bucket was very dirty and it still has some stuff in it, but this is better. Yeah, so basically, it's like a crash dummy and it's like a, you know, it's an example of when the watertight compartments overflow and it causes the ship to go down. Then, of course, the Titanic, it would have broken in half. And I could simulate what that would look like in a moment. Little ladybug land. Yeah, but the bucket's not a big deal. I don't think the bucket's a big deal. Like, if I made this video now, I wouldn't have even talked about the bucket. But that's just something, like I said back then. Alright. A moment. No. Little ladybug landed on me. I saw this yesterday. I guess it decided to watch the show. And like, I had 2 Coke cans, and I would get this thing, it would go down, and the tape was weak, and would break in half, and they both would sink. It was really cool. And I'm going to recreate this video at some point. Yeah. But anyway. And usually, as I said, I've had different versions of this. And if I poke the hole in the top, it usually would go down. And you can see the air would travel through one end to the other. And I had another channel, well, I'd still have it up. I focus on Alien Spaceship channel the most. You see, I did it where, you know, I have other examples on the channel. On that channel, I'll link it in the description. And I know there's some stuff in here. It was, you know, irresponsible aliens like me would have a dirty bucket in this kind of video. Yeah, and Stranded Life Form, I think that is definitely, you definitely need to contact the alien manager. You do. You know, maybe I didn't have my head screwed on right when I was doing the bucket. Yeah. And you do that. And I would give you the Morse code message how to get in touch with the manager. And yes, Sarah, thank you. And thank you, chat. And yes, definitely bucket lives matter. That's something that we could all agree on here. That bucket lives matter. And yeah, 2022 alien spaceship, you know, I'm sure Hansel had something to do with this bucket being like that. No, I know. Y'all are fine. I know how to, you know, I understand. And also, basically, it would have been, I would have, like, done this a little bit differently, like, in the sense that, but anyway, this was a cool video, and I enjoyed when I did that, because I didn't mean to emphasize the thing about the bucket. Like, that's not really, like, what I was, you know, trying to focus on. But yeah, so basically, the concept about the ship, how it goes up and it breaks. And I really liked it, and when I was a kid, I enjoyed doing that. When I was in school, like on Christmas break and stuff, I enjoyed that. And yeah, the guy is an imposter. I know. I think it must be one of those clones. I really do. It must be one of those clones. It must be. Oh, it must be an AI version. You know, because I know that guy Hansel likes to do things like that. Exactly, Dark Meta. All right. Let's see. What else did I say in this video?
Outside for a very long time. Just like, you know, just outside debris. Yeah. It was just, you know, outside debris.
Alright, I get it. It's outside debris. Anyway, so we're going to watch that again because that was pretty cool. Right. Not the whole thing, but just like a part of it. I like watching this thing do this. It was pretty cool. I remember when Dark Meta like commented on it. I think I was more focused on the bucket than the actual project.
This simulates the Titanic sinking using cocaines. The stern rises up, and as you can see, it's going down from that side. This is a very fast simulation, and it won't necessarily break in half, but I've had versions that have done that before. This is simulating the watertight compartments that overflow. See, the stern rises up. Now, of course, the Titanic at this point would have broken up and sunk. And I've had versions when I was young, when I used to make these things, where I would get it to break in half. But the way I have the tape, it's very tight. When I first did this, the bucket was very dirty and it still has some stuff in it, but this is better. Yeah, so basically, it's like a crash dummy, and it's like a, you know, it's an example of when the watertight compartments overflow, and it causes the ship to go down, and then, of course, the Titanic, it would have broken in half. I could simulate what that would look like in a moment. Little ladybug landed on me. I saw this yesterday. I guess it decided to watch the show. And usually, as I said, I've had different versions of this. And if I poke the hole in the top, it usually would go down.
I mean, I don't... It's like, this man in his bucket. Like, this man must have gotten the bucket from that that older lady that wants her trunks with her, that got thrown off the Titanic. I mean, I think this man got the bucket from her personally. That's what I think. And yeah, but anyway, yeah. So I think that concept's pretty cool. True. I think that's it. I'll blend it.
Air would travel through one end to the other. And I had another channel, well, I still have it. I focus on Alien Spaceship Channel the most.
Y'all hear this dude? Like,
you see, I did it where poke the hole in the top. You usually would go down.
I want to go speed myself up because I think it's funny. All right, speed this up. I sped it up.
When I first did this, the bucket was very dirty and it still has some stuff in it, but this is better. Yeah, so basically, it's like a crash dummy, and it's like it's an example of when the watertight compartments overflow, and it causes the ship to go down. Then, of course, the Titanic, it would have broken in half. I could simulate what that would look like in a moment. Little ladybug landed on me. I saw this yesterday. I guess it decided to watch the show. And usually, as I said, I've had different versions of this. And if I poke the hole in the top, it usually would go down. And you can see the air would travel through one end to the other. And I had another channel, well, I'd still have it up. I have to focus on Alien Spaceship Channel the most. You see, I did it where, I have other examples on the channel. On that channel, I'll link it in the description. And I know there's some stuff in here. It was outside for a very long time. Just like, just outside debris.
This man making excuses about the bucket. The nerve of this man.
It was outside for a very long time. Just like, just outside debris.
It's crazy.
This simulates the Titanic sinking using cocaines. The stern rises up, and as you can see, it's going down from that side. This is a very fast simulation, and it won't necessarily break in half, but I've had versions that have done that before. This is simulating the watertight compartments that overflow.
Yeah, Ivan could tell you about the buckets. Yeah, because Ivan is a bucket. Yeah. And I'm gonna look up Buckethead, chat. I'm gonna look up Buckethead. I know. I mean, this bucket. It's like the bucket that could. This is basically a bucket that you get out of an abandoned place after hundreds of years. The bucket that costs $5. I mean, I can't believe the bucket. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna look up this Buckethead. Alright. Alright, so that's Buckethead. That's Buckethead. Now, this is news to me. I never heard of this before. Yeah, so this is Buckethead. And yeah, I think that basically, yeah, this is the Buckethead, and that's something new that I learned. No, not that one.
Now, of course, the Titanic at this point would have broken up and sunk. And I've had versions when I was young, when I used to make these things, where I would get it to break in half.
All right.
The way I have the tape.
All right.
It's very
See, like, I ask about movies and TV shows and things because I like to engage the audience with y'all and just talk about all kinds of different things, and I will do it in the future as well. I'm gonna, I just something, interesting to talk about. Just to keep on, doing stuff with the stream, having side talks.
When I first did this, the bucket was very dirty and it still has some stuff in it, but this is better. Yeah, so basically, it's like a crash dummy, and it's like it's an example of when the watertight compartments overflow, and it causes the ship to go down. Then, of course, the Titanic, it would have broken in half. And I could simulate what that would look like in a moment. A little ladybug landed on me. I saw this yesterday. I guess it decided to watch the show. And usually, as I said, I've had different...
Man, I think that somebody needs to get this guy with the bucket fired. That's my opinion.
This. And if I poke the hole in the top, it usually would go down. And you can see the air would travel through one end to the other. And I had another channel. Well, I'd still have it up. I have to focus on Alien Spaceship channel the most. You see, I did it where, I have other examples on the channel. On that channel, I'll link it in the description. And I know there's some stuff in here. It was outside for a very long time. Just like, just outside debris. Did it where, I have other examples on the channel. On that channel, I'll link it in the description. And I know there's some stuff in here. It was outside for a very long time. Just like, just outside debris. It was just, outside debris. Stuff from the woodlands, whatever. Because usually this bucket was really clean.
Yeah, that's hysterical.
This is
I never thought I'd be reviewing this video like this, but here we are. Y'all see, like, the concept, like, you flip a Coke can over, not like both of the sides together, because it's just going to kind of bobble up in the water. And this is a concept how, like, a submarine would go underwater, too. Like, would release water in, but not into its chamber.
This simulates the Titanic sinking using Coke cans. The stern rises up, and as you can see, it's going down from that side. This is a very fast simulation, and it won't necessarily break in half, but I've had versions that have done that before. This is simulating the watertight compartments that overflow. Seeing the stern rises up. Now, of course, the Titanic at this point would have broken up and sunk. And I've had versions when I was young, when I used to make these things, where I would get it to break in half. But the way I have the tape, it's very tight. When I first did this, the bucket was very dirty and it still has some stuff in it, but
The man has like a guilty conscience about the bucket because he knew he did something wrong. And like the birds are protesting. The ladybug try to help him out. And it's like even it causes the ship to sink. And even this cat thinks that the bucket is, you know, in terrible shape. I mean, this is gonna wake up the dead next in the all over the place. I mean, yeah, totally. Like, what was this guy thinking? With, you know, he heard the birds and everything. He's just like going, what in the bucket? Silly goose.
this is better. Yeah, so basically, it's like a crash dummy, and it's like a, you know, it's an example of when the watertight compartments overflow, and it causes the ship to go down. And then, of course, the Titanic, it would have broken in half. I could simulate what that would look like in a moment. Little ladybug landed on me. I saw this yesterday. I guess it decided to
The dude taking this video is an airhead.
watch the show. And usually, as I said, I've had different versions of this. And if I poke the hole in the top, it usually would go down. And you can see the air would travel through one end to the other. And I had another channel, well, I'd still have it up. I focus on the alien spaceship channel the most. You see, I did it where, you know, I have other examples of the channel. On that channel, I'll link it in the description. And I know there's some stuff in here. It was outside for a very long time. Just like, you know, just outside debris. Yeah. It was just, you know, outside debris. You know, stuff from the woodlands, whatever. Because usually this bucket was really clean, but yeah. So, as I said, this is not a technical, accurate thing of what happened to Titanic, but it's an idea of how the flood compartments overflow. And as I said, I had a version when I was young where the tape, I had the tape a certain way where this whole thing would break in half, and I could try to recreate it.
I remember when I did this. Yeah, so this is like some other one. Yeah, this one, they got a leaf in the bucket. Y'all are hilarious. Chat's on fire tonight. I know, it's like we all have enlightenment. We all have enlightenment about the bucket. This man leaves a leaf in the bucket. Yeah, it's Titanic sinking. Now there's paint on the side of the bucket. You see, at this point, the thing breaks and sinks. Hey Norm, glad you came by. Glad you're here. We're just talking about me with the bucket. Well, y'all see this? It's like there's this like this man has like a big thing right there. It's like a long, all these long leaves from a cypress tree. Wow. Yeah, Norm. I've heard of that. Some people have talked about that, and I think that personally that they died, and that the reason why, the dude, what's his name, Rush, he did that, was because he was real cocky about not taking expert advice about the submarine, the submersible, and that's why it broke. But I'm open up to different ideas, and I like hearing your thoughts, Norm. Thank you for your thoughts. Look at this bucket. Now this one isn't as dirty as the other one. There's like a sunken leaf inside the bucket. So I wonder if that was like a lifeboat that didn't quite work out. And also, I'll say, Norm, that they apparently they took out the submarine, the submersible from underwater. It was all in pieces, and they apparently also they confirmed that they have body parts, body fragments or whatever. So that was found. True or not, people can believe what they like. But so the remains were found, and the submarine was found. The submersible, rather. Now, I think if they had if they had this bucket on the sub, they wouldn't have imploded, in my opinion. Hey, Georgia Peach. We're just talking about this, the Titanic stuff in the bucket. All right. Hope your lamb's doing all right. All right, Stranded Life Form. Good night. There's a lot of paint on the bucket. Exactly. The bucket's a solution. Okay, Latina. I'm going to Latina. I'll be interested to see what you send me. All right. Yeah, actually, they were talking about how, yeah, some of the beliefs are like. I remember I was watching a video. I think I could try to find about that. Where you're talking about, Norm, how some of the people think that the aliens have dominion over us, and that they were going to accept them as a, in my opinion, my Christian perspective, that they're these fallen beings, fallen angels, that are going to try to take over us, like what you said, have us as pets. Yeah, that's what some of the people were saying. I just saw a video about that recently, in my opinion about it. And I'm going to play that other video again about the infamous bucket. The Titanic would have broken up in half at this point. So with the Titanic, it had a situation where it was at this position and then it broke in half because of the pressure. Oh wow, Norm. Head has been spinning since Wednesday. Had to put a 94-year-old gentleman who collapsed in the steam room. Well, Norm, it's good that you helped him out. That's unfortunate that happened. Good job for helping him out. And one more thing I'm going to do before I get to this other stuff. Yeah, Norm, that does sound like a nerve-wracking experience. Yeah, you see, these are all buckets. Like, oh, I remember when I was little, we used to go on Halloween trick-or-treating, and I used to do it with these kind of buckets. I really think they're quite intriguing, and they bring nostalgic memories. Like, you would fill it up with candy. All kinds of candy that have a lot of decorations to them, and that's from Party City. I like Party City. You know, Party City has a lot of nice 4th of July stuff. Looks like a happy pumpkin. No, Latina's kind of trying to find me a video to send me. That's what she's doing. Yeah, because this is a nice... Yeah, Latina, take your time. This is a... Now, I think what he's doing is he's not... Oh, put it like that. Let's see. Put it like this. There we go. Now y'all could see it better. Alright. So yeah, so that's a nice Halloween bucket. I wonder if the different colored buckets have different abilities. Yeah, the buckets are pretty cool. You know, since we got all these buckets, everything is going to go smoothly. Okay, I'm going to review this other video about the OceanGate submersible. Yeah, Norm, shout out to Norm. Good job.
June 18th was a defining moment in deep-sea tourism. It was the day when Titan, a super submersible operated by OceanGate, was to make its third dive at a depth of more than 10,000 feet deep in the North Atlantic, carrying 5 passengers to view the wreckage of the infamous Titanic. 1 hour and 45 minutes later, all communications from the sub halted. It went missing. All efforts to locate the Titan by the US and Canadian Coast Guard were unsuccessful. 5 days later, on June 22nd, debris from the 23,000-pound submersible emerged on the surface of North Atlantic waters off Newfoundland, confirming fears that the vessel had imploded and all humans aboard were dead. How was that possible? What went wrong? Here's what happened to the OceanGate submarine, the Titan. Since James Cameron ignited interest in the ill-fated Titanic, the elite have always wanted a tour of the wreckage. Rising to the occasion was OceanGate, a private U.S. company offering deep-sea tourism in submersibles like the Titan. Founded in 2009, the company's most adventurous tour has been the deep-sea dive to the icy grave of the most ill-fated ocean liner in history, the RMS Titanic. With 2 earlier dives considered successful by the company, this was to be its third, carrying 5 passengers as crew.
Yeah, you know, this thing is just very tragic. And as we talked about earlier in the show, it was about arrogance and the people, you know, Rush just not really comprehending that his machine was not working right, like what James Cameron said and the other people said. You know, it's just really unfortunate.
Lucky 5 were British businessman Hamish Harding, Pakistani investor Shahzada Dawood and his son Suleiman, French diver Paul-Henri Nargeolet, and OceanGate CEO Stockton Rush. Hamish Harding made an iconic trip to suborbital space with Jeff Bezos' rocket company Blue Origin in 2022. A Guinness World Record holder in exploration, Harding was also credited with the world record for the longest duration at a full ocean depth by a crewed vessel and the longest distance traveled along the deepest part of the ocean. Shahzada Dawood, vice president of the Pakistani-based conglomerate Dawood Hercules Corporation, is a trustee of the SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, Institute. The men shared a common passion for exploration, and now their latest dream was to see the Titanic. The Titanic was one of the most ill-fated steamships of the 20th century, which sank on April 14, 1912. The ship hit an iceberg which tore it open like a tin can, sinking it in the waters of the North Atlantic near Newfoundland.
And I think basically with this, it was very terrible, you know, what happened with the Titanic. I think, as I said, you know, this was a very good movie, but you know, if it hits it directly, that is the point. That it would have been a little bit better if it hit it directly, as I said before, because of both the flight compartments wouldn't have, you know, overflowed. But if you cut a big gap in the ship, it would cause a problem. And this is all, as I said, it's all fair use for criticism.
1,500 people died from drowning and hypothermia, as no help came in time. Today, the wreckage of the Titanic remains in its icy grave, 12,500 meters below the surface. Director James Cameron is among the few who has explored the wreckage 33 times using a submersible he designed himself, the Deep Sea Challenger. The Titan was touted as one of the finest submersibles capable of diving to extreme depths. The deep-sea vessel was touted as a groundbreaking submersible that offered deep-sea tourists the extraordinary chance to see the Titanic. It had already made 2 successful trips to the wreckage in 2021 and 2022. This was its third. However shocking as it may sound, past passengers were unhappy with the experience, revealing chilling details of safety issues, communication failures, and design concerns. One wonders why the company continued the trips, knowing such issues could escalate. Brian Weed, a camera operator for Discovery Channel and a passenger on the first dive with Titan, described the experience as scary, making the passengers feel like sitting ducks. The Titan, which shares its name with Saturn's largest moon, is a 21-foot, 10,432 kilogram carbon fiber titanium submersible designed to carry 5 people. It has no seats and a curtained-off area serving as a makeshift bathroom. That's not an ideal environment, but who cares when you're on the adventure of a lifetime? OceanGate classifies the Titan as a Cyclops.
You know, and it's very tragic, and I really just don't think this thing was designed correctly. This machine, it was not designed right. And I really think that the combination of it not being designed right and it imploding, it just caused a lot of trouble. It could have been avoided. I'm confused what from what. Seeing the Titan should be in one piece instead of a bunch of pieces. Well, you see, it's like if you get a can, like the Coke can, and you crumple it, and like the pressure causes it to implode. It's like a pressure, and it's like an explosion but within. And that's why it would be in a bunch of different pieces. But I'm going to play the video you sent me in a moment. In a moment. Let's see.
Class, manned submersible with the ability to dive to 13,123 feet. Its high-tech features included an inertial navigation system, INS, an ultra-short baseline acoustic positioning system, a robotics laser scanner, a Teledyne 2D sonar, and more. What's shocking is how a submersible of this caliber and superior technology ended in disaster when it was meant to be almost unbreakable. Well, so was the Titanic. The steamship was considered unsinkable, yet it sank. Many considered the Titanic doomed the day she set sail, which shows how much in common the Titan shared with it.
Another eerie thing about this thing is like how much it resembles the Titanic sinking. The Titan and the Titanic. You know, and also, like, I think the Titanic movie was very well done. I really enjoyed it. And also, I think that basically history repeated itself in a way.
Even NASA had a hand in building the Titan. The space agency had lent its expertise in the design and automated fiber placement layup of composite hulls.
Oh yeah, Norm, I know about that theory. So the theory is that there was the Olympic, and for insurance reasons, they switched it out with the Titanic. And apparently, if you go to the wreck, you can see an O on it. And then, like, let's see. Yeah, so that they switched the ships out. Now you could apparently see the signs of it underwater. Let's see. Yeah, so there was this picture I saw. I don't know if it was real or not, but it showed the Titanic underwater with an O on it. And so, Norm, anything's possible, but they were saying that it would be nearly impossible to switch out the Olympic and the Titanic like that, but it could have possibly happened. And, you know, anything's possible. I have to look more into the theory, though, about what happened exactly. Let's see. To close out some windows. Got so much stuff open. Thanks for your patience. Alright, here we go.
was invaluable, according to CEO Stockton Rush, one of the men who perished with the sub. The Titan's hull was built from aerospace-grade carbon fiber. This helped it weigh much less, a fraction of what other submersibles weigh in its category. The Titan's low weight allowed it to carry a greater payload, like 5 crew passengers, a pilot, researchers, and mission specialists. What might have been a mistake in design was the roomier, cylinder-shaped cabin, in stark contrast to the conventional, sphere-shaped designs of most submersibles.
You see, Norm and chat, this thing wasn't designed right, especially on this part. Like, it's a spherical thing, and they didn't really put that spherical part together.
The Titan relied on Elon Musk's Starlink satellite network for communications and was guided by messages from a surface ship to the sub. Another questionable feature of the sub was how it was sealed from the outside with bolts and required an external crew to remove the people inside. This meant the people inside had no chance in the event of a malfunction. Death was inevitable. They were indeed sitting ducks. On June 17, 2023, the Titan sub prepared to dive. The weather till that day was horrific, and Newfoundland was experiencing its worst winter in decades. This dive was to become the only manned mission to the Titanic in 2023. A weather window had just opened, and the crew took their chance. The entire trip to the Titanic wreck, 900 nautical miles, or 1,667 kilometers, east of Cape Cod on the U.S. coast, takes 8 days, with a single dive taking up several hours. The Titanic lies 12,500 feet beneath the surface. The pressure at that depth is 400 atmospheres, meaning a force of 6,000 pounds pressing in on every square inch of an object.
It just was not made right, and something was flawed in it. And they were saying how people think there could have been a leak actively going on while they were trying to come back up.
Surface. Due to its larger internal volume, the Titan was subjected to more external pressure. At precisely 8 a.m., the Titan began its 2-hour descent into the North Atlantic Ocean to the Titanic. A surface vessel, the Polar Prince, remained above.
Alright, I'm gonna play this James Cameron thing for Norm. And Norm made a good point, and I want to make clear to Norm that the way this was constructed, it was constructed out of material that does not work for the underwater abyss. And I'm going to play this again for Norm so he could see like what James Cameron had to say about it.
OceanGate shouldn't have been doing what it was doing. I think that's pretty clear. I wish I had been more vocal about that, but I think I was unaware that they weren't certified because I wasn't really studying it. I wasn't really interested. Stockton Rush asked me if I wanted to go out there and dive this season. You know, I wasn't interested. This father and son on Father's Day, you know, paid $500,000 to go down in this thing. Holy crap. You know, it's just tragic, and it's horrific, and it's unnecessary. And by the way, it's not lost on me as somebody who's studied the meaning of Titanic. It's greater meaning to us, you know, historically and societally, that it's about warnings that were ignored. That ship's lying at the bottom of the ocean, not because of the nature of its steel or the nature of its compartments, but just because of bad seamanship. The captain was warned. There were icebergs ahead. It was a moonless night, and he plowed ahead for whatever reason. I think there was some greed. There was some glory in it. He had to boot up his rear from J. Bruce Ismay to get into New York on time or early, so they'd have a headline, which I show in the film, you know. And here we are again, and at the same place, you know. Now there's one wreck lying next to the other wreck for the same damn reason. Search, search, search. 4 days of search. They're searching everywhere. They were running around with their hair on fire. The sub was right where it was. It was literally on the seafloor below its last known position, which is the first place you look in a search, is the last known position. You don't go running around all over the landscape with planes and trains and automobiles searching, right? It was right where it was when it imploded, and I knew that's where they were going to find it.
And Norm, I understand your point, but of this, he's this not to do with the politics, but it has to do with the way like submarines are designed. He went and dived the Titanic of like 30 times. He was on it more than the captain was. So maybe politically he may not be like how we think, and he may be incorrect about that, but about the submarines and diving, in my opinion, I think he knows what he's talking about, and I've studied about the Titanic and submarines, and that submarine was not created correctly. And there are scraps. They showed the scraps. And I could show the other clip about the news report, that they picked it up on the sea floor, because the guy was too arrogant to see that the thing was flawed, and he didn't have it inspected, he didn't have it regulated, and he didn't really know what he was doing. So yes, I do agree about, I'm against woke people too. I disagree with them on that, but in this field, I do think he's right on this one because he has experience with diving, in my opinion.
So you search, first place you look is the last known position. That's where it is. So there was ultimately never a search. And that ROV was only in the water for about 3 hours before they found it. So what does that mean? They went to the last known position, they looked on the sonar, they saw a clump that was never there before, they drove over to it, and there it was. Pretty much that simple, right? So, you know, all of this has just been people running around waving their arms with their hair on fire for 4 days straight. And I just feel terrible for what the families must have been going through during that time. And that then goes back to why the authorities chose to not say what they knew. Begs a question now, doesn't it?
Yeah, why do you think they didn't?
I do not want to speculate.
Jim,
Well, I can speculate all day long, but I am not going to say it out loud. Look, Monday morning when I first found out about the incident, got on a whole bunch of calls and emails. It's a small community. Within an hour and a half,
he dived in a very deep trench called the Mariana Trench. And, like, you know, people, they may not be familiar with, like, politics. They may not, you know, be good in that area. But in this other area with, like, diving and stuff, they would know. And, Norm, I do want to know your thoughts. Why would they have James Cameron bribed to say that it imploded when it didn't? I would like to know, Norm, what do you think the motive behind this is if it was faked? Like, in my opinion, I don't think it was faked, but what are your thoughts about that, if it was? Like, why did they want to make it a fake?
I had the following information. They were on descent. They were at 3,500 feet. They lost comms and tracking. The last one being the critical one. Because the transponder that's used to track a sub during descent and on the bottom is a fully autonomous system. It's in its own pressure housing, and it has its own battery power. So for them to lose comms and tracking at the same time, sub was gone. There was no question in my mind. For days, I tried to run other scenarios that could account for it. I could come up with nothing. So the next thing I did was contacted a few more people and managed to track down, you know, there are acoustic networks around. Some are research, some are intelligence. We got confirmation within an hour that there had been a loud bang at the same time that that comms were lost. A loud bang on the hydrophones, loss of transducer or transponder, loss of comms. I knew what happened. Sub imploded. I sent emails to everybody I know. I said, we've lost some friends. The sub has imploded. It's on the bottom in pieces right now. I sent that out Monday morning. We never expected to see a scenario like this. You know, we may go into hazardous environments like hydrothermal vents, or even to a wreck like Titanic or Bismarck or some of the other wreck sites, which are dangerous from an entanglement standpoint or a collapse, a structural collapse standpoint. But you never worry about the vehicle, the platform that you're in, you know, and you certainly don't worry about implosion. There's never been an implosion of a vehicle with people in it. And so I think this, I don't want to say it blindsided the community, because there was a lot of concern. And by the community, I mean people who operate subs and build subs for a living there was a lot of concern about this outfit and this sub. A lot of concern, even to the extent that I wasn't involved in it because I was making Avatar 2 at the time, but a lot of them got together and wrote a letter to OceanGate and said, you have to certify. You cannot take people down. It's irresponsible, and it could lead to catastrophe. Literally, the word catastrophe is in the letter. And I think that letter has been made public. All those signatories have come off. But, you know, I never believed in that technology of wound carbon fiber, you know, wound filament cylindrical hull. I thought it was a horrible idea. I wish I'd spoken up, you know, but I assumed somebody was smarter than me, you know, because I'd never experimented with that technology, but it just sounded bad on its face because we make pressure hulls out of contiguous material: steel, titanium, ceramic, acrylic. And so you can model it, you can do element analysis of it, and you know, you understand the yield.
All right, Latina. Here it is. Well, actually, it's gonna come to the screen like that. It's gonna be more like.
One program that I rely on fully for my business is Notion. Notion is an amazing collaboration tool that helps you dream, plan.
We filled this barrel with a couple inches of water, and we heated it up so, as you can see, it's like turning into steam. And then
to give some context, this is atmospheric pressure crushes a 55-gallon steel drum.
We filled this barrel with a couple inches of water, and we heated it up so, as you can see, it's like turning into steam. And then we're gonna quickly put this can filled with steam into the bucket of ice water, and it should crush. That's because it's going to go through a rapid phase change where the steam is gonna condense quickly into water vapor, and pressure inside of the can is going to be less than the pressure from the outside, and it should crush. It should explode. Thank you.
Tight. Twist. Twist.
That's hot. You know what, Janet? I don't want to hear it.
That's fine. Squeeze.
Should I sign something?
Insurance.
I want a single.
All right, Georgia Peach. Glad you're listening.
Come on, go.
Patience. Patience, my child. Patience.
Oh no, my God, the stopper is getting pulled in.
Yeah, I'm looking a little bit.
Does that mean it didn't work?
No. Throw some water on it. Yeah. Oh no, just grab the ice, Ewan, with your hands. That is so wimpy.
Well, I'm scared that it's gonna blow up in my hands.
Wait, no.
Oh, Mr. Abrams. Do it.
I think it's getting concave.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I hear it.
All right. Thank you, Latina. That was a really cool video. So, for those that are listening, and shout out to Anunnaki, the one. I'm glad you're here. Glad to see you. So, basically, we see in this video that an implosion has occurred to a steel drum, or as we know here, we call them buckets. And basically what happened in this situation was the bucket imploded, and she believes that's why it should be in one piece. And that is something to take into consideration. But you gotta understand, like with the sub, there's different parts that are connected. It's not just like one cylinder together. So when there's different things attached to it, it's going to cause the parts to break up, because there's different things attached to it. And there could also be an explosion, and then with the pressure there's an implosion. So there's a couple of ways of seeing it. And I'm going to go and play, if I could find it, which I'm going to find it, another video of the Titan news coverage. Alright, so I'm going to play this. Maybe this one. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for your patience. Alright, so I'm going to play this one. This one wasn't something that I played. Alright. Alright.
Here, the U.S. Coast Guard said yesterday that presumed human remains were recovered on the site, or from the site, of that Titan submersible that went missing. You might remember this story. We've been covering it very extensively here on Fox. But we have Mike Tobin with Fox News Channel. He joins us live from our Chicago bureau with some of the details and pretty wild stuff that they've discovered what might be these human remains, Mike.
This is a big development. First, there was the question, because there was a question when I was up in Newfoundland last week, whether they would recover anything from the ocean floor in the first place. Clearly, they've made the decision that they are going to recover things. Pelagic Research, which is the company that was launching the remote-operated vehicles down to the ocean floor to pick this stuff up, announced that they have wrapped that portion of the investigation, meaning you're not going to have ROVs on the ground out there or on the ocean floor anymore, scouring around. All of the evidence has been brought up from the ocean floor. And second, sadly, as you mentioned, the human remains appear to be part of this wreckage. That is all been turned over to U.S. authorities, who are going to do the analysis, the research, do the DNA identification. And you may even be able to get some evidence.
Why is it happening?
Some evidence about what happened inside of that submersible from those human remains. And outside of this investigation, it's a bit morbid to talk about, but you could even use those human remains to discover what happens to a human body when it's exposed suddenly to that much pressure. You really don't have a scenario in which you could do that kind of research leading up to this. Now, as far as the forensics on the submersible itself, I talked with a sub enthusiast quite a bit last week, and they really wanted to get the bits and pieces of this submersible, because you can take it much like they do after an airplane crash and reassemble the parts to determine really what was the point of failure. You know that there was a window at the front end of this submersible. Was that the point of failure? Was the
Right, exactly, Georgia Peach. You see, like they were saying how they heard the banging noises in the submarine, well, apparently, and Stranded Life Form was saying perhaps that was from a search team that they weren't sure about, like they weren't with their group. So that is an explanation for that, or perhaps it was them underwater, because what occurred was they were saying how, you know, their oxygen was going to be running out, and they said, oh yeah, they died Sunday because of an implosion. So there's more information that needs to come out about this as time goes on, and I'm very skeptical, and I question everything, and I'm just getting the information as it comes in, because I do think that there's more to this than what they're telling us. They probably had a leak, and with the pressure and it not being designed correctly, in my opinion, it caused the implosion. And whatever it is, we have to see exactly what's going on here. You know, we have to just as time goes on and everybody can say their thoughts and opinions, I think that is good that we're having this discussion.
Point where it bolts to what they call the pressure chamber, or the hull of this thing. Or was it indeed the hull itself? It's made out of a combination of titanium and carbon fiber. Did the hull itself just fail and cause this massive...
Oh, I think that absolutely right, Norm. Because, remember, I was talking about earlier, the couple that died in Titanic, in the violin scene of James Cameron's movie. Show a picture of it again. And I'll get the screen right, so I know, old couple. Alright. And I'm going to get the screen correct so people can see what's going on here. Alright. So, this couple right here, he was the co-founder of Macy's. And they were in the violin scene of the Titanic when the water was rushing in and they died together. So, this is the couple that died, and Rush's wife's great-great-grandparents were them. So that's a very interesting connection that Rush has to the Titanic. Alright. Now I'm going to go back to the other screen in a moment, because I have so many things open. Alright, so it's not here, it's here, it's here. Alright, thanks for the patience. Here we go.
Implosion. There is not a black box on board a submersible like this, but there are plenty of hard drives, a lot of digital devices that could provide data. There's sonar equipment, there's cameras on board. So right now they're going to take all of the things that they pulled up from the ocean floor and start trying to determine what data is there. How can you provide some answers, presumably going forward, so people who want to do this kind of exploration can...
Exactly, Georgia Peach, because it's called a Titan, and it's in the same location, like what James Cameron was saying. It's like in the same exact location that the other one was, and it's from the same era. Like, they wanted to get headlines, and these people, they want to go down, because I studied about, I mean, I didn't go to college and school for all that, but I am an enthusiast with these things, and the Titanic, and the submarines, and I really strongly feel it was not built correctly, out of the wrong material, and it's like it's cursed, like the Costa Concordia that was playing My Heart Will Go On, and then it crashed and sunk. So, Georgia Peach, I do think that that's a very good point. Alright, let's see what chat says. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Anunnaki. And it's really, and I'm saying this wrong, it's a submersible, technically. But yeah, it's a wannabe. It's definitely not constructed right, and you know, it has to, like James Cameron was saying, it took him 3 years, I keep be getting this wrong, on the computer, 3 to 7 years on the computer, trying to go with the models and stuff. And he went to the Mariana Trench, he went to Titanic tons and tons of times. So maybe in politics, maybe he's wrong about that, that's what we all would agree on here. But with the submarines and stuff, I believe that he knows what he's talking about, and from my amateur studies about it, I do also think that the thing wasn't constructed correctly, and there's more pieces on this thing than they're saying. They're saying how, okay, you had these experts saying how it compressed and they all turned into goo, and it was as hot as the sun, and they imploded and there's nothing left of it. And now they're saying that there's something there. And you could obviously see there's these large parts and bits and pieces and human remains. It's absolutely, you know, they keep changing the story. And remember on YouTube, this Russian mafia guy that has these videos, he was saying about how the liars, like, they'll change the story very slightly. And the media seems like they're always changing the story very slightly. And we gotta wait over time to get more of the truth, and I'll take any ideas in. I'm interested to see what y'all have to say. Let's see what Norm says. That's funny, Norm. Biden is definitely sinking, yes. I agree with that part of it. And, alright. Yeah, because I agree that it must go through the Navy and it must be certified. It must be professionally certified and tested. Yes, I totally agree, Anunnaki.
Be more safe moving forward. But you've got all sorts of investigations taking place. The U.S. Transportation Safety Board is involved. The Canadian Transportation Safety Board is involved. The U.S. Coast Guard is involved. In fact, they called it the highest level of their investigations. Even the Royal Canadian Mounted Police announced last week that they're doing a preliminary investigation, really to determine if a criminal investigation is warranted. I was there. I was speaking with...
Right, Georgia Peach. Because these people, they thought that, you know, they really trusted Rush. Like earlier, I was playing the interview with the aunt of the 19-year-old, the Daewoods, and that they thought they really trusted Rush. And I think Stranded Lifeform was saying how Rush was telling them that the crackings and stuff were normal, so Rush was able to persuade them and give them trust that something bad wasn't happening. But yeah, you're right, Georgia Peach. I totally think that these people should have been more cautious and aware, and Rush was so deluded he got himself into a trap that he drank his own Kool-Aid. Yeah, I definitely agree. You know, and yeah, they're lying to us, which she thinks, yeah, they could be lying to us. That could very well be a possibility here. And I wonder what is the motive of them lying to us. That would be something interesting. But I do think, until further notice, that this was just a terrible tragedy of, you know, people being too cocky and not seeing this great error. Let's see what chat says. Plus, most engineers, been one of them, okay, know how challenging it is when it comes to liquids and their dynamics. By nature, chemistry and physics plays a massive role in succeeding over oceans. Yes, Anunnaki, that's a very good point. I'm glad you brought that to light. Every good magician needs a great distraction to perform a great magic trick, but the key word is trick. Right. And so, Norm, how are they constructing this trick? So how were they able to get these parts of the submarine to be broken? You know, like, how are they able to completely fake that and go through the U.S. Navy and the Canadian Navy? And where do you think these people are now? And shout out to all of y'all. Chat is awesome. I'm glad that y'all are here and we're having this discussion. It's very good. All right, now I'm going to continue reacting to the video.
With the Mounties last week, and they said they would only really get involved if they could determine that there was criminal negligence in this case. Zach?
And so this is obviously some very fresh news here. So nothing about a time frame at this point, right? Have you heard anything about that when we might learn if these were in fact human remains or if they could even be identified?
It's probably pretty clear that it's human remains. I think in terms of the way they have to make these announcements, they have to say presumed human remains, and that's just before you do the DNA analysis on it. It's probably, I don't want to get into insensitive areas, but it's probably pretty obvious that what they have is human remains. You don't have sea life. Well, I mean, you do have sea life down there, but it would just be an easy thing to tell just by visual inspection. But they have to be cautious in the way they, sensitive in the way they present that information. As far as a time frame, this is an unprecedented investigation. So what you have right now from the Coast Guard is months and months.
Yeah, and we'll follow all of it. Certainly a very tragic situation, as there are families that are grieving.
All right. Let's see. Okay. I'll put his link into the description. Hold on. I mean, in the chat. I'll put the link to his channel there. Okay. I have Anunnaki the One's channel pinned. Very interesting, Norm. Very interesting. Hello, Sandra. Glad you could come. Alright. I'm going to play this little clip right here. And then I'm going to go...
When I found out that Google was doing career certificates, and they had one in data analytics, I thought it seems like an easy choice.
That's just cringe.
The U.S. Coast Guard says it's likely recovered human remains from the wreckage of the Titan submersibles. Debris from the Titan has been brought to the surface from the ocean floor. Several pieces of the doomed vessel were hoisted onto a pier.
See, these are really big pieces of it.
In Newfoundland, the Titan imploded while on an underwater excursion to the wreckage of the Titanic. All 5 people on board died. The company that owns a remote-operated vehicle that brought the debris to the surface has been working around the clock for 10 days to complete the salvage mission.
All right. Let's do this one. One more. I want to just show this wreck.
We're learning more about the Titan sub catastrophe that killed 5 people. Investigators are now analyzing the wreckage to determine what went wrong. DeMarco Morgan is here with the latest. DeMarco, good morning.
Good morning to you. This was part of a massive operation to collect evidence from the seafloor at the site of the incident. A tragic ending with no survivors. This morning, Coast Guard officials now confirming that presumed human remains have been carefully recovered as the first debris from the Titan submersible is lifted to shore. Investigators using cranes to lift large pieces of the wreckage, what appears to be a panel from the exterior of the sub and one of its end caps. Canadian authorities saying they have inspected, documented, and cataloged the materials for its safety investigation, including sending the Titan's voyage data recorder to a lab in Ottawa before turning the debris over to the U.S. Coast Guard for its investigation. Former NTSB investigator Tom Halter telling ABC News it's unclear what happened without the pressurized vessel section where the passengers were.
Once we get more of the pressure vessel area, the compartment where the passengers were, we can start looking at what failed.
Investigators will also analyze the design and carbon fiber composite construction of the sub. OceanGate had been warned by industry experts and a former employee that material at extreme depths could weaken with each dive.
I can't recall the NTSB or Canada or anyone else outside of the military doing a submarine accident investigation. So this is new ground for a lot of the investigators.
There is still a lot of work to be done to understand the factors that led up to this tragic incident. Investigators will continue to conduct interviews and collect evidence in the days to come. Robin?
Hopefully they'll get some answers there, DeMarco. Thank you. Well, hey there, GMA
All right,
fans.
well,
Robin.
That's not what I meant to do. All right. So, got that. So, I'll play those things, close out some of these windows, and I'll continue this thing. All right. More and close that one out. Resume remains. All right. So, yeah, but basically, I think that it's just a simple situation of, a tragic occurrence. These people, and Anunnaki made a very good point. And let's see. Now let's see what chat says. All right. And let's see. Right, good night, Latina. And yeah, because until I understand it could have been a distraction, and I would feel the same way, especially in the times that we're in. But you know, I want to know, like, what's the solid proof that it was absolutely faked? You know, and that this was just a distraction. Like, where are these people now? You know, if they were presumably dead, because there's obviously these big pieces of the submarine right here. Okay, okay, Norm, I'll get you on. So, I'm gonna get everything set up, switch windows out, and I'll be glad to have you call in. All right, so we go here. Alright. Chat. Okay, let's switch. Okay, I have the number up on the screen. Chat right here. Alright, so it's on the screen. I know Anunnaki. I think that makes a lot of sense. You know, that they're able to work around that, and there's no international laws in these waters. You know, there's no government that's controlling those different things. And I think that it's very unfortunate that, you know, this tragedy occurred. And Norm, you could call in anytime. Lines are open. I always like to hear what you have to say in your calls. Yeah, Norm, I'm not surprised about that with Epstein. That makes perfect sense. I know, because they keep changing the story. Like, the people died in an implosion. The people died, you know, that there's some banging noises. It just keeps on changing around. Now, I believe that the people died and the sub collapsed. That's just my opinion. But I do like to hear other people's thoughts. All right. 518. This is Norm, right?
Yeah. How's it going?
It's going good, man.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. Good. Got up early this morning, so.
All right.
Yep. Was able to see the live stream. And
yeah, thank you.
I'd be more than happy to speak with you.
Yeah, man. I want you to explain to the chat and I why you think that this is a false flag.
I don't know. When there's this many coincidences, it's just there are no coincidences, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
So there's just way too many coincidences with this.
All right. Okay.
So I mean, a classic maneuver with subs since World War II was to, if there was a torpedo explosion, then the submarine that supposedly got hit would dump their garbage, and then they would let them come into, like, let their enemy come into the debris field, and then they would think that the submarine got destroyed, and they would flank them, and then just shoot the torpedoes at the ship or the sub, and game over. You know, it was just a classic flanking maneuver since World War II. So I don't doubt that this might be the real wreckage of that submarine.
Okay.
But I mean, how hard would it be to blow up that submarine and send the wreckage out?
I see.
I mean, it'd be super easy. I mean, all they had to do was just switch, you know, send the people off that submarine into another sub or some other type of submersible, get them out of there.
Okay.
Then just let it explode. Put a bunch of, you know, body parts on board, pay off the people who examine the body parts, and now we've got a really great distraction from Joe Biden's sinking administration.
Yeah.
Pretty simple. I mean, right now they need distractions. I mean, any good magician needs you to be distracted to perform their magic trick. I mean, magic has always been about distraction. You know, look over here while I'm doing this. I mean, when I was a little kid on Long Island in the 80s, I don't know, I was maybe like 10 years old, and I was at McDonald's, and there was like somebody performing magic tricks for the different tables or booths or whatever at McDonald's, and everybody was watching this magician perform his tricks, and I just happened to have an angle that was different than everybody else, and I watched him perform his trick poorly from the angle that I saw, and then I realized it was a hoax. And but everybody else thought he was performing the trick, and I saw the card that he had like in his shirt sleeve or whatever it was, and at that point I realized that just magic wasn't real. You know what I mean? It's just,
yeah.
Really, it was like finding out like Santa Claus wasn't real, or finding out the Easter Bunny wasn't real.
Right.
Everybody else thought he was performing this incredible magic trick, and I just happened to have the right angle to see that it was a hoax. So, I mean, it kind of ruined it for me. I didn't really tell everybody at that moment in time that, you know, this was bullshit, but I clearly saw that it wasn't a trick. It was, you know, it was a hoax.
Right.
So, I mean, to me, I think this whole thing is a gigantic hoax. I think it's pretty obvious, but I mean, that's just my opinion on it. So, I mean, but the funniest part about it is it's the name of the ship is called Ocean Gate. I mean, like, what better name to perform a hoax than? I mean, I really think they're laughing at us. I mean, I think this whole thing, you know, like, with, you know, like, I mean, yeah, okay, Biden got 81 million votes. In the middle of the night, they found all these extra votes. Yeah, you know, he just the whole thing is just freaking hilarious when you think about it. From anybody who's, you know, critical of what's been going on. I mean, it's just one hoax after another. You know, I mean, did Epstein really kill himself? Of course not. Did Epstein actually die? I don't think so.
No, I agree with that. Yeah.
I think, you know, what is her name? Not Gillian, Jill, or you know, the woman that he was connected to him.
Okay.
His, you know, supposed girlfriend.
Yeah.
Well, her father owned submarines. Her father was a millionaire that owned submarines, and she was really Epstein's boss. Epstein wasn't her boss. She was Epstein's boss. They both found him, and they used him, her and her father, and then supposedly her father was like assassinated, but he owned submarines. So she was connected to a billionaire with submarines, her daddy, and then they were using submarines to smuggle children onto the island.
Oh yeah.
And then we're all supposed to believe that she's in jail, but there's no like client list available to us. And the whole thing is just so absolutely ridiculous. It's like, to me, it's just laughable. So for me to believe this, I would just absolutely need different evidence than what's been presented so far, because it's just laughable. And I don't believe James Cameron at all one bit, because he's invested in this. Think about it. He made these really masculine movies like Terminator. I think he was also involved in Aliens. He made that really excellent movie called The Abyss. Yeah. But then he like turned the corner. He made like Titanic, which is like the most like girly movie ever, in my opinion. Like, if I was dating a girl and she said her favorite movie was Titanic, I think I would just like walk out. I'd pay the bill and walk away. because I think that's one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my entire life was the Titanic.
Okay.
So yeah, I really think it was the Olympia or the Olympia, whatever the other name of the ship is. That I've seen a lot of evidence that to me, I'm convinced that it wasn't the Titanic that sunk. So, I mean, that's just my opinion, you know.
All right.
Because of the ship, the shape of the windows, like what they showed pictures of it, it's the windows shape wasn't right for it to be the Titanic.
Why?
So, and it makes, I mean, look, they had all these like millionaires that were connected to, you know, our government and
right.
you know, the shadow government and you know,
Mhm.
these, you know, ultra corrupt elites that were running the country and running the world, and all of a sudden all these people just mysteriously die on a ship that's not even the right ship, and now this happens. I don't know. To me, it just seems absolutely impossible for this to really have taken place. But that's just my opinion. I mean, I could be completely wrong.
Right. Now, and I know something is in the midst of chaos, there is also opportunity.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Opportunity for, you know, ultra corruption. Absolutely, completely, yeah.
Right. And so you think that this is a distraction from Brandon's downfall? It could be, maybe.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they need a major distraction right now to get people off of paying attention to like how terrible this whole thing has been playing out. I mean, the Democrats are beyond desperate right now for distraction. I mean, they've literally got to change the tempo of what's been happening. Like, they need to change the music up. Like, this is not working out for them right now.
Yeah, and this thing just perfectly fell in place for this to happen, like, as a distraction.
Oh, this is just the beginning of distractions. I mean, wait until we get closer to the election. I mean, this is just like, this is not to sound too like, you know, ironic, but this is the tip of the iceberg. Like, this is just getting started. Wait until you see like the other things start playing out. Like, there's going to be another scaredemic that they're going to present with us. There's going to be more lockdowns. There's going to be all sorts of like bank runs. There's going to be some real chaos. They've got to keep the music playing. Like, they cannot lose the power that they have right now because they'll never get it back.
Like, exactly.
If Trump gets in office and they just will never get this back. They'll never get back on course.
Right.
So this is,
So, how this could have been faked was, hypothetically speaking, is that they could have had the sub there and then they could have like blown it up and put them on a different submarine, or they weren't there at all in there.
Yeah, I mean, they could have never been on there in the first place. I mean, that's one possibility. I'm not saying that's the way it played out, but they could have put them, like, they could have had like another thing attached to it, and then when it went down, then everybody got in some other type of submersible.
Okay.
And then they just detached from it.
So now,
I mean, one of the most amazing things.
Go on.
Yeah.
No, you go on.
Yep.
You go on.
Oh, okay. One of the most amazing things, because I used to study World War history, you know, like Korean War, World War I, World War II, Vietnam, and one of the most incredible things I ever listened to was the Japanese, the kamikazes. Everybody talks about kamikazes being so like elite, but there was something that was even more amazing than that. They had these rockets that were attached to their to the airplanes, and they were called kites. And so the person would get out of the airplane into this, basically a flying missile, detach from the aircraft, and then they would go like 500 miles an hour and aim this rocket missile at a ship to try to sink it. So like, they literally got out of an airplane going 300 miles an hour, got into a rocket, detached the rocket from the airplane, and then fired it, then literally rolled the missile into the ship. I mean, that's hardcore. I mean, that's like, that's a whole nother level of kamikaze.
Yeah.
You deal with people that are willing to like get into rockets and fire a rocket at a ship. I mean, you just
Exactly. No, I agree.
That's just,
yeah. And another thing about this submersible is that it's very deep underwater, like so deep where it would cause any kind of like the pressure, it would be too much for people to handle, and that's one of the reasons why it cracked or whatever it did. And also, they're bolted in.
Yeah.
So somebody gets a bolt, and they're just bolted in. So usually you have this thing where you could just push it up, but with the pressure, it goes down. So they're like locked in a coffin. So I do think that either there is some, if it's true what you're saying, hypothetically, there's something they're just not telling us we don't know about. But if it is, if I'm right, that it was some kind of an accident that conveniently fell into the hands of the Democrats, conveniently, that they were bolted in, so it would have been impossible for them to be transported into something else, and also with the depth. And that's my opinion about that. You could say your thoughts.
That absolutely could be possible.
Okay.
Absolutely could be possible. I just think the better possibility, in my opinion, is that it was just, they needed a good distraction, and it was perfect time for a good distraction, because how, you know, it's kind of sexy, like, you know, all these guys went down on the submarine, and, you know, it just happened to implode, and it wasn't built right, and everybody warned them, and it was this and that and all this other stuff, and to me, it just doesn't. If I'm a billionaire, I've got all this money, last thing I'm going to do and get in somebody's, like, bootleg submarine that's might likely to sink. I mean, if I have $1 billion, why wouldn't I just build my own sub? Why wouldn't I just make my own, and then get a bunch of people to you know, drive it around for me, go anywhere I want. Why would I get in somebody's like bootleg submarine that's very likely to blow up?
You see, I know it's kind of like it's like somebody that
I would build one. I'd have somebody build one, a really good one, and then I'd have a bunch of people drive it around for me, and I'd go anywhere I want. And if I wanted to see this or that, like, why go on one trip? Why not go on many trips? Like, why not do a lot of different things? I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, it's like
all this money, and
these people
made this far in life,
and they're just gonna go into this experimental submarine that may or may not work right, that wasn't tested or regulated or anything, and the dude made enough convincing to get them in it. Because there's another story that I covered earlier, and I made a video about it, that there was another father and son in Las Vegas, and the guy went, Rush, his last name, he went on an airplane, and he went into Las Vegas with something he made himself, and he was trying to convince them, and there's a text message of convincing them to get on the sub, and the dude was like, he did not want to, the son told the dad that the thing would not work, and they're debating him at lunch about it, and they just felt weird, like it wouldn't work, and Rush kept on saying it would work, and trying to encourage him, and he would take $100,000 off the ticket, and he was going to offer them $150,000 to go on the thing, and they declined it. So they kind of had the same thought pattern that we, you and I have about it. But the other people, and I'm not like, hating on anybody, may they rest in peace. In my opinion, that I believe that they died. But yeah, I know it's like it's like jumping off a building without a parachute.
Well, it's like let's say okay, so I'm a billionaire and like I want to get in a race car. Do I jump in like a really well-built Formula One race car, or do I jump in somebody's like souped up piece of crap and decide, and then we run into a wall? You know what I mean? I mean, there's a lot of things to. You know what I'm saying? It's just,
yeah.
I mean, yeah. I got $1 billion. Oh wow, you made a really nice go kart. Let's take it for a spin. See what happens.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, everybody think, oh, here's a perfect example, and I use this as a great example because it's like, to me, it's perfect. It's like everybody thinks so highly of chiropractic treatment. Well, I wanted to be a chiropractor until I found out the whole thing is a scam. So people think that like chiropractic treatment originates in like China or India or Japan or something. No, it doesn't. It actually originates out of Canada. In the 1800s, there was a guy, and he was doing a seance, and during the seance, he thought he heard a voice that told him to manipulate people's spines. So he thinks that's a great idea, so he starts manipulating people's spines. So he gets a whole bunch of people to do this, and then his son is like, oh, wow, Daddy's got a good scam here. He's like, I know how to make money. All I have to do is get rid of Daddy. So he kills his father. He runs his father over with a car, steals his chiropractic treatment methods, pays off the boards up in Canada, and the whole thing's grandfathered in. And everybody thinks chiropractic treatment is such a wonderful thing. But that's how it originates. You can totally look it up. I mean, Joe Rogan actually talked about it, how, like the origins of chiropractic treatment. It's literally this guy running his father over with a car, stealing his business, paying off the medical boards up in Canada, whole thing's grandfathered in. The other amazing part about that is, let's say you want to become a doctor, you want to become a surgeon. Well, you have to pass a certain level of education. You have to pass boards. You have to pass all these tests. Well, maybe let's just say there's 100 people, and let's say like maybe 20 people become doctors, and I think that's like out of 100, and that's a really high number. Maybe it's more like 10. Well, let's just say 20. Well, let's say you have enough money and you just want to pay the money. 100% of the chiropractors that take these tests pass. If you pay enough money, you will become a chiropractor. There's not like, you don't have to, it's not like a doctor. Like, you just stay there long enough and you pay the tuitions and you become a chiropractor. So then you just start cranking on people's spines. And, I mean, to me, it's amazing because it took me a couple years to find out, and this was about maybe 15 years ago, that the more adjustments you get, the more likely your spine is to slip. So chiropractic treatment's a great way to need more chiropractic treatment.
I see.
mean, in my field, I'm a licensed. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go on. You go on, sir.
Yeah, I mean, an adjustment once or twice a year could be amazing for somebody, but if you're getting adjustments once a month, you're literally paying that chiropractor to loosen up your spine. I came up with a beautiful analogy to explain it. Let's say you have a jigsaw puzzle, okay, and you keep taking those puzzle pieces in and out, in and out. Well, at the end, you're left with a really loose jigsaw puzzle. That's exactly what they're doing. The more adjustments you get, the more likely you are to slip because they're creating space between joints. They're not calibrating the muscles because they never work with muscles. The only way that anything ever stays in place is if you stretch yourself back and then you allow everything to calibrate. So those muscles, those tendons that are attaching to your skeletal structure have to be calibrated. So they keep adjusting you, you keep slipping. The more adjustments, the more slippage. It's truly amazing when you see it from my perspective because I'm a licensed massage therapist and cranial psychotherapist, and I work with professional athletes, yoga instructors, and Pilates instructors, and the people that have the most trouble are the yoga and Pilates instructors because when they think they're doing stretching, they're not. They're actually doing an isometric exercise. So the more trouble they have, the more they think that the solution is to do the Pilates and yoga, which is an isometric exercise. So they're shortening the muscles, and all it does is skew their imbalances further. So you would think the people would have the least trouble are the yoga and Pilates instructors, but they're actually the ones that are having the most trouble because as soon as they start having problems, they think the solution is to do more yoga and more Pilates, and all that does is skew their imbalance further. It's really simple. Like if you have a cat or dog and you look at your cat or dog throughout the day, they're stretching somewhere between 10 and 15 times a day. But when they do downward dog, they only do it for like 3 seconds at most. So why would a Pilates or yoga instructor hold downward dog for upwards of minutes? And I asked them this, and they don't know. They just say, well, this is the way we were taught. And I'm like, exactly. They were taught this way, and it doesn't work. Because why would millions of years of evolution evolve into cats and dogs doing downward dog for 3 seconds at most? Because 3 seconds is actually a stretch. When you're holding it for upwards of minutes, you're doing an isometric exercise. Stretching and exercise are polar opposites. Stretching lengthens muscles. Exercise shortens muscles.
Interesting.
So muscles either get longer or shorter, and that's all there is to it. That's just it. So if you have problems because of tight muscles and you do more exercise, you're making the imbalances worse. And they're doing isometric exercises, which means they're shortening their muscles. So, I mean, it's just hilarious to me when I see these things because it's just so brutally obvious to anybody who's, has the experience or the knowledge or whatever. And to me, this whole thing screams hoax. And they called it OceanGate. I mean, at first I thought OceanGate was the name of the hoax. I didn't even know it was the name of the ship. It took me like a couple.
No, it's the name of the company. It's the company. It's the company.
Oh, the company. Yeah. So I thought that they were calling it OceanGate because it was like a problem because it was like a big disaster. But then I realized, wait a second, no, that's the name of the company. You know what I mean? At first I thought it was the name of the ship, which was even more ironic. But I was like, oh, Jesus, like they're just like putting it right in our faces and just laughing at us.
Yeah, and
so the real gate is the hoax which is the company called OceanGate.
I like it's like they get like a bucket, and it's like, all right, we're gonna add an engine to this. We're all gonna get in it and go down underwater. Yeah.
I mean, hey, you might as well jump in my go-kart and try and go around the racetrack at 200 miles an hour and see what happens.
Right.
I mean, at least then you're not underwater when the thing crashes, and you have a better chance of survival. I mean, you're underwater. I mean, I'm a certified lifeguard, as well as a therapist.
Awesome.
And you start playing in water. I mean, a child of 43 seconds, a child gets irreparable brain damage after 43 seconds. 43 seconds without air, the child has irreparable brain damage.
Oh wow. I didn't know that.
I mean, yeah. So I mean, you're talking under a minute, and the person's if the child's underwater for just less than a minute, they've got irreparable brain damage. So it's really serious. So I don't know. You've got this hokey thing, you know, underwater, and then you're talking about pressure. You're talking about hundreds of feet. You're talking about the elements of water. I mean, just I don't know. If I had $1 billion or more, I just would be smart enough not to avoid this.
Yeah, but I will say that there's a lot of people that are not that bright in this world.
Oh, there's a lot of dumb people. Oh, sure, yeah. I mean, half of these guys have more money than brains. I totally agree. But on some level, they did make it to that level. I mean, you know.
It's like the dude. Okay, so the story, in my opinion, about about it actually being a real implosion, a catastrophe, is that so they went to the Bahamas in 2019, and they went down there, and the dude heard cracking. One of the people heard cracking, and Rush was like, it's nothing important. And they kept hearing cracking, and the guy was like, it's not a problem. And the thing was like breaking, and they're like, it's okay, it's going to work. So, I mean, it's like people were saying, did he want to die? And it brings down this rabbit hole of like, oh, why didn't he, in my opinion, that he literally died there. Like, why didn't he just figure it out that he needed to get somebody with brains to fix it? You know, I get what you're saying.
Well, but I mean, on some of the older subs, they would. I mean, I've read different reports and read a lot of books about submarines, and on a lot of the older subs, you would hear cracking and you would hear rattling, and they would leak, and there was like a lot of like water coming in, and stuff, and they would have to deal with that constantly. I mean, a submarine is like, it's got to be one of the most miserable things that you could do. Like the old subs, I mean, they were tight enclosures, and I mean, I've talked to guys that were in the Navy, and they basically said, like, that's the worst. And the thing that really gets to you is the smell. It's like the guys that told me they've been in the Navy just said, all you smell is just the oil, like the smell of like human oil, like everywhere. Like you just can't get away from that smell.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's just the smell that makes it the worst part of the whole thing. But yeah, I mean, they would hear cracking. There would be water leaking. You have the smell of oil, of people, and just the smell of people in general. Yeah, it was a pretty miserable experience. So I mean, I don't know. Do you really want to add to it by being in a thing that's going to possibly implode? I don't know. It just seems way too. I mean, there's so many other. If I'm a billionaire, there's so many more exciting things to do with my money than like get in this thing that's like rattling and cracking, and I don't know, man. It just doesn't sound like something I'd want to waste my money on if I had that much money. I guess if you have money to burn, but I mean, it just doesn't sound like where's the joy in it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, like so the people they were saying how like the Dawood's, there was the father and son, that they were saying how they were trying to be explorers and they were exploring, and if people like safely want to go and explore something and it's done right, you know, they like it, I love it. But still, I believe, in my opinion, if people are going to do it, they need to make sure absolutely certain that the thing is going to work. And it's like you got to make sure that you're not going to die. And another thing is the waiver had death mentioned 3 times. And
I'm sure. Yeah.
And the people signed it anyway.
I have no doubt. Yeah. Oh, sure. But I mean, I think it's like 1/3 of the people that climb. I mean, don't quote me on this, but I think it's like 1/3 of the people that climb Mount Everest die.
Right. Right.
Something like that. There's some absurd amount of, like, some absurd, obscure number that if you climb Mount Everest, like, there's definitely a high percentage that you're going to die. And then there's dead people all over Mount Everest.
True.
I mean, there's dead people all over these. Yeah. So I mean, it's like, all right. So I'm a billionaire and I want to climb Mount Everest, and there's a great possibility I'm going to die. You know, I'm a billionaire and I want to do this. There's a good possibility I'm going to die. So it is very possible, but it's just like so many things on this. Like, you know, he's like connected. This billionaire is connected to the millionaires that supposedly sunk on the Titanic, and the Titanic was supposedly switched out for the Olympia, and then, you know, it's just like so many like weird like nuances to this.
Now,
it does not add
have
up.
you heard of a conspiracy that the Titanic was purposely sunk because of the people on there that were trying to oppose the Federal Reserve?
Yeah, I think that if that's if the Titanic was swapped out and it was the Olympia that sunk, absolutely, they were trying to change the Federal Reserve over from the gold standard, or back over to the gold standard. I don't really know all the specifics on that, but yeah, I believe that's probably why that took place, if that did take place. Yeah, absolutely, that makes a lot of sense. Sure.
Right, because a lot of the
get those people out of the way.
Yeah, because a lot of the people on there.
Yeah, I mean, Trump was trying to. I mean, JFK was trying to do that. He was trying to get us back on the gold standard, and then all of a sudden he's assassinated, and then the person that supposedly assassinates him gets assassinated. You know what I mean? It's just like, and then everything gets covered up, and you know, now we're down to them getting Trump out of the way because he was trying to put us back on the gold standard. I mean, this all seems to have that same common theme. Like, everybody involved in these weird, you know, like hoaxes all seem to revolve around the money in this country and where it's coming from and where it's going and how it's being. I mean, somebody told. I heard something that just absolutely blew my mind. Like, all right, if you could spend, I think it was, if you can spend $13 million a day, you could not spend the amount of money that Joe Biden's administration, like they spent like $10 trillion, right? So from the time that Jesus was born, if you spent $13 million every day, you still could not spend $10 trillion.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
Insane. Like, every single day since Jesus was born, spend $13 million, you still would not equal to $10 trillion that they just decided to print.
Yeah, that's insane.
And then all of a sudden, and then the next part, the other part is wonderful. Like, oh yeah, we just happened to like somehow gave Ukraine an extra $6 billion or whatever it was. Oh yeah, we just by accident gave Ukraine $6 billion, and that all happens to come around, like, coincide with this happening. I mean, it's just so many strange. I mean, Donald Rumsfeld announced that we were missing $2.3 trillion on September 10th, the day before September 11th, and nobody seems to remember that.
Right. Yeah.
So they announced that we're missing $2.3 trillion on September 10th, and then bam, like, oh yeah, and guess where all the records were being held? Oh yeah, right in the towers that just collapsed. Oh yeah, and then Building 7 just happens to collapse by itself, and. But yet we're supposed to believe this all was orchestrated by a bunch of people that were riding camels through the desert. Doesn't make sense.
Right.
So,
yeah.
I don't know.
And also, you know, I think that with the Titan, because at first they were saying about how they were running out of oxygen, and then they were saying, oh yeah, we knew on Sunday that they all just imploded, and it's like, wait a minute, like, you know, what's going on here? Like, they seem like they, and I believe that the event occurred, but it's something happened that they're not telling us with the thing. Like, they don't tell us the whole story. Have you noticed with the media, they just don't say the whole thing. They just kind of do crumb trails.
Well, they piece it out. They segment it out. They give you a little bit of this, and then they change it a little bit, and then they give you a little bit of this, and then they change. But that's the way to get people to pay attention. Like, that's a great way to get you to watch the TV set. Like, if they give it to you all in one lump sum, then you would watch the program, and then you turn off the TV, and then you go do something exciting. But if they give you a little bit and then you give it, it's almost like the way they have a series. You know what I mean? They don't end the series like with one program. They have, and then to be concluded. You know what I mean? They make sure that like they hype up like it right at the end, so then you have to tune in next week to watch what happened to John and Dave. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah.
I see. Yeah. And
yeah, tune in next week. Yeah, to find out how this turns out. Yeah.
It's like when I was watching. Have you seen the Mission Impossible show, like the old TV show?
The old one during the I think it was like the late 70s.
Yeah, with Peter Graves.
The old Mission Impossible with Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. I love that show. So
I mean, I was really young when I watched that. Yeah.
Like the end.
To watch that Incredible Hulk. And, yeah, absolutely.
At the end of the show, sometimes they would say "to be continued," so it's something like that.
Yeah, to be continued. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And
I mean, it reminds me of like Lassie when when Lassie would come running in and she would be like, he or she would be barking and then be like, "What? Johnny's stuck in a well?" I mean, it's just like ridiculous. It's just so absolutely ridiculous. You know what I mean? It's just like, oh man, it just is so laughable. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, I almost feel like they're just laughing at us. They're just like, oh, let's see if they believe this. Let's see how much more ridiculous we can make it. You know?
Yeah. And also, like, I think because with Rush, the people, in my opinion, they were not enthusiasts with seeing how, in my opinion, submarines work and different technology works where, if something isn't look right, this doesn't seem right, to not go in it. And like they were saying, like most of the submarines and the submersibles were like spherical shaped. And this thing was not spherical shaped, and the front part of it caused it a lot of problems. And did I mention to you about the toilet? So they had a toilet in there, and it was this tiny little thing in this little area, and so it seemed like they were trying to install everything in there. But so, so basically I think it's important for people to use their brains because, people were saying how they were paying for a Titanic experience, and they got themselves a Titanic experience down there when it imploded, in my opinion.
Or they just got themselves a way to check out and get paid by an organization that needed a terrific distraction. And then now they're just under an assumed name doing something else.
I understand. No, I understand your point. I'm speaking from the other perspective.
But I mean, all this whole thing, I mean, I could be completely mistaken on this. I mean, this all could have played out exactly the way they're saying. Absolutely. I don't doubt that either. I just think it's more believable to doubt.
It's best to be skeptical. I agree. It's best to be skeptical.
Well, I mean, I don't even think it's just skepticism. It's just the information that's been presented.
It's not, no, like, you understand. I think it's okay for you to feel this way, considering the times we're in. And it's like there's so many people, there's obvious false flags that don't believe it. I'd rather, like, you question even these events. It's better to be safe than sorry.
Well, I mean, I just think with the information presented, to me, it just doesn't seem believable at all. Not even slightly. I mean, again, like, the whole thing was when I heard the Ocean Gate, I thought that was, like, they were describing the event that took place. Like Watergate.
No, I understand.
Like this gate. That I thought they were describing the event. I thought they were describing it because it was such a sham. And then I was like, wait. Then I was like, no, wait a sec. That's the name of the thing. I was like, Jesus, that's just so fucking. That's just. Oh, I didn't mean to curse. That's just crazy.
It's like, it started in 2009, and they did many dives for the past 3 years, and this sub actually successfully has been to the Titanic 3 times, and the 4th time it imploded, in my opinion.
Well, it's been to something. I mean, they keep saying it's a Titanic. I don't believe it.
I saw a video.
But that's just my opinion.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I'm saying, like, me, I feel, in my opinion, it's there because I saw a video of them inside the thing looking at the Titanic. So, for me, unless that there was something else that they did to fake it, I feel that they did go to the Titanic, in my opinion.
Well, but how do you know they didn't go to the Olympia? How do you know that's not
I understand.
The Olympia that's
well, let's say if it's the Olympia then, hypothetically speaking. Whatever is there. If it's the Olympia, they went to that wreck site.
But don't you think they know that? If that's where they went, don't you think? that they know that they didn't go to the Titanic? They went to the Olympia.
Well, if they were aware of that potential idea, if it is so, then they would be, if that did happen. If they're aware that they may not be aware that it may be the Olympia.
But I mean, James Cameron made the movie The Titanic.
Mm-hmm.
He made that movie. He's so invested in this. Like, he's the perfect person to perpetrate the disinformation on this. Like, who better to choose than the guy that's so invested? I mean, how many millions of dollars did he make off the movie The Titanic?
Because yes,
it's just like, if you were to put this all together and made it into a joke, like, you couldn't make a better joke than what's being said right now.
So you think
Like,
it's possible that the
it would
Olympia
be hard pressed
is connected to this to make it seem like it's still the Titanic and not the Olympia? Is that what you think?
I don't think it's the Titanic. I think the Titanic and the Olympia were swapped out. To me, there's enough evidence to prove that the Titanic never sunk.
I'm
The
saying,
Olympia
like,
sunk.
or do you think they're trying to reinforce the idea that it's the Titanic and not the Olympia with this event?
Absolutely, 100%, absolutely, yes.
Okay. All right.
Yep, completely.
And so I believe it's likely the Titanic, although I'm aware of the Olympia possibility as well. And I'm not completely, I don't know a lot about
There's
this.
pictures.
So tell me, like, what convinced you that it
sailed.
was the Olympia? Tell me what convinced you that it's the Olympia. I would like to know.
Because I've seen the pictures of when they sailed it, and the windows aren't right. There's not there wasn't the right amount of windows, and they were differently shaped. So the ship that they have pictures of that sailed with all these people on it, well, it's not the Titanic. I mean, if you look at the structure of the ship and you look at the pictures, they don't match up.
Okay. And yeah, that'll be something I'll definitely keep looking into, because I vaguely looked into it a long time ago, and then I'm starting to go back into it.
The Olympia was smaller, too. It was smaller, and there was less windows, and the shape of the windows was different. So if you look at the pictures of what they sailed on, whatever ship that was, it doesn't. If then you compare that to what the Titanic did look like in the shipyards, they don't match up.
Right. And also, I think that basically with I saw a picture one time of the Titanic, the Olympia maybe, underwater, and it looked like it had like an O, and like the T letter was falling off of it. And I was like, that looked interesting to me.
Yeah, I mean, it was. That's another part of it. It's like, why does it not say the Titanic on the ship? Why does it have like letters that would spell out Olympia? I mean, it's just like, I don't know what else to say. I mean, just like, give me proof that it's the Titanic first. That's step one, which haven't seen yet. And then step two is like, why did it sink? Like, why did they just run into an iceberg? Like, they saw the iceberg and they were like, oh, okay, like, no big deal.
So basically,
you know what I mean?
no, I understand.
Why do people stay on? Yeah.
And I totally see your perspective and feel the same way. Now, with the Titanic, I did a lot of studying about it since I was very young, which I believe is likely a Titanic, but I will accept the fact it possibly could be Olympic. So when the Captain Smith, he said to go real fast into an ice field, and they kept going, and the Titanic is designed that if 5 compartments are breached, it would sink, or more. But if 2, 3, 4, it won't sink. So if it directly hits an iceberg, it will cause a lot of problems, but it's not going to completely sink. So it could handle a direct hit, because 2 would be filled.
Why would you risk it? Like, why
Because
would you risk, like,
the captain,
okay, so 2 compartments can, yeah.
No, okay. So the captain was pressured by Ismay which is the like business guy, is the owner of it, to go and surprise everybody on a Tuesday night or whatever it was, and surprise everybody. And the captain believed that God himself, the aliens, everybody in the universe could not sink this ship. And so they were so confident, no matter what happens, they cannot sink the ship. And then they did that, and the people tried to avoid the iceberg. By doing that, they cut a gigantic, like, half of the ship was cut open, so it's going to sink. It could be very hard to sink, but it's not invincible. Like, in my opinion, the Titan was not invincible, and it's a very parallels the Titanic sinking in a ridiculous way. As you said, it's just absolutely absurd in your opinion. But to answer your question about Titanic, the rudder was small, the thing kind of wasn't put together correctly, they were overconfident and went into the iceberg. Now, that is the common narrative about it, and I would like to know what your thoughts are from what I said.
If I'm like in the middle, like the last thing I would want to do is drive a ship into an ice field in the middle of like freezing cold water, and you don't have any other way of getting off that ship. That would be the last possible thing I would want to do as a captain of that ship. I mean, yeah, if you did it like in warm water and there was a way to get off the ship as a testing, sure, absolutely. Let's see what this thing can do. But why take it to the middle of nowhere with a huge ice field and then start ramming icebergs with it?
Yeah,
makes no sense.
And now, do you think it's possible they want to sink it on purpose?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's exactly what they wanted to do, was sink it on purpose, to get rid of those people, because they were trying to get us back onto the gold standard.
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot of money involved. I mean, you're talking about all the money in the country was involved.
Right.
And it was during a time where like there wasn't like you can't pull out your cell phone and just start like recording stuff. I mean people like we don't have video evidence of what took place because like it's just a great time for this to happen. I mean, think about it like this. It's perfect. Like we would have more video footage of if this took place in outer space than we would in the ocean, because it's the ocean. I mean, we don't, it's like you're talking like, they could have sent this thing to Mars and we'd have better evidence of what took place because we could see it all happening.
Right, and
this was all like
it's like it happens
underwater.
If it happens in Mars, we have more evidence for it. But on our own oceans, we don't even know what's going on. Like, we know more about space than the ocean.
Yeah. I mean, you can't visually see it. Though, I mean, yes, sonar and stuff, sure, absolutely, yeah. All these different recording, and also they didn't have a black box on the submarine to record the events that took place. That seems a bit odd. There have been black boxes that have been around since like the 60s or 70s, since commercial airlines, and we can figure out what happened during the wreckage and what happens during a crash, but we don't know what's going on in this sub in 2023. That seems a bit odd.
Right, and anything's possible, I could be wrong, but in my opinion, I do believe that it was people for whatever reason, if they were good at some area, they were bad at the area of common sense, like the Titanic captain. Hypothetically, if they weren't doing it on purpose and they really were just cocky and overconfident, like Bible says, pride before the fall, that they just were so convinced it wouldn't fail that it failed, and they just failed miserably. And I just think it's a situation where people shouldn't have pride. Now, I think we can agree that people in any situation shouldn't be too cocky or prideful that something dangerous could, not happen to them. Like, it can't happen to me. Like, what do you think?
I just think those people would have died earlier in life if they had that much cockiness. I see kids, like, I saw 2 kids swimming yesterday.
Okay.
And there was a woman that was swimming with them. She was the instructor, and they were getting cocky, and if she wasn't there to grab them every once in a while, I would have had to jump in to rescue them. But they had her as a backup. And so, like, they were kind of getting cocky, and they, were trying to learn how to swim. But, I mean, they were pretty close to going underwater, and they needed someone to pull them out. And if there wasn't somebody there to pull them out, they would have drowned. So, I mean, how do these people make it to 50 and 60 years old, or however old these people were, and they just don't have any problems until that point in life? I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, how can you be this cocky in life and make it to that age? And with that,
in my opinion, that's a very good point and good question. And just because something be statistically supposed to happen earlier.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah, that's totally possible.
Oh, yes.
Sure.
Also,
yeah. I mean, but why, like, didn't these people, like, wind up like in other disasters that near death experiences other times in life? I mean, this is the first time that they take this many risks in their lifetime with that type of attitude. Seems unlikely to me, but very possible. Definitely possible.
Yeah, now I will say this is something I just thought of, is that say you have a situation where people go through life and they just, every single time they survived or they won every single time to the point where they felt they were invincible. So by luck or chance or whatever, or the universe or whatever it is, they just got like, yeah, okay, I got through this, go through that, and they got careless. So careless to the point that they were like, I'm going to go into this thing, like Rush said, and Rush is going to be all right. He was thinking to himself. He was going to bring everybody down with him. So I think could possibly be that they actually survived so many times, it sped up the process of the natural selection thing to eventually happen. I think that's possible in my opinion.
Definitely possible, but I have a different opinion on that. I
okay.
think, after studying my mentor's information in like 20 years ago, like when I was in my 20s, and looking at Louise Hay's information, one thing that she would say all the time is she would say, no person, place, or thing has power over anyone. That everything is our choice, right down to the nanosecond, which means like you just don't have an accident. Like accidents are on purposes. Like things just don't happen by accident. Like you choose that experience, every aspect of it. So like those situations don't just occur. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about carelessness. I mean, I can give you a great example of carelessness. I work with a bunch of young lifeguards that they just don't watch the pool. They don't think there's going to be a problem. Like this thing where I yanked this guy out of the steam room the other day, or on Wednesday. If it wasn't for me checking it, and I saw another guard absolutely walk right past without checking it twice in the same day, if I had done what he had done, this guy would be dead. There's no question about it. Me and the aquatics coordinator that yanked him out of the steam room together, he said, I think he would have had cardiac arrest in another 2 or 3 minutes. Mm-hmm. Because his temperature was 102.4 degrees, and that was 15 minutes after the paramedics got there with us putting ice bags on him, with us pouring ice water on him. When I pulled him out of the steam room, he was so hot, he didn't even feel like a human being. Like, I've never seen anybody so hot I've never felt a person, like, at that temperature. Like, the guy was mumbling. Like, I was asking him questions, and I didn't want to move him at first because I thought maybe he had broken his neck or he had an injury. I had no choice but to yank him right out of the steam room at that point, because as soon as I had the other lifeguard open the door, had her keep the door open so I could figure out what was going on, the steam just started pouring out of the vent because it tricked the steam room into thinking the room got cooler, and it just started steaming. So by having her open the door as I'm trying to figure out what's going on, it made the situation worse. And I had no choice but to yank him out. Then it gets even crazier than that, is the paramedics get there, and you would think they would take over. No, they had me still propping the guy up with my knee, sitting down with my knee up against his back, asking him questions, and then it was time to put him on the stretcher. I was the one that picked him up. I was like, at what point do these paramedics take over? I was literally the person that picked him up and put him on the stretcher.
Wow.
And then afterwards, the coordinator came over to me and gave me the pound. He goes, good lift, Norm. I'm thinking, why the hell am I lifting this guy up? The paramedics got here. They should be taking over.
Yeah, exactly.
At what point, this was just so insane to me. But, I mean, I'm glad I did it. I'm glad I was the one that I was so nervous that day. I was just nervous all day, and I'm never nervous. I was just, like, sick to my stomach nervous. I'm like, am I getting fired today? I'm like, what the hell's going on? Like, why am I so nervous? I'm never nervous. I'm super nervous about something.
Oh, yeah.
But I wasn't nervous after that event. I was back to normal. And the coordinator that helped me yank the guy out, he said that his adrenaline was pumping so hard that he was sick later that day. And his adrenaline was rushing for like 9 hours after that event. And he came in the next day. I said, how are you feeling? And he's like, I feel really tired. And he's dealt with other traumatic situations.
Yeah, the traumatic situations will do that. And I'm glad that you were there to help him. And
so, I mean, there's people take unnecessary risks. I mean, there's people every day they're taking unnecessary risks, and they don't think anything's going to happen. Yeah. And maybe it won't.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that.
That's the only reason I mentioned that. Yeah.
Yeah, and a chat.
I think it's a perfect example of it.
A chat said you're John Wick.
Man. I just got off that situation. I was like, what the hell just happened? I was like, the paramedics got there and they were supposed to like help, and then they just watched me like continue working on this guy, and I'm like, and then here's the most ironic part. So I get off my shift and I'm leaving the building, and guess who happens to be walking out the door? Him and his son. He's 94 years old, and he's got almost like no recollection of this. And so I say to him, I say, sir, how are you feeling right now? He's like, oh, I feel good. And I'm like, wonderful. And then he looks at me, he doesn't even recognize me, and the son goes, oh, like, he's like, who are you? And I was like, oh, I was the lifeguard that found your dad. And then he's like, I want you to know you saved my dad's life. And I didn't want to, like, you know, like be like, you know, but I was just like, was like, okay, I honestly have to agree with you. And he goes, his father goes to me, he goes, I want to trade with you. And I'm like, I didn't know what he was talking about at first. He goes, I'm a dance instructor. He goes, I do ballroom dancing, I do Latin dancing. He's like, we've got a dance studio. I want you to come to my dance studio on Friday, which is today. And I was like, well, I'm working on Friday. He's like, oh, but you got to come. He's like, you got a girlfriend? You got a wife? And I was like, no. He's like, we're going to teach you ballroom dancing. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, I'm happy to come.
Nice.
I mean, I'm going to have to find a date to go. But, and I was just telling him about music, you know, the music that I do. I do electronic music. I was like, oh, yeah, I was a professional DJ. He's like, oh, we can't afford you. But I was like, no, it's not about money. I was like, I want to come and play for free because I'm like, I just feel like that's why I had to do all that, so I can come and play music at a studio. You know, and I'm not going to charge any money. I want to just do it because it just sounds freaking awesome. To me, it just sounds so exciting. So, but then before he left, he's like, I want to give you a hug. He's like, is it all right if I give you a hug? And I'm like, absolutely. And then I was just like, I said to him, I was like, I'm glad it was me. I mean, I was panicked and I was nervous and everything else, but I'm like, the best thing I can say, I was glad it was me that situation happened to.
Yeah, you know, I'm glad that you were there, and you know, you're good at doing what you do. So. And a chat, we were talking about buckets earlier. I don't know if you were there for that, but so chat wants to know of what kind of buckets were involved, if any.
There wasn't any buckets. That's the whole problem. They had ice packs, and they were putting ice packs on the guy, which I didn't think was a good idea. All I wanted was for them to get a bucket of pool water. The pool water is 84 degrees.
Right.
And I just wanted to pour water on the guy. They were pouring, like, they went and got, like, these little little bottles of water, and they were freezing cold. And I'm pouring, like, freezing cold water on the poor guy. And he's, like, cringing because it was so cold. And I'm just like, can somebody just go get me a freaking bucket of water out of the pool?
Right.
Can somebody at least go? I was like, and then they couldn't find a bucket. And I was like, go get a damn towel. I was like, put the towel in the pool and bring it to me.
Right.
But I was just like, do I have to explain everything? I was just like, just freaking help me out. Like, I'm trying to, this guy is 102 degrees. He's 94 years old. Like, I just need to cool this guy. I mean, I know you're not supposed to put the guy in the pool because, like, he had a heart problem too. Mm-hmm. But, you know, because the last thing you want is the guy to have a heart attack and then you got to get him out of the pool. But I was like, I was really, like, at a point where I was just like, I'm just going to put this guy in the pool to cool him off. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, that would have been, like, not the best idea because if he had more problems, then he could have drowned. But
right.
I just wanted to, I don't know. I was trying to make sense of this. They got me pouring cold, like super freaking cold ice water on the poor guy and putting these ice packs on him. I'm like, I said, no, just find me like a freaking mop bucket, fill it with water, and bring it to me like now.
Facts. Yeah. What's wrong with those people?
And I mean, it sounds like I'm sure everybody's like, oh, that's great that you were there. And I'm like, oh my God, I want to get off this job because I'm just hanging out with a bunch of dumb people that don't care. That like, not dumb people, but they're just not prepared for an emergency.
It's like they have the ingredients
they don't think it's gonna happen
in their
to
head
them on their shift.
It's like they have the ingredients to be like logical and all, but it just hasn't mixed in yet.
I'm dealing with young college kids.
Oh.
And they just don't expect there to be a problem, and they're not surveying the pool properly. You know what I mean? So I'm just like, I want to get off this thing. I'm like, I don't want to pull anybody's weight but my own. Like, I'm fine. I'm happy to help out, but I'm like, I'm just going to get into a situation where, like, somebody's going to freaking die because someone's negligence, and then they're going to start questioning my therapy license. Like, I don't want to lose my therapy license in some type of, like, scandal because someone dies because somebody else is incompetence. Like, I paid over $20,000 to be a therapist, so the last thing I want to do is, like, have my license suspended because somebody else is incompetent.
I know.
Yeah.
See, like, I'm 25. But like, so I'm not the college age, but I'm like kind of close to it. But I do agree that a lot of people in my area, they're just irresponsible people. Yeah, I'm an exception, but yeah. So I think that they're very immature, and they just want to be irresponsible. And so what do? Do they like look at TikTok or whatever? I know it's kind of a cliche, but like, so what are these people doing? Like, they're just, because people's lives are at stake here. Like, I just want to know like what they're doing, because this is very serious business you're in.
Just not paying attention. I mean, we can't be on our phones when we're guarding.
Okay.
But after they're done guarding, they're on their phone constantly in the break room, which is fine.
Okay.
But like, I mean, when they get off the phone, are they still like, are they back on the job, or are they just like, I think they're just like a placeholder. I mean, it's like similar to like where Biden's at right now. They put him in as a placeholder.
Yeah. Yeah, Brandon.
That's my opinion. I mean, they never thought Biden was going to be a great president.
Brandon and his bicycle.
They're just holding the place for them. Yeah, so then they can get Kamala in, and she's another placeholder, and then after Kamala, then they're just gonna Biden was a perfect person for them to put in because he had so much dirt. They have so much dirt on him that they can just push his buttons and tell him what to do. Because if they don't, they'll be like, oh, we'll expose you for this and we'll expose you for that, and remember all that money you stole. But he did all that under Obama. That's the crazy part. Like, how come people aren't talking more about Obama? Like Joe Biden doing these things was like Obama's vice president, and you don't think Obama knew?
Right.
Of course he knew. Absolutely he knew. That's why Obama was so late to talk favorably about Joe becoming president. Like, he waited. Like, everybody was like, oh, how come like Obama doesn't he hasn't said anything positive about Joe Biden, and then
I know.
Finally he did.
I remember, like, he was saying about the border. Like, he was saying, there was an article that came out months ago that Obama was saying that the border needed to be protected. He made, like, they can't just let everybody in, which is surprising. And, like, Brandon, yeah, he just have, like, everybody come in. And there's, like, hordes of these people coming through.
Yeah, I mean, they're just setting it up so that they can continue to remain in power, because if you got a lot of uneducated people that are on the payroll, that are getting paid like welfare and all these different like support systems, like the last thing they're going to do is cut themselves off from it. They're not gonna bite the hand that feeds them unless they're really dumb.
Yeah.
I mean, why wouldn't they vote for Democrats if the Democrats are like paying for them, and then they're paying for their families, and they're paying for their future families to come across?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, because it's like they get everything for free.
Oh, sure. I mean, they're not just getting it for free, but they're literally making money. Then they can send the money back to their families, and then they're in situations where they're desperate. I mean, when people are that desperate, they're willing to almost do anything. So.
Yeah.
But I mean, I could be totally wrong on all. I'm absolutely willing to accept that I'm totally wrong on this whole thing, Ocean Gate. Absolutely, completely.
We have to wait for more stuff to come out. Like, I made one video about it, about the father and son, but it's like, and I'm not putting anybody down. I am all for people exploring and talking about Titanic and everything, and the Titan, rather, the tragedy of the Titan. So basically, all these people, when something comes out, everybody came together and put out a video, like it was like a machine gun. Everybody's putting out a video. I waited to see what's going on because I'm aware of Titanic, or Olympia, whatever it is, and the Titan and all, and I wanted to wait because it's like everybody was like in a race to get to the first one to put out the video about the Titan, and then that's old news. And then this comes out, and the experts were saying, Norm, that the thing compressed and imploded, and the people turned into jello, and it heated to the degree of the sun. So in this dark, cold place underwater with all the pressure, it heated so hot, and it's like now they're saying there's bodies there, but I knew there's probably some kind of muck there or something, and it was in bigger pieces. But the experts with quotations on the end that knew what was going on, but they were completely wrong.
Well, I mean, but I'm not doubting that this isn't the Titan wreckage.
No, I'm not saying.
I don't doubt that.
This has nothing to do with if it's real or not. I'm just saying about something totally different. I did make that clear. So I'm talking about the YouTube people I see how there is this concept that they turned into jello or mush and everything just incinerated. But that doesn't make any sense to me. And I was right that there are some body parts there. and that this whole wreckage was just sitting there underwater, and the people didn't just go directly where they lost contact with them. They went all over the ocean. They went here and there, and they went on the news and this and that. So I will say point you said before. So they could distract people, so they're not going to go down there and look at the wreckage, or they're going to go all over the place, all over the ocean, and make a big thing out of it. So yeah, I do think that there was some. It wasn't covered correctly, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, and then then we just gotta wonder: was that just by coincidence? Was that by accident, or was that purposefully done? I mean,
right? Like maybe they made a mistake, that they were just trying to see if they floated somewhere else. Yeah, it could have been a mistake. That's very possible, and I think that they just didn't really know what was going on because they heard some kind of boom with the sonar, but they weren't really sure what it was since there's so much noises underwater. So they had to go the difficult task of getting a creature, I call it, but it's really some kind of a machine that goes down underwater and to see what's there, because it's very difficult to get down that deep. And they would pull it up if they, with the hook, and they would have hooked it up and pulleyed it up. But they just saw a bunch of wreckage, a debris field. So they can confirm it because they weren't sure, and then they were able to confirm it. But yeah, people with money or no money, if they're lifeguards that are trying to go on TikTok on their break, everybody needs to take risks and all that stuff, and that's good. But you got to also use your head too, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, just some people's head is filled with air, and other people are very intelligent. I mean, it's survival of the fittest, and unfortunately, at this point in time, you can survive with very little common sense. I mean, there's all these, trophies. Like, you get a trophy for just breathing air at this point. I mean, when I was a kid, we didn't give out those participation trophies. None of that existed. There was winners and there was losers. And if you lost, then you were sad about it, and then you tried harder. But now it's everybody,
right.
You get a trophy for showing up.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, I did the racing, and there's this really, really fast dude at the track, and I was in second place. And then when he finally left the school, I got first place, as I always did well during these field day events with running. And I lived kind of far from my school because of my area. It became like a black area, and then the white people, they went to the other side of town, and the school went to the other side of town. So I went over to the other side of town where the school was, and there's some crime and stuff that goes on. But I understand people don't want to be around that, but my family, we stayed out here. So basically, I would kind of be far away, so I didn't do a lot of sports and stuff. But I still was able to, do the different things when I was young. And I worked hard, and I trained hard, and I won the contest. You don't just get a free medal. I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the most interesting things that ever happened to me during sports is I was playing football.
Nice.
In a league, and we actually made it all the way to the state championships, and we won the championship game, and we were for our division. This was on Long Island. We won the entire tournament. We won the
Awesome.
state championships for our but they didn't tell me that I was playing with kids that were 2 and 3 years older than me. I was so big when I was I think I was 10 years old, that they put me in with the I was 9, and they put me in with the 11 and 13-year-olds, and nobody told me because they didn't want me to know, because then I would have felt differently about playing with older people. But after we won the last game, when we got their championship, the coach came over to me. He goes, "Norm," he goes, "how old do you think all these people are that you've been playing with in all these games?" And I go, "Well, the same age as me." He goes, "No." He goes, "Well, we just didn't tell you. We put you in the higher league." And I just was couldn't believe it. I just had no idea. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
I just played like they were the same age as me.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I was 9, and everybody else was the minimum of 11.
Right.
This is hilarious.
Yeah.
I was even in the winning play. I was involved in the winning play. I just played tackle. I mean, I wasn't anything. It wasn't anything crazy. I played tackle and guard, but I was very good at just rushing the quarterback. And even though I wasn't fast enough to catch him,
I did good at that too.
Pressured him to have to throw the ball.
Yeah, I did that too.
Yeah. So I could never really catch the guy and tackle him, but he just made him always nervous, and he had to like throw the ball or had to run backwards, and that's all they wanted me to do. They just keep going. They're like, we know you can't catch him, but just keep chasing him down, and that's all we want you to do. Just keep going after him every time. I'm like, okay, that's my job.
I remember when I was I would
Guys
throw
way too fast for me to catch, but yeah.
I would throw a football. I would throw it like a bullet. My grandpa told me when I was young to throw it like a bullet. I remember I would throw it to, like,
yeah,
and it was like right, left, and right. I get people to catch the ball, and it was pretty cool. And yeah, I like sports. My dad in England, he played like soccer. They call it football over there. And I did some like gymnastics when I was younger, and because I did some sports stuff. Oh, when I was a little kid, I did some soccer, and some little soccer games and stuff. And I got a trophy, but I earned it. And I earned a trophy for the other the gymnastics stuff. So yeah, but it feels good when you like work hard and you win and you get a reward, because if everybody just gets a reward, it's like communism. It's like it doesn't really seem fun anymore. Like if everybody like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And
I totally hear you. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And I'm reaching let's see, I'm reading chat. Georgia Peach was saying that she couldn't make the team, but she was the cheerleader because she's short. And
my father, I got an interesting story. I'll just tell it quickly.
Yeah.
My father was an incredible swimmer, and he was an ocean lifeguard. He was a recreational therapist on Long Island, but he was also an ocean lifeguard at Jones Beach for 19 years. And he could swim just like an Olympic class level. And recently, when I got certified again as a lifeguard, because I was having trouble, with COVID and my business, so I had to do something to get back on track with money.
Right.
So I got recertified. I called him up and I was talking to him. I was like, hey, Dad, who taught you how to swim? How did you learn how to swim so well? And he goes, well, there was this gentleman. He was from Denmark, and he was ranked 8th in the world, and his name was Max Francine, and his son had polio. And so one day when he was at the Y, Max saw my dad and just realized that he could teach my dad how to swim. And, because his son had polio, he couldn't really do a whole lot with his own son. So he just kind of took a liking to my dad, and he taught him the Australian crawl. Mm-hmm. The American crawl, they now call freestyle, where you enter your hand in kind of in front of you, almost like in a circle. But the Australian crawl would come up over the top like a big windmill. And the reason why they would use that is because they were all ocean swimmers. So when they swam, they would have to come up over the top of the wave when they were swimming in the ocean.
Okay.
And so that my dad just learned the Australian crawl, like the windmill. And he was fast. At one point, he was doing 100 yards in 28 seconds.
Wow.
And the fastest I've ever seen anybody at my pool was 32 seconds. And that guy was cruising. And he was just lapping people. And then he also told me when we lived on Long Island, we had pools that were 50 meters, which is gigantic, but they're only 4 feet deep, and they were set up for laps. And he saw a guy swim underwater to the 50 meters underwater on one breath, and he was able to do 100 meters underwater. And so to give you the equivalency, most pools at a YMCA or whatever are 25 yards. One length is 25 yards. So he could take one breath and go underwater and do that 4 lengths. He would go down, back, down, and back on one breath. But in the 80s, though.
Right.
That's nuts. Yeah. He could hold his breath in the 80s, he could hold his breath for up to 3 minutes.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty cool.
But not swimming, just stationary. Yeah. Yeah. Just, but he could hold his breath for, he said that Houdini, everybody thought that Houdini was doing tricks, they were just hoaxes, they were magic, but it wasn't real. so they did this thing where if you could figure out how Houdini did his magic trick, you could win like a large sum of money, and then nobody could ever win the money because there wasn't a trick. Like Houdini just put the time in to learn how to hold his breath for 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
It was real.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't a trick. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I'll say one more thing. So, when I was at the summer
Sure.
camp when I was little, I learned how to swim, and I did really good at it. And I'm still good at it now. I just haven't done it in years. But yeah, I also like swimming too.
Swimming's incredible. Like, swimming is one of the few things where you just can't power through it. Like you can't, like if you want to hit a baseball further, you go to the gym, you put more bulk on, and you bulk up. Or if you want to throw a football faster, you bulk up. But swimming's not like that. It's all about efficiency. So
Yeah.
if you bulk up, like it's not gonna improve your swimming. Like you have to learn the technique and you have to be efficient. So it's really interesting. It's like one of the few sports that it's all, it's not just about muscle mass. It's about technique completely and efficiency. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, not to say that the baseball players and football players aren't learning incredible technique. They absolutely are. But with more muscle mass, it just improves their chances of being better. It's not like that with swimming.
Right. All right. So, this was an excellent call, Norm, and I'm about to end the show.
Good.
And I look forward to you coming in next time. Thank you so much for coming through.
Oh yeah. I appreciate everything you said, and I think everybody is entitled to their own opinion, and hopefully we find out what the truth is.
Right. All right.
I don't think we ever will, though, to be honest with you. But I think it'd be wonderful to find out the truth. Absolutely.
All right.
Yep.
Okay. Bye.
See you later. Bye.
That was an excellent call from Norm. He always has good calls. And now I'm getting close to ending the show right now. So I will be going live tonight also, around 11 p.m. like before. And I'll be going through the night like this time. And I'm glad that we had a really nice audience today. Really nice audience. I'm glad for all the people that showed up and came and commented. I really topics about the Titan and see if anything else comes out. And I think we had a full audience tonight, and we can have some more. All right. And okay. So yeah, that was an excellent call. Very informative. And also, well, Sandra, I do them at different times, but for right now, I'm doing the nighttime ones right now, but I'm going to do ones earlier in the future, soon. But I just go live at different times. Like, this is not the only... 11's not going to be the only time I'll go live. I'll go live earlier, also. It'll happen earlier. Just I'm saying, like, I go late on those 2 nights. But maybe on the weekend, I might go during the day. Right. And... yeah, Georgia Peach, thank you for coming. Norm, everybody that came to chat. All right, so it was excellent. We talked about various different topics. We talked about the Titan, what it could be, some of the Titanic conspiracies, and I think tonight I'm going to talk more about the Titanic conspiracies. And so, Sandra, don't worry, I'll do more earlier ones. And yeah, Dark Meta, we talked about buckets. We talked about a lot of different things. All right, chat. And now I'm going to put that one right there. Okay. And good morning, everybody. And as I said, there will be more during the day. All right. Great day, everybody. God bless all. Now we're going to switch screens. And here we go.